She's got the 102.5 kg on the board. So you've got to get at least 2 out of 3 of those whites. The lights will be flashing up on your screen. You see the little gray circles with the white lines underneath on the bottom left hand of your screen. Those show exactly what our referees have decided on your lift. If you get 2 or 3 of those to be white, your lift will pass. If you get 1 red light, that means your lift will still pass, but 2 red lights, or especially 3, no go. Natasha Ford, our third squat here, comes at 105 kilos. And if you haven't brought your conversion charts with you, as we have, we're going to pull them out right now. Just know that we will be dealing with kilograms all day long, and so if you're unable to translate them, we'll do a good deal of that for you throughout this meet. Once more, USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot live from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo. Thanks so much to the venue here at Raw Strength and to owner Jeremy Muchler, a shepherd of the strength sports community, directs strongman competitions out of here as well, and is one of the good ones, truly, in strength sports culture, and especially here in this great state of Michigan. Thanks for those who have joined us early on this morning. Jasmine Miller trots on out. Her opening squat is 112.5 kg. Followed by Shauna Johnson, Mackenzie Jackson, and Raina Mata, all taking this exact same weight. So we'll tell you all about how they decide who's taking it when in just a moment. Jasmine's taking a while to get those feet set. And then once she does, we'll dunk the opener. Look up and see. Nothing but white lights, we think. We're still waiting patiently. Okay, so you got the 1 red from the center from Mr. Thomas McCarty. He's going to be a stickler today. You always have rules meetings roughly about 45 minutes or so before your flight begins. And the chief referee, in this case, Thomas, this morning that you see in your camera frame, he told everybody, hey, we might hammer you today. We might make some really tough calls. Your judges on both the left and right sides of the platform taking their national referee exams today. Shauna Johnson on her opener. It's 112.5. Again, that's 3 reds this time. So your number 1 cause for disqualification of practically any lift in all of powerlifting is going to be the depth on squats. 3 reds given there, and likely all for depth. Once you miss a lift, you've got 2 options. You can either retake the exact same weight for your second attempt when you come back up, or you can go up by as little as 2.5 kilos. What you cannot do at any point is go down in weight loaded on the bar. Mackenzie Jackson, once more, 112.5 kg is her selection. Call it about 248 pounds, near exactly. And that is a fantastically matched kit. It's funny because you got the Stoic knee sleeves with the A7 singlet, but they're almost perfectly the same color. That is very aesthetically pleasing. Raina Mata comes up next here. Typically a 60 kg competitor. This is her debut as a 65 kg. She was a USAPL Michigan State primetime competitor back in November of this past year. And now moves up a class and looks to just blow away that old version of herself. Raina's best squat of all time in competition is 122.5 kgs, so she opens just 10 kilos under that. And let there be light, huh? Getting this backdrop a little bit more illuminated. Raina Mata, after her squat commands. First attempt as a 65 looks fine by us. All right, so how did we decide of all of those competitors taking that 112.5 kilos, who went first? Well, that's a little known wrinkle in the rules of powerlifting called a lot number. Lot numbers are randomly assigned within each flight. And when you come in here and you check in the morning, you do equipment checks, and then you go in and you get your weigh-ins. Lot numbers determine the order of which your for the most part, intended to weigh in. And once you get in line there, you get your weight taken and you get your rack heights, well, then you're pretty much set to go. You kind of take a while, chill out. For most of you, you rehydrate and eat breakfast, and then you get that rules meeting, and you're pretty much immediately after that point, if you're in the opening flight, you start your warm-ups. Lift a little bit herself. Thank you very much. Monica celebrating her birthday yesterday, and what a better way to celebrate maybe an extended birthday weekend than by setting some PRs. Ronika's opener. Really love her head position. It's locked down. Oh my, she is going to get hammered. Like our referees said, they are going to be utter sticklers. That's 3 reds on depth. So Ronika will have some options. Like we say, you can either retake that 125 kg or go up by as little as 2.5. If you're joining us over here on YouTube, on the Power Belly Barbell YouTube channel, let us know. Drop it in the chat. Tell us who you're rooting for today. Madison Newberry, she's a junior 75 kg, opens about twice body weight here. With the depth calls that we've seen, we're not certain. Okay, this will pass. You've got just a right red. That is the left and the center referees past that. Mary Norris now has a monster opener. This has just taken a huge, huge jump of 30 kg beyond the last attempt. Oh my, and the dreaded pause squat to open up the day, but she looks like she's got way, way more to get to. That is a 175 opener. We'll tell you all about loading the barbell now because we just saw such a big jump in the load. So it's a 20 kilo Texas Strength Systems TSS power bar. That means you use this bar for all 3 lifts. The squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. For those of you new to the sport of powerlifting, that's exactly what you're going to see is 3 attempts for each lifter on those 3 different disciplines. Louis Vanderwerf is going to get under that same weight here. It's 175 kg. Call it 386 pounds and some change. Lewis has the matching A7 kit here with the knee sleeves and the singlet. Draws the cross on in chalk. Much respect. He's taken quite a while to get that squat command, so now he's going to have to get the replace. Our head referee will go up and tell him exactly what he wants to see. We're likely looking at the knees locking. You've got to have those knees fully locked out, standing erect, in order to get that start command or that squat command that you will hear the referee say, but also will visually signal with his hand. I think Lewis is going to have to time this attempt out. He's not going to get that command within the first 60 seconds. That's another wrinkle to the rule book of powerlifting. It comes into play a handful of times per meet, typically, is even though you will see, or you won't see it rather on your screen, the exact timer. There is a 60-second attempt timer running from the moment that the call is made by the head referee. Bar is loaded. After that point, 60 seconds to begin your lift, technically to get your squat command in this case. Louis Vanderwerf unable to do it, so his opening attempt will go as a miss. It'll be recorded as 3 red lights, and he's got to, or he has chosen rather, to retake that 175 kg. Malia Birchmeyer is taking a 5 kilo jump from her first to her second squat. We turn it over to the top of the flight. You progress throughout the flight in order of weight lifted from lightest to heaviest. Flaring her elbows back there with a real wide grip. There are so many theories and thoughts about grip in the squat. Some like to have a very kind of chokehold type grip, and they really like to sit the bar deep in the palm, closer to the wrist joint, kind of like down here. Some will get it nearly toward the fingertip, and that might allow them to extend their wrists a little bit more, but can lead to some wrist pressure, some wrist discomfort or pain. And lifters who choose to do that will often see a real tight wrist wrap moved up toward that wrist joint, like wearing it very, very high. You haven't seen a whole lot of competitors come out yet with wrist wraps on, but you do have that option on the squat should you choose for the support. Nicole Daniel is taking her grip close to shoulder width, more like maybe a hip width grip. And now she will also take a 5-kilo jump. She's going to back out of the rack here, and 107.5 is her nominated weight here. Nicole's got some slowdown in the middle, yes, but has plenty of steam and has 2 white lights. That'll work. Shauna Johnson will have to retake, missed on depth on her first. Shauna Johnson, her retake comes at 112.5. I had the option again to go up by as little as 2.5, but when you miss on depth, boy, you never want to take it all the way down to that last squat, needing to get one on the board. Makes some adjustment now that right knee is shifty and tricky, but let's see. Yeah, not quite. That's going to be 3 reds once more. Shauna Johnson has just one more attempt to post a number. What we mean by that is you've got to get a successful lift on the board for each of your 3 attempts if you are a full power entrant, meaning you are competing in all 3 disciplines, the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. If you do not register one successful attempt out of each discipline at least, you won't receive a total for the meet. You won't receive an official total that will be recorded on, things like, for example, your open powerlifting page. That's probably one of the biggest databases in the world of strength sports, and we really love the work that they do there to record for all time the history. Everybody getting out on the platform has that ability to be recognized for their achievements. Natasha Ford, good looking second at 115 keys. Count it. That's 253.5 in pounds, give or take. Good morning again, folks. Thanks so much for joining us. We're still working through technical difficulties, internet snafus here in the building. You know how it goes because the technology can smell fear. And that's a shame on us this morning, being a little bit fearful. We brought this upon ourselves. Jasmine Miller under the bar here. Jasmine's taking a 120 for her second. Jazz is a Saginaw native. And she, again, has that almost pause squat to her. Making her powerlifting debut. She's got 2 good lifts to start it. Mackenzie Jackson is going to take the same lift as Jasmine here with 120 coming up. And folks, be sure to stay hydrated, huh? We hope you've got plenty of this with you because it'll be a fairly long day with our 3 flights especially. Mackenzie Jackson coming up again here. Mackenzie's a Clarksville, Tennessee native. Oh boy. Stalled towards the middle, got a little uneven afterwards, and now has to dump her second. Thank you so much to especially our spotter from this vantage point, the right side, but from up on the platform, the left side, Ethan Morrow. That's the worst spot, I think, of everybody. I don't know that everybody will tell you this, but the side spotters, they have the arguably most difficult position of anybody throughout a powerlifting meet. If you've really been fortunate enough to never have to occupy that spot, I think you should be thanking your lucky stars. Yours truly very spoiled as a competitor and a commentator, haven't had to do that. Julia Woolman, 122.5. Let's see some more lights, and they're white. Thank you very much. Julia, a Waterford native, coached by Brendan Pappen of Momentum Powerlifting, and we say tongue-in-cheek, isn't everybody in this great state of Michigan? Coach Pappen, a very outstanding competitor himself, but has an unbelievable roster and just continues to add to it and monsters all the time. Reina Mata, coached by Allison David, a 100 kg national champion of USA Powerlifting in the junior division last year, and also competed just recently at Raw Nationals over in Lombard, Illinois last month. Reina trains out of F3 Fitness. Reina adds 10 kilos for her second. And when you get some aggressive adduction of the hips right out of that squat, right out of the deepest part of the hole, you see many scared of that boogeyman that is knee valgus, of the knees kind of going inward a little bit, right? Especially from just shortly before you hit the bottom of the squat to just after you rebound. But it really does put the adductors in a better spot to contribute to hip extension. It's funny because the adductor magnus, that is the biggest of your adductors, it's almost sort of a misnomer because it does, we're really finding out nowadays with EMG data and those kind of things, contribute a ton to hip extension, maybe as much or more so than the glutes. Renika Buggs missed on depth on her first, was definitely surprised by it a little bit. Now on 132.5, looks like she found that little bit that she needed to scratch out, and that's just 2.5. Oh, she explodes. It's just 2.5 below her all-time squat best and dancing off. Well done. And shame on us, we messed up the stat because we were so distracted by it. It is, in fact, for Renika, 4.5 kilos below her all-time best. Competed at a USPC Michigan Open in 2024 and squatted 137 kg in that one. Madison Newberry back up at 155. A standout squat to be certain, and she will also jump by 10. That's usually right around at the end of that comfortable range for squat for many lifters. Madison is also going to have to replace here. Madison last competed at the Powerlifting America West Michigan Open 2. Over at Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids. Oh boy, it's towards the top where you don't see that many squats stall, but that is what happened for Madison. She's got a very, very upright setup and a rather short femur that often determines, for the most part, the angle of your torso when you descend. Those with a very, very long femur might be bent over very dramatically. You might see a torso angle something like this, where their head is looking nearly between their feet, or, you know, at the feet of the head referee, something like that. And then Madison's more on an angle kind of like this, you know, 10, maybe 15 degrees forward lean. You can't quite see it, but just picture that it is a very upright position for her. And that can make it a little bit more difficult because you're not putting quite so much of the strain in that midpoint of the lift into the posterior chain, into the glutes, into the spinal erectors, those kinds of things. Lewis taking some time to find his footing too, but now does get the command much quicker this time. Did he get to depth is going to be our one question. Referees did not see it that way. He is hammered on the sides. Again, folks, our referees on your left side of the screen. This is mirrored, so we'll just say it for you and not point too much and confuse you. On the left side of your screen is Bryn Nevins. She is a USAPL 90 kilo competitor, also competed at USAPL Raw Nationals just last month in Lombard. and posted a total PR there. And on our right side is Mark Leonard. Mark is an NADPF champion and also a USAPL Michigan State champion, winning the 125 kg Masters ones. Mary Norris adds another 7.5, and she's got more. She goes beyond 400 pounds for her second squat, and oh, I want to see her add another 7.5. Can't guarantee that that's going to be the selection, but I'd love to see it. That's all of our second attempts for this first flight. We creatively call that flight Flight A. We've got flights B and C still to follow here. And so once you've got 3 attempts for everybody across all 3 flights in the squat, we'll take a moment, we'll take a brief break. We'll have the platform switch over for the bench. That means you will get the bench stuck back in there in that combo rack. You'll have the rack heights adjusted down to where the athletes have them measured out for their bench press, and then we'll have about a 10-minute break, and then we will be back here for the bench press. Here's our first third squat of the day. You follow? If not, as always, feel free to drop it in the chat for us. Any questions you've got. Malia Birchmeyer on 97.5 keys. Looks good for me. Thank you. Please. All set for the 97.5. That's 3 for 3 on her squats. Everybody has got a number up on the board except for Shauna Johnson and Lewis Vanderwerf. They're both going to need a successful attempt. Nicole wants 110 for her third. Had the down and then up, and what you will see anytime that happens, no matter the discipline, that bar takes a little bit of a dip downward and deviates too far. You'll see that lift red lighted and will not pass. Shauna Johnson is in this uncomfortable spot. Nobody ever wants to be here, but it happens several times pretty much in every single meet that you watch. And she's not going to be the only one in this flight either. She's got to get this third squat on the board in order to post a total. Shauna's a Farmington Hills native, 55 years of age. That means she is a Masters 2B entrant. That 2B age division from the ages of 55 to 59. Folks, are you still in the gym? Are you still under heavy iron at the age of 55 like Shauna is? She unracks with a very, very wide stance and then brings her feet much further in. You see, even when she sets her feet now to squat, they're so much further in, and then she pauses that thing in the bottom too, but she's still got questions of depth. And that's exactly what we get. That's 3 reds for a third time, and that's not quite going to count. How is depth determined by our referees, folks? There is verbiage in the rule book of pretty much every powerlifting federation that's practically ever existed. Is you've got to have something to this effect. The top of your knee joint dip below the top of your hip joint. As Shauna's unable to quite pull that off, she is going not to post a total in this one. Mackenzie Jackson, a 120 retake, missed it in the midpoint of her second squat, is coming back to retake here on this third. A little bit quaky, a little bit shaky. Settles, got some shift into her right hip, and then let out a little yip, and she's got it. Well done, Mackenzie Jackson. All good. Missing on the second, came back, hit it on the third. It's not always ideal to, of course, any failed attempt just makes you kind of change your plans a little bit, and it probably factors into your final total. Doesn't thrill you, but it does show you that you've got resilience, right? And so you don't have to panic when you do miss the one lift. You can just find it again and even make that up down the road if you should be, you know, a real good bencher. If you have something that just feels really good on your deadlift on the day, you can let it fly. Natasha Ford is making it fly. And oh my, 281 and some change smoked. Well done. Julia Woolman out of Waterford, 70 kg competitor. What did we tell you? Coach Brendan Pappin with Momentum Powerlifting. He just takes all of these athletes as raw or as polished as they may be and just adds on everybody's total. It's Julia's first time competing. Congratulations. That's all well and good, but it's time to get one old bigger number on the board. Adds 5 here for her third squat. Julia Woolman. Yeah! Oh man, was it tongue out or was it just hair in her face? Couldn't tell, but smokes a third. At over 280 pounds too. 281.1, give or take. Well done and welcome to powerlifting, Julia. Reina Mata on this same weight of 127.5. It would be a +5 to her competition PR. Her debut here as a 60 kilo full power competitor. Or pardon us, as a 65. She's been a 60 previously. Also competed at the Arnold Open Bench Bash and benched 95 kg there. She's always been a standout bencher. Reina Mata under a 5 kg lifetime squat PR. Look at the control. Never once panics with that weight on your back. It's such a learned skill to be able to hold that bar forever. And then once you gotta hit the gas to get up to highway speed, boom. A 5 kg lifetime competition PR for Reina Mata. Looks like that going up a class was worth it. At 25 years of age, Reina is still getting better all the time. Debuted at the UPA Croc Classic in 2023, and since then has been solely a USA powerlifting competitor. Did compete at Raw Nationals a couple of years ago. Was a junior still at the time in 2024 out in Salt Lake City, Utah. There, she totaled 355 kilos. She's already got that +5 on the board here, so she got real good chance to PR that total already. Jasmine Miller, speaking of, wants to throw 20 kg more on, and then 140 just got easier as she went along. Holy smoked. And more infectious platform energy. Yeah, it's early. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. We love to see those kinds of competitors who crank everybody else up. Everybody can feed off of them. Very nice. Renika Buggs will be, if she can successfully hit this third squat, exactly that way as well. The Power Belly Barbell family wishes that she was with us as, you know, her traditional loading and spotting duties and things. But she says, hey, today I got other plans. I got all this on my back, and I've got to squat it and get it off real quick and then go out and celebrate my birthday. 140, third squat, Renika Buggs. Yes. Oh, Santa Maria, show it to me. And do a little dance. Yeah, somebody buy her a drink. Come on now. And have it waiting for her maybe when she's done with that third deadlift. Come on. Madison Newberry back out. Missed on her second. Was another one where, yeah, it's kind of right in the midpoint. It's a scary spot to be in. Best competition squat featured a 145. Gets the squat command a little earlier this time, had one replace. Now she's all the way through. Could have hopped with that thing, but depth going to be our question again. And it's not going to pass on the third. Our referees, during the rules meetings, warned everybody, hey, we are going to hammer you. We are going to make tough calls. Again, it's partly because Bryn Nevins on the left side of your screen, the referee, who you can just kind of see her knees, and Mark Leonard, who will be just out of the frame on the right side of your screen, are taking their national referee exams. Louis Vanderwerf, one more time. He's got 175 kg on the bar, timed out on his first, missed his second on depth. This is to stay in the meet for his third squat. We call it the survival squat sometimes around here. Louis, after his squat command, he's got to feel it. He got there, he got through, but did he get the lights? Yes! And he can quickly become a crowd favorite, if especially he wants to kind of back himself into those difficult situations and survive. But 175 on the board. It was 3 reds for him. We never finished our loading of the barbell dissertation, so our apologies on that. We told you that there was a Texas Strength Systems power bar, meaning that it's used for all the 3 disciplines. And the barbell itself weighs 20 kilos. Each pair of red plates is 50 kilos, meaning a single red plate is 25. Mary Norris here is under 190. We'll tell you more about loading as we go on throughout the day. Mary had a really convincing 400 plus second squat. This 190 is almost 419. Would you have known? Or would you have thought it was lighter than a feather? Smoke show for the heaviest squat of the day so far. It belongs to Mary Norris. Still a junior, folks. She's got a lot of room to grow, and she was well underweight for the 100 class. She weighed in at 95.9 kilos. That is, she had 4.1 kilos or, 10 plus pounds, or nearly 9 pounds more like, to maneuver within the cap of her weight class. You can weigh up to whatever the nominated number of your weight class is. For example, if she weighs in at 100 exactly, she's still allowed to compete in that 100 kilo class. If she weighs in 100.1, you're overweight, and then you'd be a 100 plus competitor. Nathan Sias here is the opening squat of Flight B. That's our second flight of the day. Again, we've got all of Flight B, and then Flight C follows like you might imagine. Still, let's have our Flight B begin here. Nathan gets his squat command, opens on 115. And we are going to have questions on depth, to tell you the truth, as are our judges. That standard has been established, and they are not deviating the slightest bit, no matter who you are, no matter what your stance looks like, no matter the stance width, the toe angle, no matter how much of your squat is achieved through hip flexion versus knee flexion, for example, no matter how bent over or straight up you are. Like you've seen, Madison Newberry is kind of the #1 example of, okay, almost a perfectly straight up squat. And then of some of the more bent over looks, maybe Malia Birchmeyer up at the top of Flight A kind of was a little bit the opposite way, right? Where she's had a much more generous torso lean. Nathan Zarb wants 142.5. The first of 2 Nathans that we'll feature today. Nathan Hamp will be up in Flight C in a few. Gives this one little knowing nod and then takes his opener and just launches it. Wonder what those are on his knee sleeves. We thought, okay, are they baseballs? Are they eyeballs? Are they marble? We're still not certain. When he comes back up, we'll try and see if we can ask somebody even as he's heading out to the platform. Hey, what's going on there? But folks, you look good, you feel good, you lift good. It's just scientifically proven, we believe. Cameron Phillips, a 75 kg. These are a bunch of teenagers, folks. You're going to see lots and lots of teenagers towards the beginning of this flight. The teen 2 Cameron occupies, that's the ages of 16 to 17. Cameron's also got a beautifully upright squat. It's sort of close to an Olympic lifting style squat, you could say. Ryan Troiano, a fascinating story and a strength journey that he's taken. A Washington, D.C. native, trains out of his local Anytime Fitness. He's also an intern strength coach, that is, with Michigan State football. Ryan's opted for a prong belt, as you usually see the lever belt kind of be the thing of choice that most people prefer. And holy smoked opener. Oh my, he is hit with depth. Interesting. With our more upright squatters so far, the issue has been the depth calls on the sides. Most of these are passing from the center. If they are seeing a white light, that's typically where it's coming from. But on the sides, it's been a really tough go of things so far. Glenn Gothrow up next here. His best squat of all time was at the USAPL Michigan Panther Jungle Throwdown back in January the 31st over at Goodrich High. Glenn will really take his time, and he'll feel out where that depth is. He should have it comfortably. Oh my goodness, shame on us. All right, now we are going over 400 pounds for everybody throughout the rest of this flight. This is David Mendham. Say hello to a 182.5 opener. It's 402 and some change. It's one of those mental barriers that every lifter kind of knows. Hey, if I hit this, I'm over a 400-pound squat in competition. And all these teenagers out here, umway. I wonder if David had a little bit of the shifting of his feet that might be cause for disqualification of this lift. I think it is. That is what the infraction is. It's a blue card given on the left from Bryn Nevins, and from the center, it's a red for depth. So when you shuffle the feet around a little bit, if you shift them, if in any way you deviate from what you were set in when you got that squat command, from that position that you were set in, you're going to be typically called for that infraction that we just saw. Alec Vondel trains here out of Raw Strength himself, has a best competition squat of all time of 210 kilos back at Powerlifting America West Michigan Open in May of 2025 last year. It's Alec's heaviest opening squat. Takes a big old breathing brace there. Look at the movement of the shoulders. Man, he has, for all the world, the look of a guy who's gotten a lot stronger since his last time out. Just a couple of meets under his belt. I was fortunate to compete with him for his first meet ever at Powerlifting America Irongeddon, also held here at Raw Strength. And back in 2024, he totaled 527.5 kilos in his first meet, then put on 40 kilos from his first to his second, and now looks for all the world like he's got more to be had. Maybe it is a 30, a 40 kilo competition total PR. Don't want to speak too soon, but he looks fantastic after that first squat. Landon Rogers on 202.5. We'll get the YouTube chat up on the screen for you in a moment there. Sorry, playing in the sandbox here, folks, and trying to get everything aligned as perfectly as possible while we're on the fly. Chitra Kin is our next competitor up. This guy is, some like to call him a deadlift specialist, but he truly is kind of a total specialist. He's a very well-rounded gentleman and has competed here a couple of times. Competed in 2023 in November at USAPL Strong Enough, and then back with Powerlifting America Irongeddon in 2024. Chitra Kin will also scald his opener. That is his heaviest opening squat. These next couple competitors, all coached by Jimmy Perucci. Jimmy will feature towards the bottom of this flight as he opens with 225 kg. He'll be after Tony Väisänen, who you see coming up to the bar now on 210 kilos. Kin was an 82.5 kg competitor. Jimmy Perucci, as well as our next couple of competitors, Tony, and down towards the bottom of this flight, McCoy Wernholm, all 100 kg competitors. Tony was a collegiate soccer player, and it's funny, the other sports to powerlifting pipelines are real common, but you don't see soccer maybe being the number one. Played at Division III Kalamazoo College here in Kalamazoo. And now the iron has found him on 210. There's a lot going on with this squat. I think maybe that bar moves on his back a little bit, but he's still got all the strength in the world for that 210 and beyond. Guy had a really good sense of humor when we asked him, we ask everybody, okay, how do you say your name? And this man, he said, don't even try with the last name, but, we gave it our best shot. The aforementioned Jimmy Perucci, ready to get under the bar here. Jimmy last competed himself at Powerlifting America Irongeddon, had a lot of health issues that held him back from training for a long time. And with now over a year and a half under the bar behind him, he's had a ton of opportunities to handle and coach, and even at the nationals level. And now, finally back under the bar as a competitor. Opens with 496 and some change. He's got the 4 red round things. And let's see it, Jim, for a very first squat in a long time. Man, the first one's always the hardest, too. The nerves. Jimmy's unfazed. He's going to be tied for the heaviest opener of this flight. Flight B. To round out the flight, however, it will be rounded out by McCoy Wernholm. McCoy is going to take that same weight at 225. Jimmy's gone and put in a 12.5 kilo jump. It's a pretty big jump, and probably the maximum that you'll see most of the lifters in this flight take is going to be 12.5 at the absolute max. That is how it's played out so far. Alec Vondel also put in a 12.5 jump. McCoy, just a teenager. Man, what are they feeding these kids is always how the refrain goes. Holy smokes. That is an uncommon opener. That could have, if he's willing to jump squat that thing, he could have thrown that through the roof. He might want to take the biggest jump of anybody in this flight. That may be the move, to tell you the truth. If it's a 15 kilo jump, I think we'd say he's perfectly within range. We're hearing Nathan's knee sleeves have skulls. It is interesting. Did he change the sleeves? I think he did. I think he changed sleeves between his first and second attempts. That's a shame. Also missed on depth on his first squat. Comes back here and adds 7.5. That's a lot, to tell you the truth. But did he get a little bit more that he needed out of that second? Maybe a little bit more, but still not on the board yet. He's got once more the left and the right referees giving reds for depth. Oh, pardon the interruption here. We always wonder about the overheating of our camera. Tell you the truth, it happens often, and it just gets, often a little bit worse in the summer. Nathan Zarb coming up next is going to also take a 10 kilo jump. It's 152.5 now. Okay, shame on us. It was Nathan Zarb, in fact, with the skulls on the sleeves. Now we're with it. It's funny because they're not skull-shaped that we can tell. But then I guess here's the best we're going to get of a look at it. All right, well, whether we like it or not, he's going to line up now, shift the feet a couple of times, but finally when he gets that squat command, they've got to remain stable, and then launches through that second. That is a quality attempt selection and execution. Well done. Glenn Gothrow, by the way, missed on his opening squat. Glenn is a guy who a couple of times has weighed in very, very light for the 82.5s. Once at the, we told you that he competed last at USAPL Panther Jungle Throwdown over at Goodrich High on January 31st. He weighed in at 76.4 in the 82.5 class. And typically, you'd like to see somebody get towards the top of the class if we're going to try and fill it out. Today, he made weight for 75 kg. Glenn actually weighed in at 70.4, so he's way under. Guy's kind of a shapeshifter, as it were. Man, that's going to be a sticky second. He might have to expend a ton to get that up. It looks as if he's got it. Yes, but at what cost, we wonder. Wow. Glenn just showed a ton of heart, but we wonder if he's going to continue. He's put in a plus 2.5 jump. Okay. The other option that he could have had there would have been to scratch his third attempt. Now, he still could choose to do that. Basically, that means you go up to the table and you just tell them, hey, I'm not taking a third. Because you've expended a ton of energy there and you probably don't have a whole lot more in the tank, he can just say, yeah, I don't really feel like taking this third attempt. It's not going to do much for me, and it's going to help me more to save some energy for the rest of the day. Ryan Troiano, back under the bar here. Ryan's got 170. He missed on his first on depth at 162.5. Ryan knows these weights well. Took 175 a couple of times at the Michigan State Championships in November. I like that adjustment for Ryan. He looks like he should have more than enough on the second. Yes, please. Ryan's competition best squat was that 162.5 because he has a number in his past of unsuccessful attempts around that range. Also competed at Michigan State's in 2024. Bombed out of that one, unfortunately, on squats by opening with that 170. And so that is an influential number to him. It means a lot for Ryan to come and get that and get the squat PR on the board with hopefully more to go for the third. His bar speed is in no way the issue. Cameron Phillips, now 170 for his second. That's a plus 10 jump. Cameron's got some good squat face going on. And he's got a good squat lift going on as that 170 will fall with ease. David Mendham missed on his first squat too. Folks, we know where the depth calls are at on this one, but remember, David also shifted his feet around a little bit. He's got to make that technical adjustment. Moved his feet after he got the squat command. That was cause for the blue card from his left side from Bryn Nevins. And then in the center, he was hit with depth. He goes up 5 kilos as well. That's always going to put you in a tougher spot. David Mendham's second squat, 187.5 is about 413.5 in pounds. He did make that adjustment. That's the mental game, and David's winning it now. Oh my! Depth on both sides again. We were not expecting that. This all-star referee crew has shown us exactly, though, what every one of these competitors has got to do in order to get themselves those 3 white lights. We have seen it almost more often than not that somebody is at least getting some sort of call to go against them on depth. Alec Vondel, he takes the 12.5 jump. This would be 5 kilos under his competition PR if he can knock out just this second, and looked really, really strong and steady on his first. Absolutely he did. That one we will be the judge of from over here. Thank you very much. Second squat, 205. That's 452 and some change. That's more, I guess, 451.9-ish. Nonetheless. More is in the tank. Undoubtedly. All good news for Alec Vondel so far. Clearly looks like a guy ready to set some big PRs. Chitrakin on the 212.5, not going to pass that on depth. He is just like everybody else, a victim. And it's so funny. That is the #1 thing that the man is known for. But he did shake his head immediately, said, I think he felt that he wasn't to his usual depth. He's one of those guys who can truly sit their heels onto their hamstrings typically in training. But he's going to be making still a big jump. Wow, he put in another 10 kgs worth. That's a lot. Landon Rogers, a 12.5 jump. This is now 215 on the bar for him. Whoa, there's a lot going on there. The instability right before he gets to the hole, but I think he recovered and fought his way through. There's a lot of shifting of weight. The weight going, back to forward, going kind of heels to toes. But he is able to make that adjustment on the fly. Not everybody is able to do that. It's just, it becomes much scarier and always increases exponentially the difficulty of your lift. Toni Väisänen, the Helsinki, Finland native, went high, clean cut for this one. And now takes a 10-kilo jump for his second squat. This is already a competition PR should he hit this of +10. The parlance of powerlifting, folks. Apologies if at any point you need those explained. PR being personal record. 220 kg second is second verse, same as the first. Tony's got a good number, and now his coach coming up behind him is just trying to best him. They're playing, anything you can do, I can do better kind of game. Jimmy Perucci, he put in a 12.5 jump. He wants all that smoke. This would already be a 10-kilo competition PR for his squat. Jimmy's going to make us turn our conversion chart over. That's how you know we're getting heavy here. 4 reds, a white, and a silver. That's how those plates go. The white plates being 5 kg, or a pair of them being 10, and our silvers are 1.25, a pair of them being 2.5. Jimmy is going to dap up everybody, all of our spotters. See, once you get quite this heavy, folks, you need 5 spotters total. You get 2 on either side, and you get 1 behind. Good sign that you're in good hands. Here we go, Jimmy Perucci. 237.5, his second attempt nominated. Nearly 524 pounds. Dunk face. He might have to enter the dunk contest. And I wonder if he wants another 12.5. I wonder if he wants a nice round number at 250. That could be a juicy attempt for his third. In likelihood, you're going to see him go a little bit more conservative than that. Maybe it's 245. That would be a 7-kilo jump. No, he put in the 250. Oh, we love to see that. Jimmy weighed in at 91.8. He knew he wanted to compete against Toni Väisänen head-to-head. He knew he wanted to out-total him. Those two both said that their main goal of the meet was to out-total each other. That's awesome, healthy competition. And Jimmy looks to have a healthy lead if he can polish off his third squat, especially if Tony should miss. That's going to be a fun little scenario to track down the line. And the better bench belongs to Jimmy. The better deadlift belongs to Tony. That's kind of always been that way. McCoy Wernholm still just launching and tossing around his squats. Oh! Ooh. I think he may have jumped the rack command. We didn't tell you all about the commands because it just so rarely factors in on the squat. But I think that's exactly what happened for McCoy. Because he put that bar back into the rack a little bit too early, I think that is exactly what he was called for. That means he's got to either retake that 240, or he's just going to say, nah, forget all that noise. I'm still going up to 255. That is what he's put in over at the table. But that is a mental miscue. It's one of the first real mental mistakes that we've seen from anybody so far. Nathan Sias, he's got a survival squat coming up too. Again, you never want to let it get down to this, but when you are already here, you're backed into that corner, you find what you're made of. You find what kind of lifter you are, and you've probably got to slow it down. You've probably got to really emphasize dunking this more than you do maybe in training. And I think he's got it that time. Please, please, he's on the board. That was the first really even kind of borderline call on a third squat for the survival that we've seen. It's either been, okay, they're pretty high, or they're definitely dunked. I think that one was still a little bit in the middle, but it is enough to pass it. Well done. Nathan Sias posts the 122.5 for his third. Nathan is coached by Jesse Smade. Jesse will feature in Flight C soon enough. Again, this is our second of 3 flights for the day. Jesse will have a 200 kg opener. So, pretty strong gentleman to be coached by, as he's a 90 open competitor. But he does have an insane deadlift. You'll see the deadlifts just start to get more and more comical the closer that we get to the bottom of Flight C. Nathan Zarb, 165, third squat. Took one last shuffle of his feet, but then got the squat command. That's crucial. And now 165 wants to take him dead or alive, but he fought all the way back. Nathan Zarb survives that third squat. Glenn Gothrow will take 170 now, just that minimum jump of 2.5. His second was a soul sucker, as it were. I wonder if Glenn also shuffled his feet. Ah, boy, we're looking at his left foot. And so even if he grinds this whole way, might it still be a cause for DQ? Oh, it's 2-1. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glenn ought to be thanking his lucky stars, because I do believe he shuffled that left foot. Whoa, Cam Phillips just knew something wasn't right from almost immediately on the descent. Had to ditch that and shook it off, said, that's not going to happen. Ryan Troiano is looking for a monster lifetime PR. Wow. He wants beyond 400 pounds. I'm telling you, folks, this is that barrier that people know. Everybody, they might kind of be a little bit uninitiated to certain conversions, right? And they might hear numbers that, well, I don't really know what that is versus in pounds versus kilos. Ryan knows exactly what this one is. 182.5 for Ryan Troiano. This would be a 20 kg competition PR, folks. When was the last time you put 20 kg on a lift all at once? Ryan, what do you got left, man? He should have it on that third. Plus 20. He just launched himself way beyond where he's ever been before. He's battled all his demons. He's hit all those numbers that he's needed and hasn't been able to come up with before. And Ryan is... he's kind of starting to see his master's years creep up on him, as it were. The master ones beginning at 40 years of age. Ryan's now 38. David Mendham, also a survival squat here on 187.5. Oh boy, and he had the up and down too, and then the balance goes. and no further saving it. David Mendham will not be able to post the total. Landon Rogers, he took a 12.5 jump for his first. This is what you usually expect from those when you had to empty that tank a little bit for the second is, okay, a much smaller jump from the second to the third. Now it's 220. Ooh, Landon got way pitched over. He officially now takes that title of the most hingy squat or the most forward torso lean. Ends up in an angle, you know, something like this. And then when that bar rolls up your back a little bit too, when it's moving around, it's just really tough to ever think you're going to be able to overcome all of that. Alec is, are we seeing this right? He's taking a 15. He is taking a 15 jump. His first smoked, his second, same deal. And now his third is a bigger jump still. This is a different Alec Vondel than we've seen on the platform before. Looks different in so many ways. For a 10 kg lifetime squat PR here. And oh my goodness, with more in the tank, he is money on a 220. He's made a statement, and everybody, I think, is feeling it. Alec weighed in at just over 80 kg this morning, so he had plenty of room to move around within the weight class. Alec is known most for his bench press. His bench press opener is well over 300 pounds, but has also made big strides in his deadlift, was formerly a conventional deadlifter, has chosen to switch to the sumo technique, and when we get to deadlifts, we'll tell you all about that. That'll be a topic of conversation. Jithrak Kin missed on his second with a 10 kg jump, takes 10 more, and for the third, it looks like it's gonna come up. Oh, he's got them all. For what it's worth, got the one red on the left. Bryn Nevins, I'm telling you, Bryn, you're hammering them. You were holding everybody, yes, to a very tight standard, but those who haven't quite felt that out or who haven't made the adjustments yet are still going to see that reflected in their total and drop some kilos here and there off of it. Tony Väisänen, 230, his nominated third deadlift. Tony would have a squat PR here of 20 kilos. Nearly 3 years away from the platform from him after USAPL strong enough back in 2023. In the big 2-6, oh, he is tossed by the third. Again, once that bar kind of begins moving around, as it had on his first two attempts a little bit, really tough to pull it down and stabilize it. Jimmy Perucci is nearly bringing up the very bottom of the flight here. Jimmy elected to take a 250 third squat attempt. That is 551 and some change. Jimmy wanted to shout out everybody watching the stream. Was also the very first gentleman to wish yours truly a happy birthday this morning, I gotta say. Hats off, Jimmy. And even technically, it was last night. Lots of respect to him. Trains at Raw. Trains a bunch of our other fantastic lifters around here. But today, it's all about him back on the platform. Don't call it a comeback. 250 kg. Jimmy, empty that tank. Oh, it's a tiny bit shy of the very top that Jimmy stalls. That is the most valiant attempt of the day so far. Man, I think he caught the edges of the rack as he's heading out of there. I don't think that stumble was the passy outies creeping up on him. But he's just a hair shy. Jimmy had the second heaviest squat. Now the heaviest one comes from McCoy Wernholm. McCoy wants a 255. This is the heaviest squat attempt of the day so far. We've seen a couple of these thirds been hit, but it's about a 50-50 clip in this flight. McCoy Wernholm has absolutely smoked his first two, but missed on commands on the last one. Now you gotta wait for that rack command. I think he should have it this time. Bang! 255 kgs, ain't supposed to move quite like that. 562 and some change. McCoy Wernholm done and dusted. This turns us over to Flight C. This is our final flight of the 3 for the day. Aiden Samzik will lead us off on a 175 kg. So as we've gone through all of flights A and B, these flight C squats are the last of the day. Then once we get through the whole flight, we will turn it over to the bench press discipline. We will have 10 minutes time, call that the changeover time in between, and then we'll get back for the bench press soon enough. Flight B did not disappoint, but there were a good number of missed lifts in there on those third squats. Depth was tricky for almost everybody. Wow, Aiden had no issue. I lied. Mea culpa, folks. A lesson in Latin. Mea culpa, my fault. He is probably stunned kind of like we are, but will not pass that. James Quasarano is up with his opener after Aiden misses. James, 38 years of age. He also kind of sees his master's years creeping up on him. Not quite there yet. First competition at the age of 38, though, man, and there's never a better time. There is only to start. Ooh, his knees kind of got stanky. Went in some circles, and then he recovered. And what do we tell you, folks? With that slight little bit of knee valgus, or those knees kind of moving inward toward each other, you can really recruit those gigantic muscles of the inner thigh, the adductors, to contribute to hip extension. And I think that's the nice position that he ended up in. James took a while to get there, but when you end up there, many find that they are strongest in a position like that. Michael Flores, 177.5 for his opening squat. Alex Rodart up next, and Jacob Clemens in the hole. Nice and springy opener. Michael with the depth will not pass. I'm telling you, folks, these athletes have to make an adjustment on the fly. That has been clear to us. That has been shown in each and every decision that our referees have been making. There's just no way to get around it. Alex Rodart, 180. Alex weighed in well light. That's really a common theme among so many of our lifters in these kind of middleweight classes. Weighed in 85.5 for the 90 kg class. Man, he's got another one of those aesthetic, upright, and super quick squats. It can only, in the humble opinion of kind of a squat specialist here over in the booth, it can only be likely achieved through some fairly aggressive rebounding. That is, once you've hit the very, very bottom of your squat, you are trying to really throw that bar up quickly. Sometimes you'll even use the whip of the bar or the kind of bounce as it is, you know, recoiling from the downward force. You can sometimes catch that and on your way back up, let that shoot you up a little bit and help with the speed of it. Jacob Clemens with a very, very wide stance here and turns the toes way out. That's the widest stance probably we've seen all day. It perfectly suits him. He's got that hip anatomy and mobility to be able to do it. Jacob's a high schooler as well as a teen entrant, so 18 years of age for him. Entered both of those, age divisions. The high school powerlifting scene, it continues to build and build. Let's see. We're going to have our head referee, Thomas McCarty, come up and I think tell Robbie he's got to pull his socks down. That's exactly what it is. They were saying that his socks were making contact with his knee sleeves. And really, the sleeves are very close to the singlet as well. That is also, would be an improper lifting costume, as it were. Goes by the verbiage of the rule book. Still, gets that start command, and then, again, with the very wide squat stance, he's super, super comfortable putting that weight into mostly the hips. Pretty much the wider the stance, the greater the demand for hip flexion and extension. And then the narrower the stance, you'll bias your knee flexion and extension. You've got to, flex to some degree at the ankle regardless. Probably the number one thing that determines the ankle flexion demand of your squat is going to be, for the most part, your bar position. We haven't seen a lot of lifters with a true high bar position where the bar sits towards the top of the trapezius. Most opt for the low bar position where it's more toward the rear deltoid. We need an anatomy chart, a skeleton, even a ballistics gel torso or something to show you sometime. I think we'll invest in that maybe for our next meet. Our next meet's tomorrow, by the way. You're over on the Barbell YouTube channel. Ryan Cohen opening on a 195. Boy, his hips are objectively a little crooked. I think it was the setup of his feet that caused that, where his kind of toes were not pointed in equal angle outward. Oh, you have a little silver popping off of the bar there. No worries, no harm, no foul. Jesse Smade on that 200 kg opener. Rocking a USA singlet. You want to talk about national teams in the World Cup, and is this a good time? Is this a sensitive time maybe to be donning a Team USA kind of singlet? Maybe. But you do have the third place, the consolation match of the World Cup, as it were, with France and England today at 5 p.m. Eastern. Really, really surprising to see the very, very much front runner, the favorite France, exiting in that semi. Nathan Hamp opens on a 220. That's a big number for him. He should be more than good enough. Our final Nathan of the day. Oh, folks, I'm telling you, when will I learn? It is, in fact, 3 reds given for depth. We are very surprised on this. Again, though, the verbiage of the rule book will, in every federation, say something to the effect of the top of the knee joint has got to dip below the top of the hip joint. Tristan Howard is a 140 kg plus. That's an unlimited weight class, so you can weigh whatever you want. Tristan did weigh just a little bit over the cap for the super heavyweights at 143.7 this morning. Again, that's one of the first things that you do early on in the morning is you come in and you get your body weight because you just don't want to have to wait to eat and rehydrate, especially if you had to really do some things to make weight, as some competitors do if they're close to the cap for their class. Tristan Howard, 140 plus and opening on a 240. Oh my, that is springy. You might have to check his shoes. Does he got the little moon boots on or something? You guys remember moon boots? Ben Beddick is up next. This is a gentleman that yours truly knows well. He smoked me, tell you the truth. Competed at Powerlifting America Irongeddon 2. Totaled 732.5 kilos. And had a bunch of lifetime PRs in that one. And just blew away the great majority of the field there. And was the best lifter overall in that meet. Ben's now 36 years of age, still getting stronger all the time. Got a very, very narrow stance. One of the most narrow probably that you'll see all day. And yet his legs block out the sun, and he's got no issue with the opener on 245 keys. Ben's all-time competition best is 292.5, set at that Irongeddon 2. Back here at Raw Strength, just in September of this past year, but it's unlikely then, considering where he's opening, that he's going to be around that range. Now, he is quote-unquote down a weight class. The Powerlifting America weight class that he was in was a 93. Today in USAPL, he is a 90. It matters. He has gone down a bit in body weight. Brandon Matthew Jackson. Holy smokes, 285. He's really kind of stumbling back, kind of uneven with his walkout. But then the squat part, he's got that part down. That's problem solved. Oh boy, it's depth. Oh boy, it's depth on all three reds. So again, you don't get to retake it. Holy smokes, are these guys held to some very, very high, or as it were, very low standards, because they have to absolutely dunk these. Jesse Norman. A spectacular performance at USAPL Michigan State's. He was a primetime competitor. That means he was selected. It was that invite only, kind of the all-star showing of powerlifting. And Jesse squatted 330 there. Totaled 805 kilos, missing his third bench and third deadlift attempts, but squatted 330 for a lifetime PR. Jesse Norman is at the bottom of the flight, and there's a real good reason why. He's got the heaviest opener here at 295. And you see why. You see why he's the heaviest. Oh my goodness. That's center and right red lights. His face told us what we need to know. He said, oh. He's surprised like we are. Brandon Jackson put in a 300 kilo second. That's a 15 jump. I don't think Jesse Norman is going to take quite that much. I think he's going to go up. I don't think he's going to retake that 295, but we expect it to be a smaller jump. We are entirely wrong. Never mind. He put in 317.5 for his second. That's plus 22.5. That is one of the biggest jumps, really, that you'll see. Michael Flores, his second squat attempt comes here at 177.5. This is a retake. Michael's up at the top of the flight. These are the second squats coming. That looks much better from where we are, but boy, have we been wrong before. 3 whites that time. That's all that we want to see. If it were up to us over here in the booth, we would pass every lift, but that just hasn't been the case at all. We're hammering the depth standard today, folks, and everybody knows that that is where the bar is at. That's what everybody's got to do today is whatever you think your depth is, whatever you think, okay, typically this is where I sink all my squats to, you've got to go lower than that. Essentially, completely non-negotiable. Second there for Jim Quasarano. That's just a 2.5 jump, but I tell you what, if he's continuing to execute at that level, he's going to stack up his total throughout the day. That is the sum of his best lift of each discipline added up together. He is really, really within that groove, within that kind of comfortable pocket right now that you can sit in and without overextending yourself can really put up a great number. Aiden will kind of false unrack one time, make sure that bar is coming out of the rack with him. And then now as he readjusts, he missed on his first, jumps 10 for the second. Wow, did he get a ton more on the depth. Man, his knees are going everywhere. That's a chaotic second, but it should pass by us. It does. There was a ton of inefficiency to the lift, to tell you the truth. He had both knees that came in pretty far, and then the left knee really drifted way out, and so that right hip and everything on that right side has to compensate further. But he's got it. That's the thing. It should be a very small jump, and it is for Aiden. He's only put in a 2.5 jump for his third, and even, again, could choose to scratch that. That could arguably be the right call. We'll find out when he comes back up. Alex Rodart, another 7.5 on for his second squat, 187.5. Just as silky smooth. Could you believe, would you quite literally believe it if we told you that Alex Rodart is still a junior? He's just 23 years old. We are stunned to learn that. We would have thought he was closer to masters at least. Very much a grown man there at 23 years of age, tossing around some grown man weights. He wants a 200-kilo third squat. I think that's going to be within range for him. Ryan Cohen, also so often found working at the Power Belly Barbell meets. This time, we've lost a couple of our finest soldiers, but they're on the platform themselves. Renika Buggs already put up a monster squat PR for herself of 140 kg. Ryan Cohen missed on his first. Looking to come back and retake it. Ryan still got some real unevenness, but here's the thing. The depth in there and the strength is there, and so how much does that matter? Ryan's been off the platform for a while, too. About 1.5 years. Last competed at 2024 Michigan States. Did squat 222.5 there. Likely not going to be in that range as he's just put in a minimum jump, really, for his third attempt. We're very surprised about that. But it is true. Jesse Smade, a competition PR match on the bar here for his second. Jesse just competed at USAPL Up North Unleashed, and when we say just, we mean just. That was back on June 6th. This is July 18th. Guy had less than 6 weeks off to make this really quick turnaround, but we'll tell you why we think he did so in a second. 210. Competition PR match should be on the board, and it is. Here's the thing about that performance for Jesse Smade. He hit his third squat there at 210. It was a comp PR. Hits his opening bench, and then something just goes funky on his second bench there, and he was clearly dealing with an injury. Something was just not right about him on the day. He then goes and takes 2 unsuccessful deadlift attempts and says, hey, I can't go on. I can't finish. I cannot take this third attempt. And so he didn't. He would scratch and end up not receiving a total. For what it's worth, that makes that 210 squat that he did hit in competition there unofficial. It's, we put that in air quotes. But so he's just hopefully recovered in time and kind of maintained his peak, right? Kind of hopes that that strength will hang out and that boost that you get from that reduction in training volume, hoping that it sticks with him. Jacob Clemens, 210 on his second is money. Jacob's got probably one more real big jump, and then we wouldn't be shocked. Robbie Taylor and Jacob Clemens both took some big jumps, but Robbie had the even bigger of the two. He goes 192.5 to open, 215 for his second. 22.5 kilo jump is one of the biggest, one of the healthiest jumps you're ever going to see. Robbie Taylor under a 215 kg second. He's pulled the socks down. He's pulled the knee sleeves down. He's made all the necessary adjustments. Oh my. Talk about your hip dominance, but he should have the depth he needs. He also is going to go catch the side of the rack there. Don't think we didn't see that. It's just tough because there's only so much space up on this elevated platform. You can't necessarily see it except when our spotters step on it. That platform is raised a few inches. And so, especially when you get really heavy and you have to have your 4 side spotters and a back spotter, there's really not that much room for the lifter to exit. And then they have to go to the scoring table afterward. And as they're headed there, a few of them have tripped over that little side peg of the rack. Jimmy Perucci was one of them. Don't think I didn't see that. Nonetheless, Nathan Hamp here will be retaking his opener. It's 220 kilos. Was, like many others, hammered on depth on his first. Looks like a great adjustment made. Oh, dear Lord, is this a tightly called meet so far. It's not that we don't want to see that. It is... We want to see as many lifts pass as possible from our side. We're not even necessarily thinking of all of the tiny little technical this and that's that could happen that do pop up when you watch a full powerlifting meet of 3 flights of 40-plus competitors like we're having today. Ben Beddick, his 260-second attempt coming. Puts him towards the bottom of the flight, but of course we know who really occupies the very bottom here, Jesse Norman. He'll have a comically insane attempt coming up soon. Ben's 260 is smoke. And is there the fire? Ben's waiting, I think, to see the lights come up. He still hasn't. Oh no, it's an agonizing wait here. What a time this is. I thought it looks good to us. Okay, finally. Again, I think he came over and he had that fun little interaction with our head referee that you can see in the camera frame now, Thomas McCarty. Thomas is a USAPL competitor himself, but now the chief referee today also gets recruited so often as a spotter and loader. Folks, this sport sinks its teeth into you, and then you're hooked. Tristan Howard puts in a 25 kg jump. Now, this is the biggest jump for anybody so far. If Jesse Norman actually decides to take that second at 317.5, he would claim that right back. But still, big numbers. Tristan takes that slowly all the way through the midpoint, but he's got it with plenty to spare. I think he's opting for, not sure if that was a van. The flat shoes are going to be... It's always a debate. There are really 2 schools of thought. There is a very, very flat shoe with a next to 0 heel-toe drop, or there is an elevated heel, which will typically be accomplished with what we call an Olympic weightlifting shoe. Very useful for the Olympic weightlifting movements, being the snatch and the clean and jerk, but also a favorite of many powerlifters. Look at how flat the shoe Brandon Jackson's wearing here is. This is, again, that very polar other school of thought with the flattest shoe that you can possibly have that allows the most kind of natural foot position that you could. Brandon missed on 285 on his opener on depth. This is 300. It moves just as fast, maybe quicker, and 3 whites. That's huge. That is 661 pounds and some change. Affirmative. Copy that. Jesse Norman, though, not to be outdone by anybody at all. He wants to get himself likely in the range of a comp PR, and so he does the kind of close to unthinkable. And Jesse puts on a 317.5 after missing on his opener. Talk about your strength sports veterans. This guy just expects to win everywhere he goes. Has just about always taken first in his class, no matter where he is at all times. He is a 110 and fills out that class nicely, weighed in at 109.3. Bar's still a little uneven on his back. See if it affects anything when he gets to the bottom. He slows down his descent here for his second squat, but he's still got a 700-pound smoke show. Boy, it's the center and the right again. Those are the same 2 reds that he got the first time. Remember, folks, when you get 2 red lights, that lift will not pass. You have to get at least 2 white lights to pass the lift. Oh, boy. He immediately went in and put a retake in at the table. He's going to take 317.5 again. That, in fact, means Brandon Jackson could have the heaviest squat of the day if he's able to hit his 320 nominated third squat. It's certainly possible. But I tell you, that is going to be an utterly demanding third, even though Brandon has been very quick with his first 2. Jim Quasarano going to take this out. Jim should be just about perfect on his third 2. Boom. For a first competition, Jim looks like a true veteran. He's coached by Amanda. Not only his coach, but his wife. And so Amanda, he says he wouldn't have started lifting at all without her. And at 38 years of age, truly, again, no better time to start. You get your master's years coming up real soon, and so you can enter as a master and, you know, get some of that advantage maybe of, okay, some older competitors that I'm going against too, and those who are of similar age to me. That open age category is from the end of the 23rd year, that is from the 24th birthday, essentially, all the way through 39 years of age. And then once you get to 40, that's your cutoff for your master's age division. You can still choose to enter that open age division as well at any other age that you may be, but the double entrance, for what it's worth, costs more money when you go to register for a meet. That's something that not everybody tells you. If you choose to enter multiple age divisions, you will get to directly compete then against other age divisions, but you just won't, you know, you'll leave with your pocketbook a little bit lighter. Aiden let this squat time all the way out. He intentionally chose not to take his third squat, and that 60 seconds has elapsed. So Aiden's going to sit on the 185. He really did empty his gas tank on his second. And so that's a business decision. His 185 sits for his second attempt, and he missed his opener too. And so he's got a big deadlift on him. His nominated deadlift opener is 215. It's seemingly the right thing to do for Aiden. Michael Flores is going to take 190 for his third. Okay. 177.5, missed on the opener. Got it back on the second. 12.5, a lot, but not an insurmountable jump. Got a comment in the chat. These judges are strict on depth. Absolutely. That is zero secret today. But they told us in the rules meeting at about 8:15 that they were going to truly hammer depth. Michael's 190 looks just about picture Perfect. Well done. USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot here from Raw Strength in Kalamazoo. We have our third squats coming for our third flight of the day. When we polish all of these off, we'll have 10 minutes of changeover time and then take it to our second discipline of the day, the bench press, coming soon. Tanner White, real happy to be with you here on this fine Saturday morning. We got 10:38 a.m. That is Eastern Daylight Time. And the air quality improving, we suppose, in the state of Michigan. That's it's positive. Still, it's a warm one today. We'll check the weather here briefly. We got 82 degrees. Ryan Cohen, 197.5. It's a minimum jump for him. But man, is he under control that whole way. Owns every inch of his bar path and should own a 197.5 third squat. Yes, he does. Nicely done for Power Belly Barbell's own Ryan Cohen. It's difficult to figure out how we're surviving here with no Ryan and no Renika. They are two of the hardest working in the sport, and we appreciate all of the work that they do around the meets. Registering people and checking them in and spotting and loading and this and that and the other thing. Alex Rodart comes and pumps up everybody before his third comes at 200 kg even. We love those even numbers. His best competition squat coming in was 175. Unbelievable. He wants a 25 kg comp PR. Well, sure. Go and get it then. He's got it. Got it. Good. That is an astounding number to put on all at once. 25 kilos to his competition PR. For what it's worth, he did make a jump up in weight class. Was a 82.5 at the Michigan State Championships in November. Jesse Smade, 220. This is a 10 kg squat PR, headband and all. This is truly a comeback meet when you make a maybe 6-week turnaround and then you are right back up here on the platform after you had an injury that pulled you out of the last one. You weren't able to post a total. It's a really tough spot to put your body in, but sometimes the mind over matter prevails on meet day when that adrenaline pumps. No, Jesse's got to ditch it on the third. 220, just too much on the day. Nathan Hamp missed on 220 twice. Nathan is back out one more time. Had to take the retake, and this is another survival squat coming. We've had a couple of bomb outs on the day. Haven't had one for this flight yet. And Nathan, to avoid being the first, has got to find those last couple of inches. You see, that's the thing. He's got all the strength in the world, and now he's got the depth to go with. Nathan also weighed in well underweight for that 125 class. He weighed in at 116.8. Almost 10 kg of room for him to spare. That's a lot. And again, you don't really gain anything from being a tweener, from being in the middle of your weight class, but sometimes you just show up and, okay, I'm going to compete at whatever weight my body wants to be this day, right? I'm not going to intentionally, kind of eat my way up to the next class or down to the next class, right? I'm not going to intentionally go down or water cut or any of those things. Robbie Taylor, comp squat PR here if he can polish this 500 plus. That 215 gave him an absolute scrap, and so I don't know. That was probably a Hail Mary, to tell you the truth. 12 and a half. It's kind of an aggressive jump ever. And after a second squat, which wanted to bury him, I think it's really unlikely that was ever going to come up for his third. Felt like maybe he was going to find that third gear, but wasn't to be today. Jacob Clemens is taking another monster jump. It was big the first time. It's bigger the second time. You usually don't see the jumps get bigger from the second to the third. But this time, these high schoolers, I'm telling you, they've got this ability to do it, to just mutate and just every single time they get out there make incredibly rapid progress. Jacob Clemens, 235 keys. I think he knew that that wasn't to depth in the first place, and then probably would have had the up and down if he had been able to save that, and would have been red lighted anyway. So, not successful on the third squat. Again, we're at about that 50% clip for the flight. That's roughly where the third squats have been for the whole day so far. We still got just a couple of bomb outs. Shauna Johnson back in flight A, David Mendham in flight B. Everybody in this flight has now posted a total, and nobody is in danger of not doing so, as Nathan Hamp got his on the board. Ben Beddick, 270. This is below some of his squat openers in the past. But again, he's just stacking the total up there. And his 270 comes up with ease. I'm telling you, this guy is a pro's pro. Ben's a teacher at Gull Lake 2 in the 269. A Grand Valley grad with a Bachelor's of Science, unsurprisingly, in PE, physical education. It was honestly a privilege to take a second overall to a guy like Ben at Powerlifting America Irongeddon 2 here at Raw. It's a little bit below his lifetime best totals, but he keeps stacking chips. That's all you can ask. 275 for Tristan Howard. This is beyond 600 pounds too. And remember to tip your side spotters, folks. That's a scary moment, as they will catch that 606. 275 third squat, not quite for Tristan Howard. You had a feeling with the fight that the 265 gave him. We got two more squats for the flight, folks. This first one is Jesse Norman at 317.5. The last one is going to be Brandon Matthew Jackson at 320. Jesse Norman, a Romulus native, coached by Joey Shepard of Circle City Strength. He's tuning up for the Michigan State Prime Time Championships. He knows he's going back to states, yes. But I tell you what, really wants to get a total on the board here, not risk a bomb out, and not need another meet to get on the board with a qualifying total. Hasn't competed since primetime states of last year. Squatted 330 there for a lifetime PR. It hasn't been his day yet on squat, and I'm telling you, he has set up unevenly each of his first two times with the bar further towards the right side of his back. It looks like he has scooched it over a little, but a 317 survival squat coming. When was the last time you had to squat 700 to stay in the meet? That's where Jesse Norman is right now. What's in the tank? He should have it. Message received. That's gutsy. Jesse Norman all the way down to the very last couple of inches. Was at the end of his rope, but he found the survival squat. Last squat of the day here, Brandon Matthew Jackson. 320 kgs is 705 and some change. Brandon missed his opener. That feels like a long time ago because his second was just absolutely smoked. Now his third for the heaviest squat all day long. Yeah, not a chance. He knew that. He had to ditch it fairly quick. As he lets it go, he gives a bow to everybody. He still leaves with 300 kg, and he thanks his side spotters, that is, for their service. Yeah, I would too, after a 705-pound dump. That wraps us all the way up with squats. Our heaviest squat does end up belonging to Jesse Norman. Not how he thought he would get it, but he does get it up on the board. 317 and a half. Ronika Buggs, our own of the Powerbelly Barbell family. A huge PR for her back from flight A of 140 Ks. Hey, here we are, folks. Tanner White, so glad to be with you here from the booth. USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot. That's 3 flights in, and that's all of our squats here for Powerbelly Barbell. We're going to step out, have that 10 minutes of change over time, and when we come back, bench press coming up soon. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back. So glad to be here with you. The USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot is just about to hop into the bench press. I'm Tanner White. If you're just joining us this morning, you missed some fantastic squats. Oh my goodness. Jesse Norman had a survival squat on his third, had to post a number at 700 pounds or 317.5 kg, and he did it, by golly. Took everything out of him for the most part, but that was the heaviest squat completed out of that flight. And as we turn over to the bench press, take a look at the platform here. Well, folks, this is what they call the most technical of the three power lifts. You're going to hear three different commands given by our head referee. Our chief referee today, again, is Thomas McCarty, a USAPL state competitor, a state referee. Guys just involved across all levels of the sport, as so many of us are here throughout the sport of powerlifting. Our opening bench belongs to Natasha Ford here at 47.5 kilos. All right, your three commands, you hopefully just heard them clearly enough. We're bumping the crowd mic a little bit for you to see if we can pick up a little bit more of that. But those three commands go like this: start, press, rack. The start command means when the bar is held motionless out front of you, it's locked all the way out. That start command means, okay, you can begin to lower that bar down towards the chest. You've got to take it and pause it to the moment where it's appreciably motionless on the chest. Then that's where the press command comes in. As soon as that referee determines, okay, that bar is definitely motionless, they give you that press command. You can start to press it up towards your head. You got to press it back up to full extension, hold it there, and then once you get the rack command, put it back into the hooks, and you're good. That'll be your three commands. Lisa Bolding is taking her bench here at 47.5.
How's that? Can you hear more?
Lisa got that start command, I think, twice. Wasn't ready for it maybe, or didn't hear it the first time. But nonetheless, afterwards is all good, and that press is easy enough. Lisa is what we call a push-pull competitor. That means she did not elect to compete in the squat, but will compete in the bench press and the deadlift. Those are your push and pull. And then, of course, when you complete all three disciplines within the day, we call that a full power entry. 11:03 a.m., folks, live from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo. A huge thank you to gym owner Jeremy Muchler, always too kind to us. Jeremy is, and a fantastic, what do we call him in that first flight, like a shepherd of strength sports? That he is. He really, across the strongman, powerlifting, Olympic lifting, bodybuilding, and personal training spaces, loves this gym and always equips it with the very best. Malia Birchmeyer on a 55 kg opener. She looks to be taking very close to a maximum legal grip width. That max grip width, you'll see those rings on the barbell that are outside of the knurling. You've got to have your pointer fingers inside of those rings, so you just can't have all the fingers outside of those. We're having our meet director, Chloe Darnell, pointing at the bench itself. I wonder what exactly she's saying about it. We're not quite close enough to hear it. But you can tell that lunch showed up too, and so everybody's kind of, they got that in the back of their minds as well that we're contending with. Bunch is still being adjusted here while our platform is inactive. We'll take another moment and set the scene for you. Again, this is the opening flight of USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot bench presses. We've already gone through all three flights with all of our squat attempts. You had just a couple of bomb outs, David Mendham out of flight B and Shauna Johnson out of flight A. Those are the only two who will not be receiving a total. Everybody in flight C posted at least one successful squat. Jesse Norman, a USAPL state primetime competitor from 2025 state championships. Well, he had to go all the way down to the wire with a 700-pound squat. And now bench is still being adjusted. It ended up being actually a fairly short delay there. That was less than 2 minutes. Well done. Good news, not going to be a long detour here. We finished in a little under 2 hours time with the squats. The bench press tends to, on average, maybe go a little bit quicker. We will audibly knock on wood. Here's Nicole's opening bench of 65 keys. Nicole might have had a little bit of movement on that chest, but still, again, the press is not the issue for many of these athletes. It's getting that, once you've gotten that press command, getting that bar moving shortly off of the chest, that's the issue. That first couple of inches off of the chest is, on average, we would say where more lifters fail than the midpoint or near the top, as it were. Jasmine Miller, her opener is 60 kg coming soon. Jasmine had a big squat on her for her third. She hit a 140. The heaviest women's squat overall belongs to Mary Norris. All of our women's competitors, for what it's worth, will feature in Flight A here. Then we've got Flight B and C. When everybody has taken their 3 attempts with the bench press, we'll move on to the deadlift. We'll get this whole, what you call, combo rack that you're staring at right there, the TSS Strength Systems, Texas Strength Systems combo rack. We'll get that completely off of the platform, and then it'll just be that lonely, lonely barbell and a lonely lifter coming out there to pull. That's the most beautiful thing about it. The deadlift is just a duel between you and gravity. And it will be starting after we get through all of our bench presses. 62.5 kg coming from Mackenzie Jackson on her opener. So Mackenzie, we tried to get to this on her second squat. I think we just didn't quite have the time. She's born in Schwartz Creek, but now calls Clarksville, Tennessee home. Has a very wide split of her feet. You'll see some athletes who put the feet almost directly kind of underneath their knees and very close together. And then you'll see the opposite end of the spectrum there with what Mackenzie did is her feet are very, very wide, but farther away from her. Renika Bugs, Power Belly Barbell's own, a personal trainer, a spotter, loader, and everything because that is truly how the sport works. But today, just a lifter. Renika's first time as a 65 kilo competitor. Opens 7.5 kilos under her best bench attempt. Got a real good chance to be on track for another bench PR, and man, does she dance off with every single successful attempt, having a little bit more fun than the last. She is notorious for the energy that she brings, and now Shauna Johnson comes up, 70 kilos for her. So we mentioned that she was not able to register a successful squat, but here's the thing, they don't kick you out. They don't send a bouncer after you. You get to stick around, and most athletes choose to do so. That means she can continue to bench and deadlift. She just won't receive an official total at the end of this meet. You get lots of, the good competition experience. You get those heavy touches. You kind of get the feeling for, okay, this is where my strength has got to be on meet day. She'll rack this. I wonder if she missed a command or two. I think she did. I don't believe the bar was ever all the way down to the chest, and that's why the press command did not come for Shauna. Julia Woolman is working on a fantastic powerlifting debut. She hit a 127.5 squat and opens with 75 on bench. She's got a big deadlift opener coming. We won't spoil it. We'll let you see it. Coached by Brendan Pappen of Momentum Powerlifting. We understand Coach Pappen is with us here today. I saw him briefly during weigh-ins and rack heights. Didn't get a chance to talk to him yet, but one of the gurus, truly, of the sport, and known not just around the state of Michigan, but certainly around the state of Michigan with a bunch of animals on his Momentum roster. Julia pressing beyond body weight on the opener. Hello. Heavily chalks her back, does Julia. You'll see a lot of athletes, though not all, opt for that. It's to aid with sticking to the bench, adhering to that bench pad. And in fact, you see some of those athletes leave a little chalk spot on the bench. Madison Newberry taking an 80-kilo opening bench here. The heaviest couple of attempts are going to be really special down at the bottom of this flight. They are. Not only is Mary Norris absolutely cooking on the day and has the heaviest bench opener among women, we'll tell you about Gary Erdman when we get down to the very bottom of this flight, and he has his bench opener because Gary is a very special competitor himself. Madison on her 80 kg opener. The speed, tell you the truth, is not the kind of thing you'd want to see. And she gets one red light with a blue card. I think she went over and immediately asked that side referee, hey, what do I have to do? That's one of those things that not everybody will tell you when you compete in powerlifting, is that you have every right as a lifter, provided you do this respectfully, and that's a huge, huge caveat. To go over to your referees after a missed lift or any cards at all, any red lights, and say, hey, what'd you see? What did I do? Those who can handle that best, who can handle it with a lot of grace, will typically the rest of the meet just have a much better, you know, judge's response to them, as it were. Reina Mata under this opener at 90 kilos here. This is just 5 kilos off of her best, so might be able to take a PR on her second if she really wants it. Twice a Michigan State Championships competitor, made the primetime session, the first ever primetime session last year in 2025, and has every right, it looks like, to be back there. She is, we know, on the list of those who have received invites to that primetime session for this coming year. We've now got a Go Maddie in the chat. Madison Newberry truly is, if you had put that second squat maybe on the board of 150, been way, way beyond anything else that she had done before. She is one of those double entrants of both the junior and the open age categories. So she competes against everybody in both of those directly, as it were. Louis Vanderwerf with a very narrow grip relatively. You see his hands are about an inch inside of the rings with his pinkies. The average lifter, we would suggest, is going to be somewhere between, okay, my pinky fingers are on the rings and maybe my middle finger or so. Then, as we tell you, the pointer fingers have got to be inside of it. You just can't have all of your fingers outside of those rings to still qualify for a legal grip width. Thumb has got to be around the bar as well. No thumbless grips that you might see like this. Some will elect to, trying to make sure you can see it here in the camera frame. Yes, some will elect to, while in the gym, have the thumb just kind of off to the side of the bar like this. Can't do that in competition. Got to take what you call a full grip with that thumb around. Mary Norris opens on 100. This is beyond body weight for her. And bingo. She's got a 290 kilo subtotal. That subtotal refers to the totals of your best squat plus your best bench on the board. All right, so here's Gary Erdman, folks. This guy is, it's just almost astounding how much the older population has gotten into the strength world. Gary is 71 years of age, just competed as well, back on June the 6th at USA Powerlifting Up North Unleashed, benched 110 there. He opens on 100 kg here. And Gary's decades of iron are showing up right now. This guy debuted in 2024 at the age of 69 in the sport. He is a bench-only competitor. That is another one of those options that you have instead of a full power entrant where you complete all 3 of the lifts. There are also deadlift-only options, but we do not have... We're glancing through again to make sure that we don't steer you wrong, but we are not seeing any deadlift-only competitors today. We weren't expecting any, but sometimes, you know, even the morning of, somebody can kind of have a change of hearts, and we'll have to make that adjustment at times. Up at the top of the flight, Flight A's second bench attempts coming. Lisa Bolding will take 50 kilos for this. Once more, she's a push-pull competitor. That means she'll compete in the bench press and the deadlift. Did not elect to squats. She's an 82.5 kilo Master 2B. Again, those are ages 55 to 59. Lisa's got plenty to go. It was just a minimum jump for her, but she had some maybe questions hearing the command for her first. She made the lift successfully, and it passed 2-1, but I believe that that's what the one read was for, was, okay, we gave you multiple start commands. Everybody with a successful opener except for Shauna Johnson. Shauna missed on the command for, we believe it was the press, or maybe not lowering that bar all the way down to the chest to even get the press command, so technically she did jump it, as it were. Leah Birchmeyer, 57.5. Malia is silky smooth. She took a minimum jump. We're surprised. It looked like she probably had more in her. Malia's brother, Connor, will also be a bench open competitor. Connor is 28 years of age. Malia is 29. And Connor will be, well, let's see quite how many attempts out here. We'll try and count them up for you in a moment. Connor's in flight C. It's about 77 attempts away right now. Yeah, you got almost 2 full flights before we get there. And Natasha Ford takes a 10-kilo jump. Hello. That is on the very aggressive side for most with the bench press. It is. And yet, that is very well done. And with a comfortable 57.5, she could add another 7.5 maybe and still be within range, we think. Natasha squatted 127.5 for her best squats. She put in a 5-kilo jump. That's more in line with what you expect of a bench, but truly, with women's competitors, 2.5, those minimum jumps often make sense as well. And several of our competitors have put in those jumps as small as 2.5. 60 kg for Nicole here. Nicole got that quick press command, yes, but it's still going to stall out a little bit. Nicole says she's only been training about 4.5 months, and that is a very brave decision to come out here onto the platform, to put that singlet on, to get, you know, the many, many things that you've got to do to get here onto the platform, right? You got to pay your registration fee for the meet, but also the membership fee for your federation. You've got to, you know, get the singlet or the lifter's costume, right, as the rule book will refer to it. You've got to learn all of the technical skills of the sport, and within 4.5 months' time, she said, yeah, you know what? I want to find out how strong I am now. I want to get on the platform and show what I can do. Renika Buggs, a 65 kg second attempt here. Renika's competition bench PR is 70. This is the 2.5 jump. If she wanted to take a PR again on her third, it would need to be a 7.5 jump. That's a lot. Renika's going to toast that second, and then it's going to be a real interesting decision. As a real interesting celebration is just a given. We already knew she was going to do that. But I wonder if she's willing to take a 7.5 kilo jump to get a competition bench PR. It's possible. It's awfully aggressive for most. Shauna Johnson has yet to post a lift so far. I wonder if it is about the hearing. See, they just moved our chief referee, Thomas McCarty, closer to her. I think it is about her ability to hear the command. That's why you see our referee quite so close. And now she makes light work of that second. Look, she had all the strength in the world for that. I think she's going to be very, very appreciative of the accessibility change there. It is oh so often a really neglected part of the sport is the power lifts as we prescribe them in the rulebook just sometimes don't match necessarily perfectly to people's own ability. And if you've got something like a hearing deficit there, then that just levels that playing field back to even, to have that referee move up close and to speak real loud and clear and concise. And then a fantastic second bench for Shauna to get one up on the board. Mackenzie Jackson, 72.5 second. A 10 jump is a ton. She's got it. But how much more, we wonder. This might be the time for a minimum jump. Wow. That was 5, maybe 6 seconds spent in the midpoint of that. Now, if that bar does not dip, it may stop. That is, the bar can be motionless for a while, even while you're pushing at your absolute hardest. If it ever takes that slightest dip down, you're going to see blue cards given with red lights. Mackenzie is... Let's see, we're taking a look at the second attempt she put in. She's going with 77.5, so that's another 5 kilos up. We're surprised that it's not the minimum jump, to tell you the truth. Jazz is on a 75 kg second attempt. Hello, a 15 jump is often aggressive on a squat. She takes it on a bench. Oh my, now we see why, never mind. Message received, Jazz, we see ya.
Sorry. Sorry, Julia next. Forward, bar is loaded.
Julia Woolman, her second attempt comes at 75 kgs. It's a whole red round thing, plus that 20 kilo Texas Strength Systems power bar. Plus, we haven't even mentioned your competition collars. Shame on us. Those collars that you use on the platform here on meet day, a pair of them is 5 kilos. That means they're 2.5 kilos each. Julia Woolman setting up for the 75 kg. Again, she's been smoking her powerlifting debut here, her first time out on the platform, and looks like she's been here quite a while. And with way more in the tank, it's back in the rack. She's encountered next to no resistance so far. My, oh my. Madison Newberry on the 85 keys. Remember, folks, cameras are rolling at all times. Ooh, boy, I don't know. Has it gone down at all? If not, that's an epic fight. Oh, let's see. Give it to us, please. Nope, that's the up and down. That was our only question about it. We thought, okay, it never truly stopped. But if any tiniest visual dip of that bar downward happens and then you begin that motion upward, it's going to be cause for no lifts. Reina Mata tying a competition best if she's able to hit this here. And that was last done at a bench-only meet. Went to the Arnold, and at the Arnold show there, put on a show with a 95 kilo bench. She has attempted that in full power at prime time of the Michigan State Championships last year. but has a chance to take it on her second attempt up a class here, first time in the 65s. And Reina with way more in the tank too. Sauntering off and knowing probably that that 100 is there. I'm more so expecting her to take a minimum jump, but I think undeniably could eke that out. Some choose, if they have a really, really cranked setup, a very, very tight setup and a hefty arch in the low back, they can choose to leave a little bit in the tank, maybe on bench, because of the fact that that can fatigue the low back and you know you still have to deadlift later on. Lewis Vanderwerf, 100 kilos, a minimum jump for him. I wonder, did he have the up and down? He had like a triple pause bench in there at some point. That's going to be my question. And yeah, it's from all three different ways. Let's take a look at the... Oh, apologies, our patented hippo replay just couldn't quite keep up there. We'll do our best to get some more of those for third attempts in a few. Our head referee, again, Thomas McCarty there, is talking to Lewis, telling him what he saw, but it's certainly going to be the up and down. With as many different times as that bar stalled out within his bar path, it's almost certainly got to be that. Mary Norris, 107.5. Wow. Mary Norris with the heaviest women's bench. It's on her second. She would probably have that title secured easily right now. My, oh my, she needed no further help. So, if she wants another 5, I think that's likely. If she wanted another 7.5, that's aggressive. But we'll tell you in a moment what Mary puts in at the table. You should, and we are, of course, following along with all of these live results on liftingcast.com. If we failed to mention it so far throughout the day, shame on us. But once again, that's liftingcast.com. Search the USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot. Mary Norris puts in a 112.5 comp PR for herself. Gary Erdman looking to take a state record here for all of your Masters 4s. 112.5. And he hung out there on his chest too with a long command. And get it racked and stacked. The 7th decade gone. The 8th looks to be just as fruitful. Unbelievable. Gary Erdman is as ageless as anybody that you'll find in this sport. Wow.
Here we go. Come on.
Lisa Boulding had 2 really good benches for her first and second. She's now back up for her third on a 55 kilos. Again, that head referee, Thomas McCarty, gets a little bit closer to make certain she can hear it. And then the question is not, can she press it? Because the answer is absolutely yes. 3 of the easier bench attempts that we've seen, and I think she comes up a little sheepish from the opening miss, having missed the command, but now really that's just no issue. Nicole Danielle Stanley says her preferred name, Coco. Works for us. A Lansing native here. And from Lansing to Kalamazoo, maybe there's something heavier about the weights. Maybe they're coated with some of this extra air pollution. Something to that degree, and it made it a little bit more tricky there. Her third doesn't quite come up. Malia Birchmeyer, 62.5.
Bars loaded for you. Let's go.
Brother Connor Birchmeyer, as we mentioned, he'll be in Flight C. He's the head coach of Davenport University Powerlifting. We've talked to the gentleman before on our Power Belly Barbell live streams. A fantastic coach and a very smart gentleman. Malia has a lot of movement of her bar. I wonder, did the double pause bench come all the way up? Not quite. It's funny because it does pass from the middle. Let's watch it one more time to see if it was in fact. You see that bar kind of bounces multiple times. It takes a few moments to settle into the chest, and then that makes the press command longer. It's understandable, but kind of felt like it could go either way on that one. Our patented Hippo replay, we cannot thank our producer Ian Varquez enough for running those for us. A tricky job. It's always a fickle beast. And again, the technology it just can feel your fear, and when you need it the most is when it decides, not today. Natasha Ford, 62.5. Money. Easy peasy. The third bench collected there at 62.5.
I think you just got unlucky that one time.
Renika Buggs will show some restraint here. She's not going for the lifetime PR attempt. And it's 70 kilos. That would have been a 5 jump to match it. So the 7.5 to go over it is really aggressive, especially, again, on average from women's competitors. Renika does, again, take that real close grip. Hands more than an inch, we would say, inside of the rings. But look, this is a birthday bench. This means a little bit more for Renika. Can we see it, please? A pretty quick press. Yes. And one more dance, please. Show me. Oh, yeah. Renika Buggs, Power Belly Barbell Zone. Coming off of the platform, and a fantastic day loading for her. Renika is 5 for 6 right now, missed only her opening squat, and even then only missed that on depth. She has not left any kilos out there yet, and her subtotal sits at 207.5. That is second place among the 65 opens to Reina Mata. Shauna Johnson looks to close out her bench with 75 kilos. That's a +5 jump. The left arm might want to stick on her. Oh, but she's got all the heart in the world. Shauna Johnson, let's see 3 wets. You bet. From this angle, we may see it best, that left arm just quivering and quaking, but it never slows down and never stops, most important. You really do learn a lot about yourself when you think you're out of gas on a lift. You'll either see technique break down dramatically, or you'll see something just like that where it never changes, it never wavers, and your gas tank is just a little bit bigger than you think it is. We ask a lot of these lifters, hey, what's your kind of favorite exercises? What do you like to do in training the most? The most interesting answer that we have, her favorite exercise, Julia Woolman says, is laughing. And can she laugh her way off after a fantastic third, 77.5? You bet she can. Done and dusted. And now she's a little bit too serious. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. That's like a somber third. We don't often see that. Even so, 6 for 6 in her powerlifting debut. We're telling you folks, this is what Brendan Pappan and that Momentum powerlifting crew do. It really is. Mackenzie Jackson, 77.5. Another 5 jump when her second gave her everything she could manage. Could you imagine if she's got more? No, she's going to have to shake it eventually. She gave that a ride, though, for what we often say is the very most difficult part, or the most common part for the bench to stall at, is within the first couple of inches off the chest, just kind of here to here, where most lifters will lose it. Madison Newberry, making her USA powerlifting debut, has competed a couple of times in Powerlifting America. Just competed, in fact, on May 2nd at West Michigan Open over at Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids. A comp PR minus 2.5, but it should be butter. Yeah, it is. If she had hit that second with the 85, maybe, just maybe, she could have kind of sent it with a 90 kilo third for a PR attempt, but probably made the best selection for her and does put the number up on the board. That's the most important thing. Over in Powerlifting America, Madison has been a 76 and a 84 kilo competitor. Today she's a 75, so body weight a little bit lower. Strength is still good. And 85 has her with the heaviest women's bench besides Reina Mata to this point, or as well as Mary Norris. Jazz, she saw her right foot come up. That is, for what it's worth, one of those DQs that we don't talk about because it just won't happen often, but you do have to have both feet in contact with the ground throughout the duration of the lift. You see a lot of these athletes who lower the bar very quickly, it has taken a moment for them to get that press command because the bar bounces once, maybe twice on the chest, and then when it finally settles and is motionless, that takes another beat or two, and then you get to start the press. It's a lot to ask of yourself if you're not able to control that descent all the way down, and sometimes intentionally kind of tempo it or throttle it down to the chest. If you do dump it on yourself, you run that risk of getting a very long pause. Reina Mata, comp PR on the bar, 97.5. Ali David likely looking on, her coach, who just competed at USAPL Raw Nationals. Two really accomplished national level competitors, but even the best have a coach. Reina Mata for the lifetime PR, you bet. We called that one early. Easy. Looks like she's being handled by Brendan Pappen today. Just saw Coach Pappen flashing into the camera frame. Louis van der Werf missed his second bench on 100 kilos. He's retaking. His subtotal sits at 600 pounds right now. That's 272.5 kilos. And he's got a big deadlift opener put in. He will have the heaviest deadlift opener of this flight and probably the heaviest deadlift attempts overall. See, Lewis has just got a lot of movement to his bar and not maybe the most efficient path as it kind of moves all over the place. We'll take another look on the replay here, our patented Hippo replay. See that bar rocks to its left and right before it becomes motionless. That means that a referee is not going to give that press command quite yet while it's doing that. And you're just letting that stretch reflex dissipate. The slower that you get that press command, the more that that bar sits on the chest. Mary Norris, 112.5. If she's successful here, would tie Gary Erdman for the heaviest bench of all these competitors so far. A best total of over 1,000 pounds for Mary Norris. In order to get to that mark, that 1,000 pound mark, you got to be at least 455 kilos. She's pacing for at least that. And she's smoking 112.5 first. You gotta just stack the chips.
Nice work. Green and white lights.
Mary Norris, heaviest women's bench by a whole bunch. The second closest, Reina Mata, 15 kilos off. Again, all of our women's competitors are within this first flight. This is Flight A. Here is the final bench attempt of Flight A upcoming with Gary Erdman. At 70 years of age, trains out of Ludington Athletic Club, the Ludington native. I wonder if Gary will also want... We had the feeling, right, that our chief referee would come a little bit closer for him. For those hard of hearing, again, that's exactly why you see this. That referee just getting closer and making sure that the athlete can at all times hear every command and every word said to him. Gary Erdman, 115, already broke his state record on his second. Does the third want to come up too with one epic grinder? Wow. The answer ultimately was no, but there was so much belief from everybody around this room for much of it. Oh boy, I frankly had that same belief as well. Gary turns 71 tomorrow, and would that have not been an incredible way to celebrate the birthday too? Kind of just like Renika Buggs did with her birthday being yesterday. Gary comes up just a tad short. We haven't mentioned it too much, folks, because we're really enthralled in this current meet. But tomorrow, a Powerlifting United meet, also run by the Power Belly Barbell crew, taking place in this same gym here at Raw Strength in Kalamazoo. 9 a.m. start time for that one as well. Powerlifting United, Max Out Madness. Nathan Zarb, 85 kilos, opens beyond body weight here for the opening bench of Flight B. Nathan's got 3 weights. Our heaviest bench opener of this flight belongs to Jimmy Perucci. Jimmy missed a 250 third squat. He shot for the moon. And with a guy who had been off the platform for quite a while and had dealt with some injuries and was at times dejected because he just wasn't able to train the way he wanted, he really wants to get everything he possibly can out of this meet. He wants to get so much of that meet feeling that he's been missing out on. And just having that heavy a weight on his back hopefully gave him a little bit of that feel. We're so excited for the man. Here's Nathan Sias for the second bench attempt here of Flight B. That is the second overall attempt, but his first. Nathan's 90-kilo opener. All smooth. He's got one red from his left side. Interesting. He may want to go and talk to our referee over there. Again, on the left of the screen, you barely see her. You see kind of her shoes, her knees, and her tablet there. It's Bryn Nevins, a USAPL 90-kilo national competitor. And on the right, Mark Leonard. Both of those side referees are taking their national referee exams today, and so their standards that they're asking everybody to meet today are absurdly high, as it were. Cameron Phillips with the 100-kilo. Sorry, we had the commentator cam overheating for a moment there. We'll do our best to get that back online in a few. Cameron Phillips opens on 100.
Oh, dude.
Well, that one needs a fan.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
All right, as we take the commentator cam off for a moment, our apologies on that, but again, it's the state of Michigan in the summer. You still got the air quality, and maybe that's, you know, trapping some of the heat in. A couple of brutal days here, to tell you the truth, around this great state, way up north. Mike Hamilton opening on a 100 kilo here. Should be plenty good enough. And yes, it is. David Mendham is up next here. He's got 100 kilos for his opening bench. Taking the same weight there as Cameron Phillips. Again, the lot number randomly assigned this morning decides when two lifters are taking the same attempt, who takes it first. David Mendham with that luck of the draw. Or pardon us, actually. Cameron with the luck of the draw. David was unable to post a successful squat. Weighed in either overweight for 75 or very underweight for 82.5. We honestly can't tell which, but weighed in at 77.2. That's one of those where it's really tough to say, because like we have mentioned a couple of times, there's just not really a great point strategically in being well in between a weight class. You either want to be towards the top of your class or, you know, even at the cap if you can, to give you just the most possible muscle to hold and, you know, come in glycogen filled in the muscles and well hydrated and all of those things. Glenn Gothrow, a 170 third squat after 167.5 second and missed his opener. He really had to reach well into the bag. And it's going to be the same with the bench opener here at 115. Man. He comes and gives a little pump and then runs off the platform kind of sheepishly. But, well, he's got that on the board. That's good news.
Bar is loaded for Ryan. 264 on the bar.
Ryan Troiano hit a huge squat PR for himself. Coming in, his best squat ever was 162.5. He put 20 kilos onto that. And this is also just about 5 behind his best bench. Oh yeah, Ryan gonna have more in the tank. He'll rack that on 120, and that 125 likely will fall at least on his second attempt. He might take 127.5 and make sure that he's got that PR secured, and then you can go as conservative or as YOLO as you'd like for his third. Those are, I think, the two courses of action. Either take 125 and match, or take 127.5 to beat the PR, but probably not going to see anything more or less than those two. Landon Rogers, 122.5. He missed just his third squat at 220. He was only leaving 5 kilos out there after hitting a 215 kilo opener. That's a big squat for him. He weighed in at 95 kg this morning. So again, a tweener right on the perfect cusp between 90 and 100 kilos at exactly 95. Chithra Kin will open at 127.5 here. He tempos that down oh so nicely. We're telling you, we really like to see lifters do that, and those who do it tend to get the quicker press command that really can help many people to get their best bench up on the board. McCoy Wernholm had a ridiculous third squat of 255 kilos. McCoy is 17 years of age, by the way, and that 255 was 562.2 pounds, give or take. That was the heaviest squat of the flight, and it actually would have been the heaviest squat in flight B. Or pardon us. It would have been one of the heaviest squats in flight C as well, we mean. McCoy Wernholm, 132.5 for his opening bench. Tony Weissenen will follow with 135. Alec Vondel in the hole.
Tony Beach, you know, we sit on the block for this.
Tony Väisänen trotting out to 135 kg. His second competition over here in the States. A couple of years ago, did compete in his native Finland. Was a 100 kg competitor there. A 90 here in his first meet at USAPL. Strong enough in 2023. And now a 100 again. He will just scorch the 135. Again, it's going to be the Tony and Jimmy show, those two in a very much head-to-head competition. And they both told each other that when we sent out our forms and we asked, okay, what are you guys' goals and aspirations for this meet? And both said to beat the other. Alec Vondel, 142.5. Always been known for his bench press among his 3 lifts. His best competition bench, 147.5, but has attempted as heavy as 160. Alec already got a big squat PR up on the board of plus 10. And he'll toss that around, sack of potatoes style. Alec nearly runs into a spotter there. Again, folks, be sure to tip your spotters at all times. Spotters and loaders, the toughest 2 jobs on the platform, as everybody knows who has been asked to do that. Yours truly as, again, a competitor and commentator, so thrilled and so fortunate to not have been on that side. Jimmy Perucci, the heaviest opening bench of the whole flight here. It'll also be the heaviest bench of the day for anybody so far. Jimmy's 145 coming at you. You ever just equal your comp PR on your opener? Yeah, me neither. Well done, Jimmy Perucci. He's actually got 1 red light on the left. That's interesting. He'll go up and talk to Bryn Evans. He'll ask what that's about. And then hopefully it will become a non-issue later on. Jimmy's heaviest body weight. It's his first time as a 100 kg competitor. It's also a comeback meet after a long time away with injury. We mentioned it earlier, after probably his first squat, or while he was coming out for his first squat. Guy had something in the neighborhood of like a massive cyst on his knee. It had to be drained, and multiple times suffered infections and the complications of the surgery, this, that, and the other thing. Nathan Zarb, 90 kilo for his second. Oh boy, I wonder if he had the up and down with his left arm. The left arms have been more difficult for most to lock out on. Nathan is nipped right there by that exact rule. Up and down. That little detour that the left arm took will prevent him from posting that second bench. Remember, that applies to all disciplines. If you have any up and down movement of that bar, it's going to red light you. Nathan Sias, 95 kg second coming up. Nathan also competed real recently here with a Power Belly Barbell meet. That was Panther Jungle Throwdown over from Goodrich High School. Took 95 kilos twice for his second and third attempts there. Failed it both times. Got a chance to redeem himself with it here. And it might, it could, and it will come up. You've got to will it to be, Nathan. Can he lock that bar all the way out? I wonder. I think so. Oh, what a shame that was. I thought it was really likely that that bar kept going up, but I think he is also going to get called for the up and down because I don't believe he missed any commands. The biggest difficulty of emptying the tank like that, Nathan, is of course going to go and put in a retake of that 95 kilos, but it's tough to imagine there being a whole lot more in the tank if he should need to grind again. That'd be a real tough ask for him. Cameron Phillips, 107.5. Cameron has that little bit of shape coming off of the midpoint. Again, once he gets up to the chest, or gets it off of that chest and budges it a few inches. That's where most lifters have pretty much been doing all right. Mike Hamilton, his second bench attempt comes here at 110 kilos in a moment. His attempt matching his weight class. He is 110 open, but he is another bench-only entrant. And you don't see many of those bench-only competitors with really so narrow a grip. He's got his wrists almost perfectly in line with his shoulders. Every athlete, when they set up on the bench, has some sort of landmark that they use. Many will put a specific finger at a specific spot on the rings of the bar. And that's kind of all that they do to set their grip. And then you just, again, you've got to take a full grip with the thumb around the bar. And typically people will say to squeeze the heck out of it. They'll say to wring it like you're trying to wring water out of a towel. David Mendham on a 110-second bench. Squats were not the thing for him today. Clearly, the bench going much better. Glenn Gothrow, a minimum jump for him coming. Had to do the same with his squat after he missed his opener and then grinded himself probably a lot further than he would have planned for a 167.5 second attempt.
Bar is loaded.
Glenn Gothrow, a lot of patience in his setup. And I think he's going to have multiple ups and downs there. Even though he might grind this all the way out, now the hips come off too, and that's going to be your final cause for disqualification, I believe. Unfortunate, yes, indeed. Our PA announcer, Sam Martin, says exactly as much, that it is a shame when expending that degree of energy and putting that much on the line to come up empty for it, but it happens when you just don't quite meet those technical standards as they're written. Ryan Troiano added 20 to his best squat. That was an absurd PR here. This will be a bench PR of 2.5, and then hopefully he's got more in the tank to keep rolling with. Look at the length of the gentleman's arms when he holds that bar at full extension. This is a really unenviable build. But look, Ryan is going to just completely mute all those excuses. Throws a haymaker too, that's a knockout. And Ryan Troiano with the competition PR on the board of 127.5. If he wants another 7.5, there's a chance it comes up, but I bet his attempt is going to be a +5. That's our best guess. Landon Rogers, 132.5. And see, you notice that he does have a longer armed build as well, but takes a much wider grip, and so it kind of balances out a little bit the total length of his range of motion. Jithra Kin, a 135 second bench coming up. An open 82 and a half. The man may not look it at all. In fact, he absolutely does not. Could pass as a teenager, but he's 30 years of age. Weighed in light this morning at 79.3 for the 82 and a half class. Did get his third squat. It took a fair amount out of him at 222 and a half. His second bench gets a little bit creepy and crawly at the end. But everything in the middle we like.
I'm gonna probably hop on, but we'll talk later.
McCoy Wernholm, 142.5. This is a 10 jump. Man, this kid has so much room to grow as a very light 100 and a teenager. Super impressive what he's been doing. Launching his second, same as the first, and he might want another 10. Our guess is he's probably going to take 150, however. That might be the wisest thing to do. You're going to see a whole bunch of lifters in a row here who are in PR territory on their bench press. Tony Weissman is one of them. He had the option to enter as a junior, still just 23 years of age, but did go open. Again, once you're 24, then that's when you lose that opportunity. Then you are locked in as an open class competitor. And Tony has a huge, an absurd, a ridiculous deadlift. It's probably going to go well beyond 600 pounds. Looks to give himself a plus 12 and a half bench PR. Wow, we're adjusting our glasses, making sure we're seeing that right. But he's absolutely got it. And with more in the tank, he'll put that back in the rack. Tony Weissman, 2 bench PRs. That was beyond his heaviest attempt ever, and he knocks it out of the ballpark. Alec Vondel coming up on 150. Jimmy Perucci on 155. The bottom of the flight. That's where we get the absolute heaviest. Alec Vondel, a comp PR on the bar, has a heaviest attempt ever of 160. Has been known to have some technique breakdown at times at the really maximal weights, as does pretty much everybody. But this 150 on the board already gives him the comp PR and then some room to play with, hopefully, for his third. Alec trains often here out of Raw himself. 150 kg, it's about 331. Scalded. Good as gold. Alec Vondel, 150. Jimmy Perucci's at the very bottom of the flight. And he's going 5 kg up from that to 155. Lifetime PRs on the board for nearly everybody here, like we've been telling you. Jimmy Perucci would add 10 to his best competition bench on his second attempt here. Just missed on his third squat at 250, and we mean just. When we begin third attempts, when we turn it back up to the top of the flight, we will have some real good news for you about this flight and how we'll run it the rest of the way. Jimmy Perucci, 10 kilo lifetime PR. Look at how close the man puts his feet together. Practically could click his heels, go all Dorothy, and see if it wants to take him home. Jimmy Perucci, plus 10 kg. You bet he did. And as he's got that plus 10, he comes up and he's singing along with Don't Stop Believing.
I have to say happy
Ian, are you ready for your dramatic entrance?
What's up, everybody? It's Ian, the live stream producer here at Powerbell Barbell, joined here with Tanner. Tanner, thanks for covering for us while we had our technical difficulties this morning. What's up,
That's your middle name, I thought. Was it
Mr.
not?
Mr. Technical Difficulties?
Yeah, and then you troubleshoot, right?
That's my whole life.
Look, here we are. Folks, it's so glad to
here.
be back with you. You know what I mean?
I know. I've been up since 3 a.m. trying to troubleshoot things, but it's just kind of the IT life.
Yeah, I don't envy you a single iota. Nathan Zarb on his third. 90 keys gives him a scrap. I think he went up and down again.
Oh, right there. And we'll look at the replay here. Technical breakdown. Gets it to his chest. And he just kind of sticks there.
And
just
I tell you what, man, I'm left-handed. I say this very often. It is so common for the dominant arm, the dominant hand, for that arm to lock out first. And that's been with almost every competitor today that's seen up and down movement, which frankly, there's been a fair number of them on these bench presses. It's because that left arm is just lagging a little bit and the right arm is just a little bit ahead of it.
And it just kind of breaks down your form and breaks down from there. It's like a domino effect.
Sure.
How many times do you see too? I feel like I see a lot. If you fail at a certain number and you come back, I feel like you usually will not get that next attempt. It's just something about for bench, I just feel like if you don't have it a lot of the times, you won't get it. Sure, there's some technique fixes to it, but I just feel like a lot of time you just don't get that reattempt.
And the minimum jumps for a lot of, especially, the female competitors, we say that, okay, that actually is a ton, 2.5 kilos. When you put that one silver plate on, it makes a dramatic difference.
The meme is real.
Nathan looks like he might let this attempt run all the way down. Remember, folks, you get 60 seconds from the moment the bar is loaded call is made from your chief referee. Thank you again to Thomas McCarty, our chief referee, in the chair that you're going to see on the right-hand side of your screen. He's kind of right in the middle of us. The gentleman takes up some space.
He does. He's big.
Yeah, that's right. He is a 125-kilo Michigan State competitor. Cameron Phillips, after the scratch, will come up next. So Nathan and Nathan up at the top of the flight, both getting just their openers in. Don't worry, because we got one more Nathan. This is the stats and information department just gave me this in my ear. This is the most Nathans. It's the record for Nathans ever in a USA Powerlifting Michigan meet.
Can we get a plaque for that?
Right.
Both Nathans?
I mean, I don't want to count states and go back and check every name, but I'm just going to go ahead and say, okay, that's probably true.
I believe it. And here we have Cameron Phillips. His last attempt here, 112.5 kilograms. And he smokes it.
That's toast. Really, really impressed with Cameron Phillips. He only missed his third squat at 177.5.
How did that look? I was busy running around with my head cut off, but
I know there was a scramble to be had. So there was, if I recall, I think he got just the 3 reds on the depth, because the hammering that everybody's gotten on the depth today is, at least it's consistent across everybody at all times, right? Ooh, Mike Hamilton, I wonder if the hips came off 112.5. That's the only thing I'm looking at, because the press is good enough. It does pass.
It does pass.
All right. So Gary Erdman and Mike Hamilton, our bench-only competitors, with some great third benches up on each of their sides.
I noticed that Hamilton just really narrow styled bench, just for like the size of like his width, the way that his hands were just so in. I mean, if it works for him, great. Sounds like he has really good power in his triceps by doing that. And then here with Glenn, comparatively to Hamilton, a little bit of a wider grip.
Yeah, he's definitely gripping somewhere on the rings, using those rings as a landmark. I mentioned that, I think, on the first attempts of Flight A, is everybody's got some sort of landmark to set up on. Glenn emptied his tank on his second, but I wonder if he just found the reserve fuel.
Wow.
Whoa. He earned every bit of that.
That is an RPE 10 if I've ever seen one. Left everything on the tank. If there was just a feather on the bar, I'm not sure he would have got that.
That's when your coach says, hey, take an easy week 1 single at sub 6, and that's the video you send. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Wow. It counts. But Glenn had the exact same kind of thing going on with his squat. Missed his opener. The second one was brutal. And the third squat looked like it could have put him in the ground, tell you the truth. But he's got a 5 for 6 day. David Mendham on 120. I tell you what, I've been a victim of exactly what David did here. You know what that is? It's such a quick descent that you lose some of that tension in the forearms, the wrists, the upper back, all of it. And then you've got to try and regain that tension while under load. It's sort of like you go limp down here, and then you're trying to hike your arch back up. You're trying to turn your leg drive back on and get that squeeze back of the bar like you're bringing out the towel. I'm telling you, really, really difficult to do. I've been there. I've made that same mistake and have missed a third bench that way.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. But it just shows kind of your structural integrity is like really so important in just all your lifts, but bench especially. There's so many little things that you need to be aware of, and if something's just not feeling right or off, it's going to mess you up. I feel like deadlift and squat can be a little bit more forgiving.
Sure,
but
where you can kind of find it where you need it. You can shift that load where you need it.
Right.
Ryan Troiano, a lifetime plus 10 if he's able to toss that around. Ryan, don't do it to him. Oh, I believed.
He gave us hope, Ryan.
Yeah, I believed. Yes, I did, man. And so we've mentioned a rather narrow grip. You're going to see an inch or so inside the rings with his hands, right? If he moves those out, I wonder, just to the point where the pinkies are on the rings, does that maybe eliminate the very kind of top level sticking point?
It could. I mean, it's definitely some of those things you can't just widen your grip and it works out. It might throw him off enough to where if he puts it out, he just doesn't, his chest isn't used to it, or his body's just not used to that width, but it could fix it right away. Who knows?
Landon Rogers over 300 here. Looks good from here on the 303. Man, you remember 303 when they just like made pop songs and life was good? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
I don't know if I can make requests for the DJs around here, but like I wouldn't mind a little bit of Double Vision, if you remember that track, man.
Oh wow.
Man, that track bumped.
I'm sure you could join the Spotify jam session.
Perhaps, yeah.
In there.
Especially if it's Jeremy's own speaker. We got to shout out Jeremy Muchler again, dude. I'm telling you. Raw Strength is a strength sanctum. You know what I mean?
You're not biased, are you?
I train here. I should probably just say that out loud. I don't think I've actually mentioned it yet, but indeed, this is my home gym. Chif Drakin, 142.5, a comp PR on the bar. He's taken this a couple of times and missed. And I wonder on the right arm, Ian.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Tricky.
Oh, they give it to him.
Hallelujah. Go thank your lucky stars.
Oh, my goodness.
He should have some flowers, some
fanfare.
He should go give some chocolates or some treats to the referees. Like, wow, I think that was generous.
You know, it works out too because if you can't see it from here, but there is a candy bowl right where you put in your weights just for feedback. Because we always take feedback here at Powerlifting Barbell just to always continue being better. Athletes' responses, coaches, and everyone who works here. So if you like what you're seeing, make sure to give us your feedback. We take everything here seriously just so we can continue improving the quality of the production you're seeing. McCoy Wernholm here on his third attempt, 150 kilograms.
He's a state finalist in a shot put this year. The fantastic standout football player. Wow. I mean, he looks that part of like the everything athlete.
He does.
You know what I mean?
He does. My favorite type of strength athletes are the multi-athletes. They've come from a different sport, and then they have powerlifting either for fun or their main thing, and it's quite amazing to see. I love to see that crossover.
I'm looking at some of his high school football stats. He's a linebacker and a running back. He was credited with 102 tackles, 4 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries. I want to know what the rushing stats are too. I'm just gonna go ahead and say a lot. But he was the Central Montcalm Defensive Player of the Year in football.
Wow.
Tony Vicenen at 150. That is a lifetime bench PR for him. Already had it secured, but 5 more? Not quite.
Oh, and it looks like I see him like holding his back a little bit. I wonder if he tweaked it a little bit trying to get it out. Maybe we'll get a better look here on the replay cam.
That is a cranked arch for a big guy, I'm telling you. Those 100. And you do see the hips came up off the bench.
Yes.
I would not have noticed that in real time. Our patented hippo replay, once more, is it may become our most valuable player when there's any of the stuff that we're not so sure about.
Right. I mean, there's only so many angles we can get. Obviously, the judges get a better angle from the side, but that replay camera from behind, my favorite addition for sure. For us too. Maybe we'll just have to get everyone wearing those Ray meta bands, all the refs, so then we could see from their perspective.
A ref cam for each one of them and split screen it. Man, don't tempt us. Jimmy Perucci, he already threw 10 on his lifetime best. This is a 160 for a plus 15 bench PR. Don't call it a comeback. Everybody's favorite coach and now competitor again, Jimmy Perucci. Oh no!
It wasn't. I mean, it was that left and right was pretty like. That was it. His left arm just came up super big, and then his right came.
I don't think it's unevenness of the press. It's agonizing to a degree, man. I'll have to ask what happened on that because I'm just not quite sure. So Jimmy and Alec had both elected for 160. Alec will take it second here because of his lot number. His is the higher number, and so he's the last one with a chance in this Flight B bench. Alec Vondel, he's already got a lifetime PR up on the board of 150. This would throw 12 and a half on. This is not the time to get quiet. This is not the time to be seated. Let's everybody get up for Alec Vondel. 160, no. Quick in dumping that, but it's always kind of been his technical style. That bar is going to explode up, or it's not going to come up hardly at all. It's going to just barely break the chest, and then, man.
I do know that, like, when you do drop it, you do have to be careful, because I've heard from you and other judges that, like, if you come down fast, they might take a little bit longer to give you that press command.
Yeah.
Lucky for him, they actually gave it to him right away. Had that bar motionless on his chest, and he was able to press it up. He just didn't have it. But it is something that I feel like does get told a lot to a lot of people when you're doing a fast descent on bench.
Yeah. And is it, if he's able to tempo it down, it might temporarily affect his maximum strength, where actually, I'm not able to press as much, but you've just got to get good at whatever press that you do. You've got to get good at whatever technique you use. Yeah. There just isn't one right answer on that. And that changes as you grow as a lifter. Right. It changes with, your leverages. Did I gain or lose 2 weight classes, right? Did I, widen my grip out a ton? What on earth was that? That has got to be an all-time first.
Is that a glove? Can we get the replay cam on that?
Santa Maria, this is... you could watch 1,000 meets and you would never...
What is that?
Unfortunate that...
Is that I think that is a glove.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Don't get me wrong. If I'm a loader and spotter, I would absolutely be using a glove, but how does it ballistically fly off?
So if that affected his lift, what are the rules?
You in the face? Right. Like,
what is the ruling?
And then do you as a spotter panic and I've got to take this right now?
Right.
What we can say, if the spotter pulls a bar early, you can get a retake awarded. You go to the bottom of the flight for that. It's a pain because you've already expended the energy of the attempt, and then you've got to go and take it again.
You don't just get refunded. That's not how it works.
No, not at all. It costs you still, for sure.
It costs you.
Absolutely it does. Michael Flores on 107.5. This is Flight C, folks, the final flight, beginning their opening bench press attempts here. Michael Flores, Silky. The heaviest couple of benches belong to Jesse Norman and Brandon Matthew Jackson. Were we settled in enough when Jesse Norman came up for that survival squat at 700 pounds?
Not ready for that.
No, absolutely not. To see him take a 22.5 jump after a missed opener on 295,
Yeah.
which it's within range of his openers, but even so, he misses on depth. He comes the second time at 700 pounds. He gets kind of all pitched over, and it wasn't pretty, and it was slow, and that's no lighted on depth too. I said, oh my goodness, what do you do from here? He found it when he absolutely needed to have it.
Stopped himself from bombing out there.
And I think I had been looking at it, and I know that Jesse has not competed since USAPL States, but you remember, you and I were at primetime of States last year, and Jesse had a 330 squat at primetime there, which is one of the heaviest. I think he was only topped maybe by Callum Pombier and Marlon Outley, if you'll recall.
Yeah.
Two animals, by the way, who will be back at primetime for this year. But I think he would still need a qualifying total from a USAPL meet this year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, yeah.
And so I think he literally rested his primetime stake on that third squat at 700. I was trying to figure it out on the fly there. I said, I'm pretty sure.
that was
Unbelievable here.
so either way for him, it's just like, I need to get this.
Yeah, that
It's
no
not
longer
about
an
staying in the
option.
competition. I just need this in general.
You bet. Connor Birchmeyer. Man, didn't you love the conversation that we had with him back at Coachman? It was a couple of meets ago. Which one was that even?
You said at Coachman's?
Yeah, he was one of the guys. That's the coach of the Davenport powerlifting team. We had a really good chat with him.
We did have a good chat with him. Oh, man.
He's just got so many animals
He does.
on that Davenport roster.
He does.
They boast both of the USAPL primetime best lifters from last year, being Delaney Sousley and Zach Uhas, the overall champions of both of those. And just, I mean, Delaney is the lineal champion of every class record that's ever existed. For 48s, Delaney Sousley owns it. Alex Rodart here opening on 122.5.
Yeah, I mean, just how is it like a coach, dude? Like, so you just raise such animals.
Yeah,
The pride and joy.
yeah, it's unreal what that full Davenport roster does. They have a ton of really underrated lifters who I think are going to continue to get more and more appreciation all the time. Dominic Bingham had a successful day out at USAPL Nats. Delaney Sousley just claimed another national title like she's known to do. Again, I was fortunate enough to go to nationals after USAPL Up North Unleashed was our last meetup in Traverse City.
Yeah.
That next week was nationals, and I watched Delaney. Unfortunately, she was not on my platform as I was commentating a couple of other platforms, but she claimed another, as she's known to do, of her national titles. Jim Quasarano is not going to make that 130. That becomes tricky
Yeah,
the
that's
moment that you miss an opener on strength.
That is a scary 130 for bench, especially. I'm not sure technique-wise, or it's just his body's just not here for that today. But that is definitely a scary position to put yourself in.
Yeah, I can't say I know what he's going to go.
I mean,
So he retakes on the second. Okay. I think if you hit the second, it's one, going to take a lot out of you. Two, you should probably scratch the third with a look like that.
especially, I mean, bench, you can really tweak your back and really mess up your deadlift.
We saw it with Tony, right?
we
and what's really underrated about Tony Weissman, he will probably pull 600 plus pounds if he can get his back healthy. He's a huge deadlifter. He's had a 600-pound pull for many, many years, just not on the platform quite yet. Jacob Clemens, 130. You know, again, as this refrain typically goes, what are they feeding these kids, all these high schoolers?
Obviously has to be that NFL branded PB&J.
The jams.
Yeah, the jam.
I have still never had one. I still kind of want to try it for the culture. I want to know if that's the sauce that they're in the NFL, and then why
100%.
I, was a D3 kind of role player. I say tongue in cheek.
See, if I had a kid right now, he would be eating jams like in kindergarten. Hopefully, becomes an NFL player when he grows up.
That might be it. That might be what you've got to do. Power Belly Barbell's own Ryan Cohen under a 130 130 bench opener here. See, he hung out for quite a while with that bar in his hands after the start command. You can go at any time. I want to go up there and remind him.
You don't have to wait that long.
No, as soon as you get that command, man, it's now the good thing. The attempt timer, we haven't mentioned this so much. You know that you get 60 seconds from when the bar is loaded call is made, but that is only 60 seconds to get your start command. It's not 60 seconds to finish the lift. If you take 15 seconds to grind in the middle, that happens to some of us on accident. Yeah. But as long as you've started your motion and gotten a start command for the bench, well, technically you could hold it there for a really, really long time.
I mean, I've seen that smart athletes use up all their time.
Mm-hmm.
I've especially seen it in, for example, strongman.
Sure.
Depending on the rules, like if as long as you start your last rep before the timer goes off, then you could take your time. And I've seen a lot of guys do that, like Mitchell Hooper on some of his overhead stuff. He kind of just waits, takes his breath, and then he gets that last one because he's taking his breath. So it's just little things like that no matter what sport you're in, as long as you look at those nuances and be like, oh, I can probably take advantage of that, gives you a tiny bit edge against your competition.
I literally take as little time on the attempt timer as possible. I'm not kidding. From the bars loaded call, I want like 10 seconds maybe to elapse there, typically before I am either, picking the bar up out of the rack on squat or on bench. Like the quickest setup that I can get is what I want. I want to race as few steps as possible for the walkout on squat, as few, rebreathes and rebraces for deadlift as possible, and as little of the cranking of my low back on bench as possible. I'm a guy who's prone to cramping. Jesse Smade, remember, he also struggled, and we mentioned this in squat. He struggled with injury and had to pull out of USAPL Up North Unleashed while he was in, I think, 2 unsuccessful deadlift attempts and then had to scratch it. Had gotten hurt, I think, on his second bench, and so that did result in kind of the, unconventional bomb out, but he didn't post a successful deadlift regardless. It's just an injury thing, and he made this really quick turnaround. Wow.
There's some of these, like, so many stories. It's like people either picking up powerlifting really quickly and the turnaround's great, or if people recovering from injury, coming back from retirement. They're all just such, like, great stories. And you know what? To think about it, it's actually not the craziest thing to think about. I mean, was it 2 weeks? 2 weeks of, like, no training at all for you to actually start losing gains or something like that? That's how the science goes?
Yeah, something in that range. And of course, the neural gains return really quickly. They tend to return quicker than the muscle size gains even, right? And so within a few weeks, many people, with returning to training from a long layover, many people can be shocked by the speed that they're able to progress for a while. And then once you get back to that old level that you were, you can begin to increase, my volume and my intensity to what it was. And then you might even find that after some time off, you become your all-time strongest again as you catch that upswing.
Right. Sometimes those breaks are really, really important. It's like driving your car and not ever doing an oil change.
Yeah.
Eventually you break down. Medic. His first attempt, he did 52.5 kilograms.
So I mentioned this in the, when Ben was doing his squats as well. He's a tremendously strong gentleman. This is his first time as a USAPL 90. It's his first USAPL meet since 2023 States. I was on the receiving end of this gentleman getting smoked. Oh my, he beat the you-know-what out of me here at Ironman 2 for Powerlifting America back in September. He totaled 732.5 there and outdots me by a good margin. And I had a 9-for-9, what they call a super meet there, right? So set PRs across all 3 lifts and my total. and Ben Beddick smoked me.
He smoked. Were those PRs for him too?
Oh, absolutely. And now he's, you know, and it's no offense to him at all, but his numbers on the day are not pacing nearly what they were then. I said, man, what did I do to deserve that? You know what I'm saying? He was a class up, but either way, he was a class above, like head and shoulders above everybody at Irongeddon 2. And so I took second overall on that one, and I was like, but there's a tremendous gap between me and a guy like Ben.
You know, sometimes we unfortunately play the role to show how strong some people are. And Tanner, you're no joke. You're a strong guy.
Look, I'm doing my best.
But some people are actually just on another planet sometimes.
There's always levels to this. And Ben is coached by another, or I've been seeing him around. I know that he's handling him on the day. I believe it's also likely that he is now with the Momentum crew and Brendan Papin. Have you seen Coach Papin this morning at all?
I think I did see him.
And I know he had been handling Ben because I've seen them go up to the table and things. Also, Coach Papin is coaching and handling Julia Woolman, who's making her powerlifting debut today.
Oh, that's awesome.
She's cooking in the 70s. She is actually leading their 70 kg competitors right now, 205 subtotal.
Oh wow, that's a first good competition if I've ever heard one.
Brandon Jackson. The benches at the last couple get a little bit nutty there. We kind of gloss over it because I had a feeling that, okay, Jesse Norman is a pro and he's really going to make his recovery. And he might actually be able to eke out some of what he, quote unquote, lost on squat on his bench. Not everybody's got that ability. Jesse is one of those. And Brandon Jackson just benched 192.5. Let me pull up my handy dandy loading chart. I'm sorry, that's not one that I typically handle on my bench of 424 and some change. Shame on me. Aiden Samsic up at the top, 105 for his second attempt. Once we get 3 attempts for everybody out of this third flight, Flight C, we'll get another changeover. That whole Texas Strength Systems combo rack is going to leave your screen. It's going to be departed to nether regions, never to be seen again, until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, I was going to say, until tomorrow.
And then we will be on to the deadlift, and it'll just be that lonely barbell and the lonely lifter approaching it. Aiden Samsic, a very convincing 105 second. Michael Flores comes up now on 115. I should make sure I'm not speaking too soon. So the Powerlifting United meet is the meet that's tomorrow.
Yep.
That's Max Out Madness, 9 a.m. start time and same place here in Raw Strength in Kalamazoo. I am not 100% certain if that will be the same combo rack. What I do know is you use different bars there. So you'll have it's all TSS equipment, all Texas Strength Systems. That will feature a squat bar, which is 25 kilos or 5 kilos heavier than the power bars that you see here, and then a normal power bar for bench, but also a Texas Strength Systems deadlift bar for the deadlift. Those are thinner and whippier, they call it. They got a little bit more flex to them. Michael Flores on the 115. I believe the weigh-ins are kind of rolling in now for the Powerlifting United meet. I think during the day today they're being hosted in, I think, the warm-up room. I haven't seen it.
I think so.
Because I think to do it in the bathrooms here at Raw, it would be difficult. For those of you that haven't been here, you have 2 bathrooms, you know, 2 stalls for a gym occupying 200 people.
Yeah.
I don't know. A goodly number of people. And it gets very crowded. The waits are very long. You know that you're contending with that on every single meet day.
And you can't see it, but it really is just packed to the brim here. Like, even our staff is like struggling to even get around to places. So shout out to all our staff for making this all happen and guiding traffic and such.
Yeah, you bet. And this whole community, I'm telling you, Raw Strength is a social phenomenon as much as it's a place. Robbie Taylor smoking a 117.5, approaching that 2 reds number. So, you know what I mean by that? Where outside of the gym, there's so many great friendships here. Inside of the gym, it is in every way like familial relationships. And really special. A lot of people have, you know, made truly very long-term friendships just from meeting somebody here at the gym for the first time. You introduce yourself, you yap a little bit between a few sets, and then boom, like you're friends for years and years to come. And it can be that easy, and this is a place where it's really easy to do that.
I mean, it's something about, going through hard times with people. Not that we're like struggling, but training can be a hard time. There is struggle, there is pain from training, and then there's those people who will keep cheering you on even when you start to give up, and that really builds that bond, that familial bond, like we say.
Been there and done that, and I am in this, very, very incredible position of, professional play-by-play announcer where I get to train kind of when I want to, and that's typically late morning. 90+% of the time I spend here at Raw, I'm the only guy here. And that's strange, right? To not have that training crew all the time. But every time that I can get it, every time that I push my sessions back a little bit later, every time that I've got something going on earlier in the day and make those alterations, the community that you get around here is incredible. The 5 p.m. crew, kind of shortly after work crew, that's always packed.
Oh, I bet.
There's usually some late night crews. There's some early morning crews of, okay, some of us at 4 or 5 a.m. We've got to get here, get our session in, get home, get your shower, and eat breakfast and go to work, right?
Yeah.
And all of those crews have just tremendous humans in them.
James just doesn't seem like his bench is here today, unfortunately.
Yeah, that
first
130 opener took a lot out of him, right?
I think so. I think that really did take on.
He didn't hardly make it to his chest on the descent. I mean, that's just never an ideal sign.
Well, we'll see what happens. He did put for his third attempt 130 again, so hopefully they're able to find something in them or make one more change that'll do it, or else that will be the end of their competition.
Alex Rodart, however, opposite side of the spectrum, got a chance to start 5 for 5 here. This is a 130 kg second. And I like the smoothness. It's not the quickest third bench or the second bench, but I think you're within range to take whatever you originally wanted. I don't think you have to alter your plan.
Right. I'm really jealous you get to train late mornings like you do. There's something about, train whenever you train you can, but there is backup information where it's like if you're able to train at a certain time when you are not tired or waking up, it is the optimal time to train and you are at your strongest. So I am jealous that you are able to do that.
I know what you mean. I'll tell you a little bit about optimizing around training sessions in a moment. Jacob Clemens on 140. Man, that's sticky. I don't think so.
Oh.
And he didn't either. He shook it off towards the top and said, can't quite do it. Take one more look at it on our patented hippo replay. And I wonder if maybe the hips are a tad off as well from that angle. Our guess is probably a little bit. But some things you get to do around that training window. One, you don't have to cut your sleep off early. You don't have to, intentionally set my alarm earlier than I want to, or go to bed at 8 p.m. right in order to make that happen. A consistent bedtime, but one that is within, kind of your normal circadian rhythm, what you would like to go to sleep to. That is really awesome. Hydration. The night of, or the night before rather, and the morning of your session. Those are, right? If you, go ahead. That's a perfect time for it. If you can nail those, that really helps a lot. And then for myself, a generous pre-workout meal. A good deal of volume to feel physically full in the stomach really does often work wonders. The feeling of hunger itself, no matter if you've actually eaten, a pre-workout meal or even a pretty sizable pre-workout meal, that feeling of hunger really saps the session in laboratory settings and clinical settings all the time. And they find that you can eat, something that essentially, like you can eat 0-calorie foods or just bloat up on vegetables. And even so, that feeling of fullness alone improves your session a ton. I think maybe the last part to it that I'd really point to that I like most is, there's a few things maybe, but I would say the context flipping of the moment I'm getting ready for the gym, okay, I grab my shoes. I put, left sock, left shoe, right shoe in that order. Once I, get into the car, I have, that route is so ingrained in my brain, I can turn my brain off and get to that gym all the time, no matter if the roads are closed, which, by the way, traffic is crazy and roads closed like in every direction around here.
Yeah.
But then you walk in that threshold of the gym, and it's the mental context switch of, okay, when I am here, we are training. We are going ham. You put the cell phone away.
Yeah.
You put the day's work away, and for this, 1.5 hour window, that's what we're here to do. I think those who make that switch often find it real helpful. Jesse Smade on 145. Man, there's not a lot more. It's tough because his bench PR is 145. He hit that at USAPL Iron Games in Traverse City last year, did Jesse. And that is close to a limit lift for his second. Interesting. As it says 145 again on our lifting casts.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
that
there's
must
something
means
wrong.
he is electing to scratch that
Scratch
thing.
it. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because you can't take the same attempt twice if one was successful.
Just to do it again for funds.
Right. If you're able to take a lift ever for funsies, you're also kind of spoiled. Ben Beddick here on 170. I mean, this is cooked too. But Ben's all-time best bench is 190. He's really not going to be in that range. That was Michigan State Championships back in 23. And he actually used to be a wrapped competitor as well. He has transitioned over to squatting raw. So the difference between the two, we haven't mentioned it yet because we haven't seen any competitors in wraps. And we had one signed up as an equipped lifter, and I don't know if they've showed up today. That he's listed only as Ryan on Lifting Cast. I'm sorry, that's literally all that we can give you. That was Ryan.
It's just Ryan.
Hilarious. I'm not sure how that happened. Tristan Howard, by the way, saucing a 172.5. It's about 380 pounds there, and he has got some more in the tank too. Very nice. But wraps are a much, much stiffer support of the knee. You wrap those many, many times around the joint. You reef them down, cinch them down, and those have typically, they have a way larger effect on a total, or on a squat for specifically, than a knee sleeve, where these knee sleeves that we saw the lifters wearing, those are typically made of neoprene. The wraps are just much more aggressive, and the support that they give you behind your knee, the spring that they give you out of the hole, we'll see essentially every wraps total be a little bit higher than any raw total because the squat is boosted quite so much.
With wraps. And they're wearing wraps when you see them do the funny walk.
Yeah, it's
Their
a
legs
waddle.
are like straight.
You've got no option to bend your knee when you're not under like hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Just wouldn't happen.
No.
Jesse Norman, he will take 192.5 for his second. Again, he might want to make up a little bit of that ground that he missed on the squat, but still had a 700 number. That's a good spot to be. This equals his second bench from State's primetime. Oh man. Wow. Look, his bench PR is 200. You've got to take 202.5, right?
We'll have to see, I think.
Do you think he's only going to take 200? I am almost certain he's going to put in a PR.
I think he's going to go for a PR. I would be, if I was a betting man, that's what I'd be betting on right now.
I think that looks like any opener that we've seen. As smooth, as technically proficient, and as fast as any bench opener that we've seen. I expect... Let me cheat. Let me find out. Oh, wow. He only did a 5 jump.
I saw that. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh.
That, man, I say only. 5 is still a lot with bench. Objectively, it is. But with, a gentleman who's capable of benching that 200 keys, it's a very small percentage of his max.
Maybe that's just not his goal today.
Right.
Maybe
and he told us that as well. He told us, okay, need to just tune up for States. But then he ended up with a survival bench. That's smoked. We know who all the heaviest benches are going to belong to today. That's Brandon Matthew Jackson on 205. There are those who a lifetime squat goal, as medium to heavyweights, a lifetime squat goal of 205 would be very reasonable. among male competitors. Brandon Jackson just benched that for his second. Understood and message received. He's put in a 210 for his third and had a 300 kilo squat just for good measure.
Just for good measure, just in case.
For what it's worth, Jesse Norman does have him on total right now. That lead is, well, among subtotals, technically, we should say. That lead is just 5 kilos. Aiden Samzik, 112.5. This is a second 7.5 jump in a row. Man, that's a lot. A Nashville, Michigan, not Tennessee native, coached by Seth Cobb, an animal from the Other Body Shop, his home gym, and Aiden should have, never mind. Reds from the left and the right, yeah. Okay, the hips come off there. It is subtle, but again, from this angle is the only time I think we were going to be able to see it.
Right. I mean, we would not really have been able. We couldn't tell from this angle at all, really, to be honest. So
Yeah,
that's why we have side refs. People keep us honest.
you bet. Seth Cobb just took a third place finish at Raw Nationals among the teen threes of the 90 kilo class. Seth has a ridiculous deadlift. He pulled 277.5. That's 6'11" and some change. So I mean, you talk about a coach in good hands. He's a young kid for sure, but already coaching some very, very impressive athletes and pulled 300 kilos at Michigan State's last year. Michael Flores' 120 will overcome him by just a tad.
Take a look at it again. Comes down. I think it's just strength wasn't there.
Yeah, I don't see much technically to really take and improve upon from there. That will be what it will be. It's that midpoint stalling. When you break it, when you break that bar off the chest, and you're able to get those first few inches by you, then okay, do you get up near lockout and your triceps fail? That's, we can say, okay, that's just a lockout strength thing. But if it's in that midpoint when kind of every pressing muscle is firing at once, just not quite there. Robbie Taylor might go beyond that. He's got it.
There it goes.
I'm telling you, man, Bryn Evans, well, let me illustrate it as they're seeing it on the screen. Bryn Evans and Mark Leonard, some sticklers.
Yeah.
Man, are they tough on the sides today. But from the moment that we came in and heard the rules meeting given by our chief referee, Thomas McCarty, we heard, quote, they are going to make tough calls. That has absolutely been true. They've been very consistent with it all throughout this meet, from the opening squat all the way through until now, as we're running down on third attempts for the last benches.
We go James. Bench to stay in the competition. Comes down. And not there. It's unfortunate. I think, unfortunately, just started off a little bit too high and just couldn't come back down after that. So he was already stuck there at 130, and it happens. Happens on meet day. Just doesn't go as planned. That means he is out. But if you would like to, you could still deadlift just to see how much he would have got.
Connor Birchmeyer's first bench-only meet, and his first meet in general since USAPL Michigan State's back in 2024. A bench PR is on the bar too. This would be a plus 7.5 lifetime. Coach Connor, what do you got? I wonder on the right. Dipped just a tad. Watch his right arm in. This is, I wonder if maybe he's left-handed. It's there. It's that right wrist. an inch maybe of deviation.
Well, even I think Dave Hull on the left side, was that a hip thing too? Looked like his butt came
Oh,
up.
I'd say I
up.
wasn't even looking at the hips. It certainly could have been if it's both sides. He still does, for what it's worth, get a bench PR there. 127.5 with his second attempt was good enough to get that on the board for him. And again, it's his first bench-only meet, so that's just a real mindset shift as well.
Yeah.
From not doing the full power and warming up differently, warming up at different times, and how do you peak just your bench, all those kinds of things. Alex Rodart, 135. I'm telling you, everybody's left arms are betraying them. Thankfully, this will pass. It's nearly as close as you could come, I think. It's clearly an uneven lockout where the right arm locks and the left is still creeping up just kind of like this. And even so, the unevenness itself is not cause for a DQ of the lift. It is just the up and down of, for almost everybody, it's been the non-dominant arm. That's been a common theme.
And you're definitely expelling more energy just trying to, catch up basically with your other hand.
Yeah.
So it's important to train both sides. You're weaker. You're only as strong as your weakest link. Right.
Bingo. Jacob Clemens, 140. Man, that is so much better. He made an awesome adjustment, and he's got that dusted. Really impressive day that he's working on. Jacob's deadlift opener put in is a little bit lower. It is one of the, in fact, I believe it's the lightest here in the flight. It's 185, but a 140 bench PR secured for him.
Ryan Cohen coming back up. 5 kilogram jump here. Bench has been looking great so far today. Let's see if he can keep it up for his final attempt here.
Yeah, he took that 10 jump, which for many is too much objectively on the bench. He lowers that jump a little bit now, goes 5 more. 145, and Power Belly Barbell's own Ryan Cohen smokes it. I'm telling you, Ryan and Renika are showing out today.
They're really showing out. They are having fantastic meets today. And you know what's so funny? I was out there in the lobby at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I saw Renika walk into that lobby at 2 a.m. Just some little insider. And she's still doing great, so I'm wondering if maybe because she got a little bit more sleep than I did, got to sleep in a little bit more, or, I have no idea. You just cannot be sleep deprived on meet day. It just does not work. So
That's absurd. Again, it was Renika's birthday, and so
had to celebrate.
yeah, clearly. The one time I think I'd tone it down a little bit. Oh, Nathan Hamp, 147.5. Man, I wonder about his right elbow. We've just been, okay, 2-1. We've been seeing so many hammered on this. Again,
Yes.
take a look at his right elbow from this view. We always see it a little bit better.
Yeah.
There's something to that path of the bar for sure.
100%.
It passes, and so that's what matters most.
I think so far in our meets, we've had a streak of it just being people's birthdays and competing.
Yeah, we had Kristen Bogard, what was Ross Bogard's wife, up North Unleashed in Traverse. Hope Ross is watching today. Do not blame him at all for not making a 3-hour trek down here. But that was very impressive, and she had a great birthday showing. Ben Beddick here on 175. 3 red round things back in the rack. And that is well done. Clearly one of the most technically proficient of everybody here today. Ben Beddick, 36 years of age, and looks for all the world like when he makes it to Masters, he's going to be a threat. If he wants to, stick around in USAPL here again, whomped me in Powerlifting America. We do have, for the first time this year, a Powerlifting America Invitational that will be hosted here at Raw Strength on September the 26th. And so, Ben's one of those guys. He could cross over across multiple federations and really rack up some hardware. But if he wants to stick with USAPL into his Masters years, I think he's really going to have a chance. Whether that be as a 90, as a 100, whether he wants to cut all the way to 82.5, I don't know. Tristan Howard's 185, won't budge by much. Yeah, me when I can't quite bench 408. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, not many people can say they can get 408 off the rack. So
I unironically can't unrack it. When I tell you I've tried some of those, like a real heavy static hold and ISO hold of just holding that, above your face after you unrack, right? That is something I've never touched. I get up to that like 3 reds kind of area, and my arms do this thing, and I'm like, this is not that far from my comp PR, right? But I'm telling you,
yeah,
it feels further away than it is, probably.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, that's a training strategy, right? Like to
It is,
put a
of
heavy
course.
bench and then just for the central nervous system.
Yeah, to crank up that CNS and practice that skill of just feeling the weight in your hand and being able to hold it, really. Jesse Norman, he will take the 197.5. Last hit this at the Arnold Male Raw Challenge last year. Missed on 200 at prime time last year at States, so maybe that's in the very back of his mind. Heaviest bench to this point, Jesse Norman.
Oh, come on. Jesse, you had 200.
Absolutely he did. Look, if the PR was on the bar, I'm certain he would have found that. He would have found a way. I still recognize that he benched a absurd 197.5. That was, we'll just do a quick translation. So it was about 435, so. He's not going to have the heaviest bench again. That's going to belong to Brandon Matthew Jackson.
And I think this is our last bench of the flight right here, too. Brandon Matthew Jackson, 210 kilograms.
This guy's competed all over the place. WRPF, USAPL, UPA, USPC, here back with USAPL. His all-time best bench ever in a meet, 218 at the USPC America's Championship in November of last year. This would be his best USAPL number ever with the 210, and it's just butter.
Whoa!
Holy smokes, you're not supposed to be able to do that being that big.
Excuse me?
That's the most impressive thing I've ever seen at a powerlifting meet.
Which one was more impressive, the lift or the split? Wow.
Let me just sit with my jaw hanging open here for a while before we take it to the deads.
Look, powerlifters are definitely not known as the most flexible people in the world, and it's definitely helpful to have some of that flexibility, but my hamstrings are not flexible enough to, I would tear something.
And you tend to think, okay, you're going to sacrifice some of that mobility or flexibility with increased body weight. I've never seen anything like that in my whole life, ever.
Never.
I've been watching this a long time. Brandon Matthew Jackson benches 210 kg, squats 300, goes over a 500 subtotal, and hits a full split. That's your mic drop. That's my most impressive performance of the day. Like, I don't care what anybody ends up totaling or what placings or rankings fall. That's the most impressive thing I may have ever seen as an athletic feat. What?
Athletically, just impressive.
Unbelievable.
I'm speechless. Absolutely speechless.
We're going to have to give you some more recaps for bench when we come back. We've got to just take a moment, absorb what we've seen. We got 10 minutes of change over time between our bench press and our deadlifts. That rack will be taken all the way out of there. We'll be off for a few minutes, and then after that 10-minute timer runs down, Lisa Boulding will come up the very top of Flight A with the deadlifts. Final discipline of the day. Sound good to you, Ian?
Sounds good to me. I'll be warming up my splits in the back.
All right. Best of luck to you. Catch you soon for deadlifts.
See you guys.
me good now? Okay, what if I do this, can you still hear me? Okay, so neither one of those did anything for you, right? Okay, so if I turn this up, do I get louder for you or no? Does this continue to get louder for you? A little bit? Okay. What? Okay. Do you need me to get louder yet? Yes or no? A little bit louder? Okay, so if I'm just gonna continue to turn this up, I don't think, is that better for you? I can't.
You're good.
Okay, cool. I think I'm peaking on mine quite a bit. Okay, you know what? I see what I was doing now. Okay, so I needed to do that. Okay, I'm gonna set this one down. Yep. Okay, so now I am on mic number 2. Okay, there we go. Oh, shoot. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so that is my volume there, and that is very sensitive. Can you hear me okay, Ian? Okay, cool. I'm going to set that one down. Okay, there we go. So I have myself plugged in now and I can hear myself. This sounds great to you? It sounds great to me. Does this sound better to you than the other one did, or does it sound about the same? Okay, cool.
What a way to come back in. You know, I mean, we're always running around here, there, and the other place, and when lunch comes, we run there faster than anywhere. But welcome back, folks. This is the final discipline of the day here for USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot. The very opening deadlift attempt we just had taken successfully by Lisa Bolding. I'm Tanner White. He is Ian Varquez. And we are of the Power Belly Barbell team. There's so much of, you know, the team here that you don't really see just in our camera frame here. There's 1,000 tiny little moving parts that all come into a single meet day to make all of this happen. And we think all of them with the many different effects that that they bring.
You know, and just kind of like what you were talking before, we are all power lifters at some point, or still power lifters. Big family over here. Big family vibes. Chloe's number of sons keeps growing.
Sure.
So, and if we sound better than we did just a few minutes ago, we literally switched out our whole system. So, if you're enjoying the quality upgrade, thank Ray for keeping throwing money everywhere.
Yeah, it's true. With zero hesitation, continues to upgrade the setup at all times. You remember that old movie Robots? Upgrades, people upgrades was like the meme. Yeah, it's fantastic meme template. Natasha Ford will open on 110 and sauce it down. Jasmine Miller up next on 112.5. This is Flight A. You know, if you haven't picked it up by now, I don't know that you will maybe for today, but it's okay because you'll get another crack at it tomorrow with Powerlifting United Max Out Madness on deck with the back-to-back meets. But we do progress throughout the flight in order of the lightest to heaviest weight lifted. And once we get all the way through one run of our deadlifts, we'll turn it back up to the top of Flight A here. Lisa Bolding will be up again for her second deadlift attempt coming soon. And then we do it all the way down for 3 attempts of the deadlifts for each of our 3 flights, and then we're out of here.
Out of here and then back again tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. We're not out of here for very long. You'll get a really deja vu-y kind of feeling when we return. Mackenzie Jackson will also be taking 112.5 here. Oh, kept the headphones in. Good catch. You actually cannot come out onto the platform with them.
Well, I guess you wouldn't want to because then you couldn't hear your commands as well.
Well, yeah, ideally.
You know,
we've had some struggle to hear commands anyway, and again, that's why you've seen our chief referee a couple of times, Thomas McCarty, have moved much closer to the lifters. You had Lisa and I think it was Gary Erdman who both got that courtesy from Thomas.
I believe also he's mic'd up.
I have seen the mic taped on him, yeah.
But still loud crowd, loud music, good times.
And for what it's worth, we take this kind of for granted, but not everybody practices with the microphone in their face and practices the use of a microphone, understands the, you know, polarity, the pickup patterns, this, that, and the other.
That's true.
You know.
It is definitely its own skill.
Yeah, no doubt.
Nicole Daniel, 120 kilogram opener. Smokes it.
No doubt. Deadlift is the simplest of the 3. I gotta grab these waters 1 second here.
Just as he said, stay hydrated. You're gonna be at your strongest, your best, when you're not dehydrated. As they say, hydrate or dihydrate, people. We have Shauna Johnson coming up from doing her first lift at 125 kilograms. She's competing in the Women's Raw Master. IB from 55 to 95. It's a good opener. I mean, you're going to see these openers fly by quick, people. I mean, deadlift is just heavy weight, but it is also most people's strongest lift, just using the most muscles when you're deadlifting. And so you'll just see these first attempts just fly by. Unlike bench, I don't think it's very too often you see people accidentally overload their first attempt. Of course there is. But I feel like it's more likely you'll see that on bench than deadlift. And looks like they're cleaning and reapplying chalk to the bar here. Taking time. Appreciate that from our spotters here. We have Julia Woolman competing in the Women's Raw Open 70 kilogram class. Opening up at 125 kilograms. Or using the amazing brain of mine, calculating the math in my head, 275.58 pounds.
I'm telling you, dude, Julia Woolman is here to stay. So she's in with that Papin crew, with that Momentum crew, and her debut here is just going to be so intoxicating. Hitting lifetime PRs here, just throwing all that around, and with no real technical deviations. She's 7 for 7 right now. That total just continues creeping up there. She's tops among the 70 kg competitors. I'm really impressed.
We have Power Belly's Renika Bugs, 125 kilogram opener. Easy money. I just love the energy she brings. She's just dancing everywhere, having a good time. It's like, it's my birthday, y'all.
We all better be weary for not if but when she hits the third dead. You know what I mean? See what she's going to go pull out the bag.
You know, I haven't asked her. I know she does a lot of high rocks training, so I'm curious what her powerlifting training has looked like while teaching people how to train for a high rocks. Madison Newberry, 132.5 kilograms, smokes it for her first attempt.
She's got a real close stance, and because I've seen Reina Mata before at the USAPL State Primetime last year, we know that we're going to see a little bit different technique from her. We'll talk about the conventional versus the sumo stance now. It just seems appropriate. As Reina Mata will approach this bar, the rings of the barbell will help her to set the width of her stance. It's not a dramatic sumo stance, but what you will see is the hands inside of the legs and a wider than your squat stance typically kind of deal taken, and beyond shoulder, beyond hip width.
You can really see she's trying to dangle her arms, trying to extend them as much as possible. Get as much length. She really I can tell she's gonna really take her time on that setup, which is to get in the mood. Tanner here likes to do the fastest but efficient. Some people like to take their time. I as well also like a quick setup, because if I think about it too much, there's more likely ways that I will mess up my setup. So the simpler, the better.
I'm telling you, now that I have mostly switched to the hook grip too, I set up even faster. I think people would be surprised to learn that, but no, there's just, because you already know it's going to hurt, you want to get it over with as quick as possible.
Sure.
I'm 100% serious on that. Mary Norris is just out front by a ton on total for everybody, for all of our women's competitors, and toasts a 150. Mary needs 2.5 on her total for over 1,000 pounds.
Wow.
2.5 kg total she needs right now for over 1,000, and she's going to get a lot more than that. I mean, she's probably going to take a 15-plus jump, I would expect, from seeing that opener. It's 12.5. I was close.
12.5.
Yeah.
Very close.
But that's going to be very manageable, clearly. Lewis Vanderwerf, your one male competitor for the flight. Besides Gary Erdman, of course, he was the bench only, and he did hit a state record at 112.5. Lewis is on the very other end of the age spectrum here, a teen 1. It slows a tad toward lockout, but Lewis will put that... Yes, surely, on the board.
Yes,
okay.
there it is.
I thought, did I miss something here? No, there's just these little input delays on each of these tablets that you see our referees holding. We get a decent look right now on the left side of our screen at Bryn Nevins, at least her tablet, a USAPL 90 kilo competitor herself. Did you watch her performance at States?
If it wasn't prime time, probably not.
Okay, so Bryn, or pardon us, I also meant,
You're looking at Bryn, thought Bryn.
yeah, I know, my bad. But also the nationals outing that she had, she set a bench PR there. She hit 130 kg.
Wow. 130 kg.
Bryn is a serious bencher and is well-rounded, but her bench is the standout lift. Lisa Boulding up at the top of the flight. 95 is good for her second deadlift.
What is your deadlift ritual like?
So I really have simplified the approach, again, even more so now that I am a hook grip sumo puller. I walk up to the bar like everybody else does. I find a place that, using the rings relatively for a landmark, I find a place where, okay, I can comfortably push my shin a little bit forward and it'll make contact with the bar. You don't start with the bar touching the shins, but it's very close. And then when I pump the hips, as Malia will do here a little bit, I have already had my hands set on the bar. I have already had my hook grip set. I take 2 very quick sort of exploratory tugs, make sure that that hook grip is set. I pump the hips and pull.
Pump the hips and pull.
And I guess the one step that I skipped is once I have approached the bar, I'm standing in the spot that I want to with my feet. I take a very big breath up at the top, and I do what some have referred to as an anti-shrug. So you get tons and tons of air into the torso. You stand up real tall, and then you clamp the rib cage down, and you almost contract the abs to pull those ribs down further. And that's where most of your bracing happens as you expand your torso laterally into your belts. My arms come down while I get that torso pulled down. And then because they're already on the bar, again, you just tug real quickly, make sure that hook grip is set. You pump your hips one time, which is you extend them and then snap them back down basically into closer to that squat style position. And you pull. So that all can take max of 5 seconds. And I'm telling you, I love to, as soon as I can within that attempt timer, get out there. When I hear that bar is loaded call, I almost try to head up to the platform as they're like finishing saying the word. And so maybe by the time that's at 50 seconds or so, I want to be set up and ready to pull.
Makes sense. See, there's a lot of science behind just even the simplest of setups.
And a lot of time in the lab, you know what I mean? Just working and refining it all the time. If you have a dramatic technique change to make, I don't know that people recognize really how long it can take to ingrain that change, to make that your natural, your new normal. It can be months upon months of every single rep you do, hundreds and hundreds of reps, and they get increasingly heavier and more intense, every single one of them mastering exactly that same setup. Those who can do it the best, I think Ben Beddick is the best example today. Jesse Norman, of course, is up there as well, but he had some difficulties. Ben has been absolutely rock solid. Those who can do it the best can do this sport for a really, really long time and continue to always get better, because it's level playing field for themselves all the time. They're always, you know, showing up with the same deck. You know what I mean? They're playing the game with the same deck all the time. Shauna Johnson up at 130 in a moment. The 12-ounce monsters, I don't know if that sits right with me. I always think a monster is inherently a 16-ounce drink. You know what I mean?
I always get the biggest. My heart does not thank me for it, though.
The train the muscle to failure kind of philosophy there.
Yeah, I mean, probably my heart's like the strongest heart out there. All the training.
All right, then. No, I mean, to each their own. It obviously can boost performance. That is objectively true, as measured in clinical studies all the time, right? And
100%.
Those doses that they give range in somewhere like a 3 to 6 milligram per kilogram dose. That is 3 to 6 milligrams of caffeine per kilogram of your body weight. I'll give you some examples of that in a moment. Nicole Daniel on 130. Locking the knees back. Looks good.
Judges agree.
So let's see a 100 kilo male, right? That's a fairly populated weight class here in USAPL,
Yep.
right? And the range then given of caffeine to boost performance without some of the really negative health drawbacks that of course can come from abuse of it would be 100 kg times 3 at the low end, so 300 milligrams, or up to 600 on the high end. We're not telling you to go and do that because of course there are other, for example, American Heart Association recommendations of, okay, maybe max of 400 a day or so. But it is, again, objectively true that it does boost performance in clinical studies, in kind of every study ever done on it, right? It's got some effect on performance. Julia Woolman, speaking of performing, here's a 135. And when the lights come on, you got to perform. Man, she cooks another easy second at 135.
10 kilogram jump.
And if she wants another 10, I'm certain it's there. I just don't know because it's a debut meet. If that's what she's opted for 140. I think that makes the most sense to me.
That makes a lot of sense.
And then I think she'll probably make a quick turnaround for her next meet. She'll be able to do it and still gain a lot of strength. Maybe she wants to come out for states, who knows? And because it's a momentum crew, I think she'll find a way to really PR that total big time. Renika Bugs on a 135. All right, reaching deeper in the bag on each and every dance, folks. Be prepared for that third because it's going to be something special.
But is it as cool as hitting the splits?
That can never be topped. I'm serious. Like, I could watch world records all the time, and I do. I spend a lot of time watching world records in the very highest levels of the sport, and I've never seen somebody. I've seen a few who have hit a backflip after a successful lift as a celebration, which is incredibly cool too. Madison Newberry, that's pretty cool, by the way, 142.5 keys. But I've never seen, and don't know that I ever will see, again, a full split from especially a gentleman of that size.
Yes. I wouldn't expect it, but as they say, don't judge a book by its cover.
Absolutely.
Now it's like, what's your excuse for not being flexible?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Reina Mata, 145 keys. She's been working on a career day in her debut as a 65. Was a 60-kilo competitor for just about the entirety of her powerlifting career. It is technically her debut as a full power 65, as she did compete at the Arnold Open Bench Bash, weighing in at 62.2. There aren't weight classes there. It's the Arnold, there's no weight classes in the jungle. But she did bench 95 keys there and managed a bench PR of 97.5 here. Known for a big old pull of 152.5 her PR. That's sticky on the legs, but let me tell you, that's why you put that white powder on, is it not?
Yep, not chalk.
Every single meet, I got to hit on it at least once. It's just, it's so fun, and it's so funny to me. A few times, Jeremy Muchler, the owner here of Raw Strength, has asked, hey, exactly who put baby powder in the chalk bowls? And when I tell you, if there were a reason for a blacklisting forever from a gym, that would kind of be one of them. From a powerlifting gym, certainly.
100%.
Man.
Honestly, kind of a liability. It is a liability.
Yeah, that's kind of scary and kind of dangerous, tell you the truth. Yes, baby powder on the legs, chalk on the hands. Mary Norris, 12.5 jump. Oh boy.
Pumped those hips. Really drove her hips into the bar. Pushed. That's some great technique from Mary Norris. And that puts us at the end of Flight A here. Then we're back at the top for third attempts. And folks, the deadlifts only get heavier from here. Louis Vanderwerf, 205 kilograms. Only male in this flight. Going for the sumo. Ooh. See if they give him the lockout. And they do. Good lift from from Lewis. And that puts us back at the top of the flight. These will be the last lifts of today for these athletes. We'll be starting off with Lisa Bolding.
I'm glad that you waited a little bit on that because I fully agree and saw what you saw. The lockout means you've got to fully extend the knees, the hips, and a part that a lot of people can miss, and you will see probably at some point at red light here for pulling the shoulders back.
Yes.
And when you've got all of those components, that is technically when your referees should give you that down command. That's the one and only command here in the deadlifts. That's why when I started to, I disappeared off the table for a moment. I started to say that's why they call the deadlift the simplest lift, because it's only the single command. You can't be wrong when you decide to pull first.
Oh, came off a little uneven. Locks it out. It's good by Lisa.
I did have questions about that off the ground.
Yes.
That was definitely rolling, where it kind of came up unevenly between the two sides, and I thought, that's going to be tricky.
Now, you were talking about how on the lockout you have to have your shoulders back. That does include people who like to round their shoulders for their deadlifts. We see a lot of times people who do not keep a straight back in their deadlifts, they will still, by the end of the lift, end up in that shoulder back position. Malia, last lift of the day, 110 kilograms. There's no problemo.
She was tossing a lot of powder as that bar was climbing up. I mean, so it's meant to reduce the friction of the barbell against the legs, right? That's the purpose. We all know that. It's almost as if you wonder how much was left because she had just scraped it all. And what maybe people don't recognize is the aggressiveness of the knurling on powerlifting bars, right? These grooves that are cut into the bar, just positively like knives. And the closer that you keep that bar into you, the more it rubs up against, the calves, the thighs, everything. Mackenzie Jackson unfazed, 125. Full belt flick, never hurt nobody.
And that's why you'll see it too. You'll see all our competitors today required to wear deadlift socks, especially since we don't want people to bleed on our bar today.
Oh, that's always a possibility. Yeah. At times, it's inescapable. You see it the most in, I would say, those who kind of do a dynamic start where, I'll make a note of this in a moment. Shauna Johnson, 135. Zinger. Man, her eyes got wide for a moment. She said, oh. Yeah, I mean, there was a good deal of facial expression going on. She underwent a lot of emotion in that. But the dynamic start is kind of a often seen strongman technique. Pushing that bar out and rolling it back into you and using that. I tell you, I don't know that it contributes anything to an upward force, but I do know that some just like to use it to kind of get themselves into position for whatever reason. And they may start then, because of that dynamic start, pulling that bar in towards them. They may break the floor with the bar closer to their shin than anybody else does. And so it might have to come away from the body a little bit. For one, just because of the size of most competitors' legs, and because those hands run into the legs too, right? All of those things kind of factor in a little bit.
If you want to see a great example, just watch any Eddie Hall deadlift video.
Absolutely, including world records.
Nicole Daniel, last attempt of the day, 5-kilogram jump, 135 kilograms.
But was it supported on the thighs? We know how that verbiage goes in. I think that's it.
I think that was it.
Support along the thighs, hitching, ramping, those kind of all mean the same thing. So if it gets caught on your legs a little bit too much, maybe you didn't baby powder up enough, maybe it's just because you're opting for that mixed grip with one hand pronated, one hand supinated, right? And typically the pronated fingers can dig into the one hand, right? Whatever it may be, if you support that weight for even a brief moment on the thigh as it's coming up. It's going to be red-letter.
And folks, you can really tell. Sometimes a little hard from the front, but from the side for sure, you can definitely tell.
Jasmine Miller, look, her hands caught in the singlet, but I still think she's got plenty. It's toast.
It's toast.
Oh, that's infectious. Your meet director cares that much to come and meet you right off of the platform. That is rare. That is special.
It just really shows you the kind of groups and families that participate in powerlifting competitions like this. Everyone supports each other. Of course, there's big competition going on, but at the end of the day, we just want everyone to get stronger around here. Natasha Ford, her last attempt, 140 kilograms, or 308.65 pounds. And that will be it for her today. 145 kilogram finish. Congratulations, Natasha. And back onto the platform for the final day, for a final time today, Julia Woolman.
There's been so many great debuts, Natasha Ford among them. Julia Woolman, I think, if she polishes this off, will show us the absolute most impressive one of the day. This is going to be 140 keys for a perfecto, a 9 for 9. That means it's a super meet. Julia's got one final gear to polish off 140. Sauce.
Tongue came out like Michael Jordan, finished it.
That is mad impressive. I wish I had that kind of composure. I wish I had that kind of gas tank. I wish I had that kind of technical proficiency when I first got out on the platform. There was a lot of things I didn't know. There was a lot of questions I'd never asked. There was a lot of rules, frankly, I had never heard of. I read the rule book pretty well, but you just can't read everything sometimes in a short amount if you don't take a ton of time to prepare. And forget all of that with Julia. That is exactly the opposite for her. Renika Buggs polling for lifetime PR here. Oh man, it goes quick, but off of the floor, stuck pretty quick.
And that will be it, unfortunately, for Power Belly's own Renika Buggs, but still great showing today. You can't be mad with a 135 kilogram deadlift. And as they say, there's always next time. Moving on, Madison Newberry, her final attempt at 150 kilograms, or 330.69 pounds here.
This will be just below, 5 below lifetime PR, but a snap lockout, I am convinced. And she already knew she was going to take those 75s. You start seeing the placement tab below the total tab on the right side of the scoreboard in the bottom portion of your screen. Placement meaning where do they sit within their age division plus weight class, right? Those two get mashed together to determine final placings. Reina Mata, for example, already out in front first here in the 65s. Reina sets up to polish off a 150. It's just 2.5 under her PR from USAPL Renegade Classic in Indiana last year. Lengthens the arms long. The 65 debut for Reina Mata, and I think she's going to be just fine here. Oh my.
I don't think that was there. Oh,
You thought.
I thought, oh my. Just kidding. That's why I'm not up there judging today.
I truly was mostly convinced because, yes, it slowed down a bunch before lockout, but I don't think her backward movement of, really squeezing the hips, really getting the last end range hip extension, I don't think there was any question to me that was going to be successful. I guess I wasn't looking at the knees much because, of course, unlocking the knees, that happens a lot with sumo too. So there was that to it, but I felt confident, and she found that very last gear and got every ounce that she was going to get, every gram she was going to get probably out of that pole.
Mary Norris locking in here.
You've just got to go to that place sometimes. Wherever that place is for you, you've got to find it. And let it take you places you've never been. Mary Norris A chalk toss a la LeBron.
Still waiting for that decision. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
Yep.
I know. I don't want to think too much about it because I'm in a rabbit hole. I have my tinfoil hat on. I have all my conspiracies. And I say this in the nicest way possible, who would be willing to bring Bronny James along as well if they do not need him on their NBA squad right now? If they cannot afford him to just sit in their G League or go up and down with a two-way, trust me, I could talk about this forever. This is an off-air kind of deal, you know what I mean?
Yep, 100%.
No worries. Lewis Vanderwerf, this is a monster pull. What were you doing at 15 years of age? He also takes time to just find wherever he's got to go mentally. And now reload. 215.
Oh.
And it is glued to the deck. Lewis will settle for a 205 second attempt. That's the heaviest attempt there of the Flight A deadlifts. Well done, Lewis.
Well done. Folks, this will put us into Flight B here.
Lewis did go well beyond 1,000 pounds for his total. He's at 477.5 kg. That's, well, of course, where he will finish. I think my conversion chart runs out before that point, to tell you the truth. But like we always say, the 1,000 pound barrier happens at right about 455 kilos. Nathan Sias will be up at the top of the flight. Flight B coming at you now. We got a Flight B and a Flight C. 3 attempts for everybody in the deadlifts, and then we are toast. We are out of here.
Toast.
And we're probably looking in the neighborhood of 3 p.m. or so. Nathan will a couple of times take a moment to lengthen his arms. You mentioned that right towards the beginning of the first attempts, and I'm glad that you said so. Nathan does have a little bit wider of a grip here as well. But the arms as hooks is a cue that I really like on deadlift. You heard that one?
Yes, I have.
And so that's what it sounds like, right? Extend the arm as long as humanly possible, and the only thing the bar should do is rest at the very, very bottom, basically, of the fingertip. For those, for example, who pull with this mixed grip, right, with the one hand, as we've said, one hand supinated, one hand pronated. Bar sitting towards the very bottom of the fingertip, for the most part, for most people, is going to be the most efficient. If you were to seat it down here, even with a hand the size of mine, which is not very big, that's well documented, that can make a dramatic difference in the place where you actually lock that bar out anatomically on yourself. If you're able to get it closer to the fingertips, then, well, gravity's got less room to pull it down into your hand. It will always roll to that lowest point that it can get. Nathan's arm, 182.5, just a little beyond 400 pounds there. Looked a little bit spacey, didn't he? Like,
it did.
I wondered if he was going to take a step back and then take a little nap. There's always the possibility of that,
yes.
All right? And we've seen a goodly number of them here in USA Powerlifting. It's just that rapid change of pressure that happens from that huge brace and breathing, and then you release it, and especially when you take off that belt. David Mendham, 200 keys to open. Wow. I usually say that squat face is the most entertaining. David's deadlift face just made my whole day. Got to talk to Alec Vondel a little bit during the break. He said he feels good, but was disappointed in his bench outcome. Thought really that 160 was going to come up for him. He does come up with the T-shirt off. He's taken advantage of USA Powerlifting rules, and they do allow for no shirt under. He's made a lot of technique changes in recent months working with Jimmy Perucci, and man, does it pay off on the opener. Alec Vondel dumps that 200. He has always been known as a standout bencher. His deadlift at times has kind of struggled even to catch up to his squat. But that was an opener that could have been a last warm-up, and his PR is 210. So I expect him to take a PR coming up for his second attempt, and then still have plenty of room to play probably with his third.
His third. Yep. Cameron Phillips, 207.5 kilograms, also taking advantage of the shirt off, or not having to wear a shirt when deadlifting.
Took a little moment to get going, and then once he's up to speed, he hit that gas. Glenn he has slogged through this day, grinded through this day more than I would say anybody besides maybe arguably Jesse Norman. Every lift has really wanted to fight against Glenn, but he's fought back and still has a chance for a 500 plus total.
Boom.
His right hip was the only thing I was a tiny bit concerned about, but it comes up smooth enough. It's all good there. Flight B, Flight C, deadlifts, that's all we got left here on the day. Thanks once again to everybody joining us over here on the Powerbelly Barbell YouTube channel. I am Tanner White, he is Ian Varquez. And everybody all around here is the Powerbelly Barbell and Raw Strength families. They're all combining and meshing into one family unit for, well, much of the weekend. Almost the entire weekend, as it were. Ryan Troiano. Another guy, he'll take a moment to get up to speed, but then kind of once it comes off the ground and starts moving, he's all good.
I mean, it's really like, I mean, you see a lot. I feel like the deadlift is also pretty spring-loaded.
Mm-hmm.
You load yourself up, and then once you are locked in, you just unload. You're like a spring. Come straight up as long as that you're strong enough to lift the weight.
McCoy Wernholm, another gentleman positively cooking today out of these teens. McCoy's 255 squat was one of my favorite lifts of the day. His 210 opener for deadlifts here. So some open quite light on the deadlift. I frankly have always been one of those that just prefers to have that light opener, get a deadlift number on the board, and even take a somewhat conservative second attempt. Have some room to do what you need to do on that third deadlift. Whether you want to get in PR range or not, whether you are feeling good about your deadlifts or not, it doesn't matter. You just save some fatigue regardless. You're going to be fatigued for the day. The question is not, am I going to be fatigued for deadlifts? The answer is absolutely yes, but it's how much. And if I have to grind, if it is an absolute limit lift on my third deadlift, how much do I have left for it? I think the very best usually agree with that, and I think McCoy is kind of following that, as him and Ryan Troiano have both put in 17.5 kilo jumps. Had a feeling Landon Rogers would come out with a good deadlift, I tell you. That's all about his build. And he does make a little stumble over the bar. I'm telling you, it's treacherous up there on that platform. And that the height of it being, but this, I mean, for those who've not been out there before, it's really not particularly tall, but it just trips you up that much more because you're not really looking for it, and then you hit that tiny lip of it and you stumble and everybody's watching you. It's the worst. Jimmy Perucci did that after missing on his third squat. He was kind of sheepish. Jimmy's got nothing to be ashamed about, however. He's got a 225 opener, put up a big bench PR. He's just way out front of anything he's done before here. And 2 thumbs up. Works for us, Jimmy. I don't think you were on earlier to hear it, but Jimmy was the first guy to wish me a happy birthday. It was actually yesterday evening.
Oh, really?
I was impressed by that. And, he was just asking me, hey, can I get the link for the stream? And I said, oh, yeah, in a moment. And then he said, oh, hey, I heard tomorrow's your birthday. And I was like, dang it. Everybody here around Raw has apparently been talking. I said, dang it.
It's your birthday today?
I'm sorry. You had missed it. Yeah.
No.
I had, dropped it in once or twice. Not particularly intentionally, but perhaps.
Are you going to birthday dinner? Are you cutting still? Maintaining?
We're going to have to switch into some maintenance mode. Kind of, I've got a while for off-season regardless of what I'm going to do for my next competition. It's still a little bit undecided. It is possible that I will come back here
and compete at Raw. That could be with Powerlifting America No Frills in February, maybe. And so I got a lot of time to figure all that out.
Yeah.
Enjoying the summers, though, certainly, and just loving training hard, hitting a lot of heavy singles, more so than I ever typically train with.
Yep.
And so really enjoying just weekly singles of kind of pretty much everything. Jith Draken. Ooh, I wonder if he jumped that down command.
It was quick. Oh, yeah.
That's what it is.
It is what it is, yeah.
Again, you only get the one command on the deadlift, folks. But if you miss that one, well, you're going to get red lighted just like that. It is a technical infraction. And Jith Draken, even though he's got so much more in the tank, even though he is a fantastic deadlifter, probably capable of taking an attempt of well over 600 pounds, he might have to alter his plan just a little bit based on the miss of that opener. Nathan Sias back up here. These are the second deadlift attempts coming for Flight B. Our Nathans following each other as they have all afternoon long or all morning long into the afternoon. Nathan Sias, then Nathan Zarb. The former goes for 180 here. And like many sumo pullers, the trade-off that he knows he's making is, I like the sumo deadlift because it gives me a lot of speed off of the floor. It can be more difficult at lockout. That bar can really slow down at lockout. Whereas the conventional deadlift, maybe the other way around for many lifters. It will be more difficult, almost certainly off of the floor, but at lockout can be a little bit quicker and snappier. Easier to, again, just squeeze those glutes and get to that end range hip extension. Make sure those hips shoot through and are locked all the way out. Nathan Zarb, 197.5. He'll control that negative, that eccentric or lowering portion of the lift. Not required, but you do have to maintain the hands in contact with the bar, so you cannot drop it. That is going to be one of those biggest causes for disqualification. One of the most common causes of disqualification of a deadlift is going to be at any point dropping that bar if the hands do not maintain contact with it all the way to the floor. David Mendham, 210 kilos. Feels like a very, very long time ago that David was unable to post a successful squat, but indeed he was. So he won't receive an official total here. He's still got plenty to pull for the pride. Oh my, that's real close to a limit lift on his second. And he again looks like he's seeing some stars, but it comes up. You can't argue with that part of it. Glenn Gothrow taking a 5 kilo jump here. This would put him at a 500 kilo total. It's just over 1,100 pounds. A very, very big milestone number for many competitors. Glenn has a 75, weighed in at 70.4 kilos. Way underweight for the class. And is going to war with himself today. Glenn will get that down command, and he'll toss up one right bicep. See if we can see it here. So sorry, the screen in the way there. Never miss an opportunity to flex, folks. We're in a gym. This is Raw Strength after all. Once more, we got to say a huge thank you to Raw Strength, our venue, and gym owner Jeremy Muchler for allowing us to throw this somewhat, you're not going to see it all in your camera frame, but somewhat elaborate setup in just a corner of a gym here and figure it out. And we were really grateful to Jeremy for all of the contributions that he makes to the strength community across so many different strength sports. Cameron Phillips, 217.5. Boy, all of these teenagers showing out. And it's second verse, same as the first for Cameron. It really is. That runs his total up to 500 kilos even. Cameron and Glenn Gothrow are both 75 kilo competitors, but different age classes, like you might imagine. Glenn being an open competitor and Cameron being a teen. Alec Vondel, 217.5. Already got a comp PR of 7.5 if he can toast this second. Sets that hook. And then the bait is 8. It's kind of a slant rhyme or a stretching of the rhyme scheme, but nonetheless. Lifetime 7.5 PR for Alec Vondel with plenty more in the tank. If he might want to go all the way up to 230, that could certainly be there. Probably not more than 230 we'd expect. Boy, he just went and put in 232.5. That could be a little aggressive. He asked for it, so he's going to get it, but it's a risk. Ryan Troiano back up. A CSCS, that's a certified strength and conditioning specialist. And we mentioned it earlier in the day too. Ryan is a training intern with Michigan State football. Over 500 pounds here for the second pull. You bet. Easy, easy. Ryan, he's probably going to want to take, he's going to want us to take this time to give his good shout outs. He wants to shout out his wife Tara and his kids Connor and Ethan. Hopefully they're watching at home. Ryan is in the middle of very much a career day, and we'll have one more deadlift to pull. His PR is 240. That's a ways away. If he wants to take 42.5, he'll have to reach a little bit deeper probably than he ever has before. McCoy's 227.5, just over 500 pounds. Same weight as Ryan Troiano here to follow him. Torched. Again, McCoy opened very light to give himself plenty of room to move up. He's appeared to make the right call at every single turn so far all day long, has McCoy Wernholm. He's 7 for 8 right now. He missed only his middle squat, but that doesn't matter. That's not the one that gets added onto his total. It's the third squat that he hit, which is added onto his total. Landon Rogers, 232.5. Jimmy Perucci on deck. Chithrakin and Tony Väisänen to polish off the flight will follow. That is the second attempt. Then we'll turn it back over for thirds. Landon Rogers. Hips through, up at the top. And he is just about perfect on his second attempt. Nice and comfortable. Might be able to jump by that same amount, throw another 12.5 on, might choose 7.5 to 10. Those are probably the two things he's thinking. He's going with plus 10. Jimmy Perucci, a comp PR on the bar. Wonder if Jimmy ripped some chemical assistance before he stumbled out there. We mean that oh so nicely. Holy smokes, he pulled that fast. I mean, he disregards that thing like no big deal. That attempt timer was at maybe 57 seconds, and Jimmy was already locking that thing out. That's insane. It's a 5 kg PR for now, but he's got way more to go. And Jimmy's a guy who has pulled both conventional and sumo at times, has messed around with both, is a standout deadlifter in both. And that move up to the 100 kg class clearly has been a good move for him. Chithrakin, heaviest attempt all time, 280. Heaviest successful pull, 270. This is 260. Missed, however, by jumping the down command for his last one. Controlled it way better on his second. That is an awesome switch. Well done. Chithrakin, 260. He's got the heaviest pull so far of the day. Tony Väisänen is going to follow with that exact same number. 41 lifters today, folks. And we are nearly through the first 27 of them for all of everybody's deadlift attempts. The third attempt's coming for Flight B real soon. Tony Väisänen first. Let's bear witness. Ooh, I wonder about Tony's right leg. I wonder if he supported that bar for even a moment. Okay, he's got it. That was more struggle than he expected to get from that weight. It was, however, more than enough pulling strength. I would expect him to go somewhere in the neighborhood of 270. His best pull, 260, 2.5. He's only 2.5 under that. But that was from 2023 at USAPL Strong Enough. That is sort of ancient history in the powerlifting space, as it were. Tony and Jimmy, we've been telling you how much those two want to best each other. Out of those open 100s, Tony is 10 kilos behind on total right now. And he might want to make up all of that and more with his third deadlift. Really going to be an interesting one to watch. Nathan Sias polishing his day up. Here's a 185. It took a while off of the floor too. And in the midpoint, he's past that. Is he gonna get it all the way up to lock it? Santa Maria! That passed. If there's ever one that needs a second look, it's what Nathan just found out of himself. Wow, he's blinking his eyes, and I don't think he had any idea. I think he knew it could have gone either way. That was very much a 50-50 ball, as it were. It is eventually awarded to him. Worth the wait, we hope. Nathan Zarb has a deadlift PR of 2.5 up on the board. His previous competition best was 195 coming in. Now he wants 215. This is the kind of progress you can make as a teenager. You know how that My Chemical Romance tune goes. Now, don't you? Nathan, what do you have left? Watch that right knee, too. He's got the down command. Oh, boy, he's got it! Whoa. That's one of the longer successful deadlift attempts that you'll ever see in terms of time. Holy cow. Took a 217.5 attempt at at USAPL Panther Power Clash. That was that meet over in Coachman that we couldn't remember the name of, where we had last interviewed some fine folks. We are in the works discussing with a few coaches, see if we can't get an interview before we get out of here today. If anybody wants to talk to us over here in the corner, we are very much set up in the corner, so it's kind of logistically difficult even. David Mendham to polish 217.5. David's tank is clearly running on fumes, but his heart is just as strong as that opening squat. He's going to need to shuffle off that platform and hopefully be rewarded with a sweet treat and some water. And ideally some electrolytes. Undeniably, he's going to have some of the cramping start to creep in by this point. David did bomb out on squat. Was one of just 2 competitors to not register a successful squat attempt on the day, but you just can't take anything away with the heart that he showed there. Glenn Gothrow has been the exact same. 220 on the bar for him. Takes a few extra moments to set his hands. Now Glenn will pull. 7.5 under his lifetime best. Glenn also, with an empty tank, still made it to that finish line. And I'm not sure if that's a Michael Jackson move, a ride 'em cowboy. We'll let him have his moment. Pulls that 220. It probably looked at times like that was going to be very unlikely. But he's found it. We continue to go on throughout the third deadlift attempts here of Flight B. We've still got a full flight to follow. That's Flight C. And then we'll shortly after that, we'll see if we're going to have all of our awards captured on camera for you, or if we might go to an interview instead. We'll let you know as that decision's made. Cameron Phillips, 5:01, and a little sliver. Cameron leaned back, and Cameron smash. Alec Vondel, everybody pretty much from here on out taking lifetime PRs. Ryan Troiano even, he loaded 242.5. Alex at 232.5. His best deadlift of all time coming in was 210. Set back at West Michigan Open for Powerlifting America in May of last year. Alec had a very long and productive off season and has made a huge improvement, even weighing in quite light today. Weighed in 80.1, a plus 22.5 for his best pull. Bang! Forget about it. I think Alec knew if he loaded another 5, another 7.5 even, that was going to come up. Practically whatever he loaded on that third was going to come because he had so little exertion from the first 2 attempts. Truly, he did. Landon Rogers wants to end off his day. One more big pull. It's 242.5. We had every reason to think it was going to be there with how steady Eddie Landon's been. And that is an easy lifetime PR. His PR coming in, by the way, was 212.5. Landon, I'm sorry, we're laughing. It's a little bit comical. Okay, pardon us. It was 227.5, mea culpa again. Still, that is a 15 PR himself. There are so many people becoming the best and strongest versions of themselves today. We have seen, oh, so many. And there's a few more still to go that we are really excited about and hope that everybody gets up and out of their seats, even if you're at home. If you're watching this, you know, on the bus, turn it up, crank that sound up real loud. It's a good way to make friends. It's a great talking point. Ryan Troiano, lifetime PR, 242.5. Ryan, empty that tank. Oh, we couldn't get uncurled with the little overarching. Let's take a look back. I think that's what it is the upper back gives just a bit too much. And then as he's trying to unfurl it, maybe the glutes could have handled it, maybe the lower back could have handled it, but the upper back was just always going to stay in that flexed position. McCoy Wernholm, football star, yes. Track star, you bet. And now a star on the platform in the making. 250 kilos. This is a 22.5 jump plus pulled conventional with a real narrow stance. This guy, this kid, we ought to correct ourselves. Something special. 250. Nifty and swiftly dusted. Unbelievable. Had we not seen that with our own eyes, that would have been a little bit tougher to believe. Wow. Jimmy Perucci, Tony Väisänen vying head-to-head for the biggest total of these 100s. Jimmy is currently 10 kilos ahead. Tony, it doesn't look like is going to change his attempt. He had the time if he chose to do so. Jimmy would put on 20 to his lifetime deadlift PR. He's already got a +5 on the board. Jimmy, with 15 more kilos out there, man, in your comeback meet, what's left in the tank? The Raw Strength family wants to see that happen. Oh, boy. And Jimmy just immediately coming up and knowing something wasn't quite right, whether it's the left hip, the quad, whatever it may be. He's going to go extend a hand to all the referees and shake. That's exactly the right way to handle this, too, is no matter how you end it, to end it with tremendous sportsmanship and courtesy to others. Jimmy still PRs every single lift today. 635 kg total, that's where he will stay. And that is a plus 25 to his lifetime total PR. Tony Väisänen, he's got a plus 5 lifetime PR, and he's got a huge deadlift on him. We've been telling you for quite a while. We've hinted at it all too often throughout the day. Now it's time. Brass tacks, and Tony's got one final pull. Really high belt position and cinches it down nice and tight. 267.5 from Helsinki, Finland, a well-traveled man. Only question, what is left over? Tony V had to dump it. Tony gonna do exactly the same as Jimmy did and go and shake hands with all of our referees. It's Bryn Nevins on the left, Mark Leonard on the right, and Thomas McCarty in the middle. Bryn and Mark taking their national referee certification exams. Talk about your practical exams here. Been lots and lots of difficult calls to make today. It's very unenviable, the position that they've been in. Chithra Kin has a 275 on the bar. He is currently the leader in best lifter standings, folks. That's going to be juicy the closer and closer that we get to polishing this off, but we've still got a whole flight to go. Chithra Kin, he's got the 5 red round things on there. It's 275. This would be a PR. He's missed on 280 before. 275 here. Oh, he just lost it. He's had issues with grip in the past. He's torn his thumbs. He will heavily chalk and even put tape on the thumbs. That is a underrated part of the rule book that, especially for hook grip pullers, they can take advantage of. We haven't mentioned much about grips today, besides we've hinted a few times at what we call the hook grip versus the mixed grip. This is a great time to talk about it, as we are getting it flipped over to the top of Flight C. So mixed grip, we've said it a few times. You have one hand that is overhand like this or pronated, one hand supinated underneath like this, and that has been the prevailing grip. It is typically the prevailing grip throughout the entire sport. The other option, typically, that you will see lifters use is a double overhanded grip known as a hook grip. We're going to try and demonstrate on this spoon for you. It's all we have laying around, but you take the thumb, put it sort of parallel to the direction of the bar, and then wrap these other fingers around it, typically kind of just the pointer and middle finger. Opening deadlift here, pardon us, for Flight C. Jacob Clemens, I think he just blew a kiss there. Nice little touch. 185, an easy opener for him. But the friction as the barbell sits between kind of this flat part of the thumb that faces you and the rest of those fingers, the friction created on the thumb itself holds that bar very, very firmly in place. It is, for many, a very secure grip, but it does run the risk of tears of the thumb, and Chithra Kin knows exactly what those are like. He's experienced those a number of times. He does pull that 260, and so he is still the leader in our male best lifter standings so far. Nathan Hamp setting his hands oh so gently on the bar. He will also elect for that hook grip. You see, it looks like he's just got the 4 fingers on and the thumb has disappeared. That is almost exclusively going to signal a hook grip setup. Michael Flores on 190 for his opening pull. Michael sits in 3rd place among the open 90s. Again, you're going to continue to see that on the forecasted section of the scoreboard at the bottom middle of your screen. And then you'll also see, once the athletes have all posted a total, once everyone has at least one successful deadlift up on the board, you'll start to see the changes in their rankings, which is speaking to if the lift that they currently have loaded is completed or not. Robbie Taylor, 192.5, coming up for his deadlift opener. And Robbie Taylor, he's had the really high deadlift sock. He keeps the knee sleeves on too. And I mean, it's your prerogative. There's nothing that says you can't, though it's rather uncommon. Robbie launching his first on 192.5. Not bad. Only chasing Alex Rodart among the junior 90 kgs. 530 total for Robbie now. That's 530 kilos. And again, he gets to follow right away and know where this bar is at with Alex Rodart, who is going to pull right behind him here at 195. And look, speak of the Devils, they often appear.
Right.
Mr. Ray Vandermeer of Power Belly Barbell, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Had a rough morning, right? But we got it figured out.
It did take us a few to get everything shaken out. That's typical.
It looked like he had quite a bit left in the tank there.
I fully expect, yeah. I have been successful in the past in my career with a much lighter opener. It might be maybe 90% of my max or so.
Sure.
And on meet day, you're already going to be fatigued going into the first deadlift. That's a guarantee. It's not will I be fatigued, it's how much.
Right.
And so I talked a little bit with Ian about this at the in-flight A deadlifts. I said, okay, those who open the lightest might actually have the most room to go up on their third because they've saved that fatigue and they can just let it all out.
For sure. And there's some people that are just sleeper, just deadlift monsters.
I thought Chithrock can. I really believed on that 275. He's got huge legs too, and he got a little bit caught up on his legs to polish off that last flight. Aiden Samzik, I'm telling you, all these teenagers are really impressive. Aiden's opening pull there, nearing that 500-pound mark.
Awesome.
James Quasarano was the only guy without a successful bench attempt up on the board. Just opens a little bit heavy with the bench at 130, and then, well, you can't go down.
Right. It's unfortunate.
James on 225 for his deadlift opener. Looks good for him here. 3 whites.
So how does it feel for you to be, at your home gym, right?
Yeah, I am super, super thankful. The strength community here at Raw, it starts up at the top with Jeremy Muchler, the owner here, and I've been talking about him at length.
Sure.
But it literally trickles down to everybody else who's stopped in here even for a moment to feel the strongman atmosphere when they have strongman competitions, right? They just ran feats of raw strength last month. Every single powerlifting meet that we run across 3 different federations here that compete, right? Those are all incredible. There is personal training. There is, health and wellness. There is a really, really strong older crowd, right? There is the Olympic lifting and bodybuilding and powerlifting and strongman
arm wrestling
and arm wrestling
I
and
noticed that
arm lifting.
Because when we were setting up yesterday, there was a group of arm wrestlers, in like a kind of a room over there. I'm like, wow, I didn't know he had arm wrestling here too.
Absolutely. If it is a sport and you can put something on a bar and lift it somehow, like they're going to do it here.
Right. Well, so and even like with arm wrestling, they have like the table. You know, so they're not even putting weight on a bar.
Right,
like they have the actual like arm wrestling table. So we have Ryan going here with 230 kilos for his opener. How's Ryan been looking today? I've been kind of, running around with a chicken with my head cut off all day.
Ryan is a little bit below some of his all-time PRs, but I tell you, his technique clearly is his strong suit, right? I mean, he's been around a long time, and he had an uneven setup issue with his squat where you had one toe angle that was a lot more sort of deviated out and one that was closer to straightforward. That was the only kind of issue he had. Didn't really take any detours with bench or anything, and made some corrections to hit a third squat, but he ended up taking a minimum squat jump there for his second to his third, which you don't really see very often.
Right.
Good bench on Ryan at 145, and now he's going to take some probably big deadlift jumps.
I'll be interesting to watch Jesse. He actually ripped his hand wide open at Up North Unleashed.
Yeah, we mentioned that it resulted in a, to call that a bomb out is really, really harsh. But technically, he failed to register a successful deadlift.
he
Like,
did.
I know. And there's a reason why he made this quick turnaround,
Well,
right?
and it's funny because he lives in Grand Rapids,
Okay.
right? And so he was like, hey, do you have anything to like bandage me up?
Yeah.
And so I kind of wrapped him up to the best of my ability so he could get home and not, have a blood smeared steering wheel.
Yeah.
But, he ripped the calluses really bad, at Up North Unleashed. It's nice to see him, competing again, you know what I mean? Trying to, get that total.
His all-time best deadlift, I'm cheating and looking up ahead here, was 265. He opened with, was that 240?
It would have been over 230. I know that for sure.
Yeah, I think it was 240. It's maybe within range, but that's going to require some big jumps. There's no doubt.
Right.
Heaviest couple deadlift openers coming for Brandon Jackson. Man, did I hallucinate, or did he have a 320 third squat attempt?
He definitely did.
Yeah.
He definitely did. He has some big ambitions. So he's trying to qualify for prime time.
Mm-hmm.
That's from my understanding, right? I'm friends with Brandon, right?
Sure.
I know that he's trying to qualify for prime time. So he has quite a bit to go as far as dots are concerned to make that jump, but I know that is his main focus for this right now, for today.
Had he hit that 320, it would have been a little bit closer.
Right.
His deadlift still probably opening on the light side and probably has lots and lots of room to move up. And he's one of those rare 125s, the bigger guys, that will opt for that sumo technique. He's got I've never in my life ever seen somebody hit a 210 bench and a split in the same day. Did you watch that?
I know the guy's crazy flexible. So
I think he's just crazy.
you're not.
Can we clip that one, chat? Thank you.
Yeah, if he goes on his Instagram, you go on his Instagram, he is crazy.
Okay.
Some of the things that he has done is yeah. So
you have to have a screw loose to ever try that, to be like,
Right.
hey, I think I'm huge, but I'm pretty sure I can do the splits.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And speaking of primetime earlier, we have Jesse Norm, who's, almost for sure going to be in primetime.
Oh, yeah. He had a survival squat that scared me so bad at 700 pounds. Wow, he cooked his opener too on 265.
He has tons of room to move on that.
Yeah. He really did. It was a 295 opener, missed on depth. I said, that's a little strange. He comes back, loads 317.5 on his second squat, misses. I said, oh no.
Did he miss, or was it depth again?
I think it was depth. It wasn't
It was
pulled.
depth. I think I was watching it.
Yeah.
So,
But then he's with that survival squat. You can't go down. It's 700 pounds.
Right.
And that was, I think, one of the most hyped lifts of the day.
Oh, I agree. Like I said, I've been running around the chicken with my head cut off most of the day. That was one that I did get a chance to stop and watch.
You don't just stop and watch. You bear witness to a lift like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. Especially, drug tested, raw.
You bet.
It's just super impressive.
And he's a 110 too. He has that look of a guy who could be filling out 125.
You're saying Jesse Norm's 110?
Jesse Norman is a 110.
I would not have guessed.
Nobody would have known. I know it. He's one of the just most monstrous looking of those 110s. Michael Flores is nice and smooth on 200. We're up to the second attempts now of the final flight of the day.
Right. So we have a second here. So we're constantly trying to make some upgrades, right?
Of course.
And always trying to make improvements. One of the improvements that we did make is we have a new, the camera that we're looking at right now is new. What do you think about that? Does that look better to you than in the past? Or does it look about the same for you?
Are you talking camera on the platform?
The camera that's
camera
on
feed?
the platform, not the one that's looking at us. I know
Gotcha.
that one has issues, but it's kind of dark right here. We're going to take care of that.
Yeah,
later
we get sometimes. We're kind of off in the garage space here of Raw.
We definitely are.
Yeah, Jacob Clemens on 205. I like it. The occasional, kind of overexposed. I don't want to say it's the,
The lights are pretty bright.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sometimes that'll be what it'll be. It makes the bar look so brilliant. I think I really like that.
Sure.
That's got some gleam to it.
Yeah.
And that adds a little bit of mystique, a little bit of mystery. Alex Rowe Dart here setting up 205 for his second. Another guy. You tell me he's a junior, I'm like, can we see the birth certificate?
Right. Does that guy know that's his second attempt?
Yeah.
Like,
What are we doing here? And him and Robbie Taylor, it's going to be real close here. You see they're going back and forth because of that projected placement where it says second to first.
Yep.
Robbie Taylor with a successful pull here jumps in front of Alex, and then, well, they might both measure their thirds based off of what the other does, and somebody might be able to change it. You got some time to change those thirds.
You have until we call bar is loaded to make that attempt change. On the third attempt deadline.
And I'm surprised that we hadn't seen any at all today for placings.
Right.
Or for records, possibly, if somebody's got that chance.
Right.
I think if it comes down to this flight, it's likely that where we would see it the most. Robbie will go through the whole ritual. And then the slight hip pump to get that stretch reflex of the hips. Man, he is stone cold. He's mean mugging.
For sure. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Yeah. So you mentioned that we're in the garage space here.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of funny. Like when I knew we were going to have another meet here, and the setup that we have for this here, I was like, I want to have that in this room. That way we can try to have as much space in the regular room as possible.
You ended up needing it because there is literally standing room only. Every single chair full.
It is packed.
Yeah. Absolutely juiced in here. Nathan Hamp, 215 for his second. Again, opting for that hook grip that we mentioned. Looks like just double overhand, but that thumb is mashed in between the barbell and his first couple of fingers. Uneventful 215. I think that's one of the best praises that you can give him, as he has had very eventful squats and benches.
Today or just in general? I know he has before.
Today for sure. Okay. He had 2 misses at 220 that when we saw where that standard of depth was declared on the squats, we heard it in the rules meeting too. Of course, you don't have that on stream, but I've been telling people, said our chief referee today, Thomas Picardi, he told everybody, quote, we are going to make tough calls. He's absolutely right. Bryn Nevins on the left, Mark Leonard on the right, both of them. And, you know, other things too, right? With up and down of the bar on bench. That happened a ton today already.
Sure.
Everybody was getting nailed on the depth with squats. And then there's been a couple deadlifts too that, whether it be down commands or not insufficient lockouts.
Right. Or probably supporting on the thighs as well.
Yeah, a couple of those too. Jim Quasarano continues mostly to be a minimum jump guy, but everything besides his benches truly has been executed so well. I love the technical execution from him.
Yeah. And we are cooking right along today. I mean, it's 2:30, and I mean we are in our last flight of. Yeah, right. Yeah, we are just cooking right along.
You're talking right in the middle of second attempts for the last flight. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is good. I mean, Gary does such a good job trying to keep everything rolling.
Aiden Samzik trots back out. You got to be wary a tiny bit of the toes in contact with the plates for the super sumos.
Yeah, for sure. I actually think last time I seen him kind of bring his toes in when on the way down, which I know I would be wary of myself.
Oh, I am worried for myself and for others. He jumps it in just that little bit.
Yep.
But that is perfectly legal within the rule book. There's other adjustments that we've seen. For example, some received a squat command and then further rotated the toes out, that kind of thing. Those were red lighted, but on the sumo, as long as your hands are in contact with that bar, you can even, and hopefully, you know, knock on wood, we don't see any of this, you can pass out. If you've got your hands in contact with the bar,
I'm well aware.
You can definitely pass out, huh?
I've done that a time or 6 myself.
Sure. Ben Beddick so far is another one of those just absolute technical masterminds. Ben's 2:42.5 second here. I'm telling you, this guy absolutely smoked me at Irongeddon 2 back in September, I believe, here. It's kind of a different version of him. He's sized down a little bit. He was a 93 in PA. He's a 90 over here in USAPL. And he told me while we were outside during this changeover, he said, yeah, sometimes my shoulder's just not quite right. I've just had kind of like a frozen shoulder type of deal seemingly, so mobility plus strength in it are both limited, and yet he's still absolutely cooking. Awesome. A 700 total if he's able to pull his last deadlift.
Nice.
But you know the total he beat me with? 732.5. I mean, smoked me within an inch of my life.
Right.
Unfortunate.
Ryan Cohen, 245 for Power Belly Barbell's own. Man, I think he might want another 15. I don't know.
He looks happy.
Yeah.
He looks happy. That's for sure.
I think if it's another 10, that might be a smarter move, but somewhere in that 10 to 15 range.
Right, for sure.
Jesse Smade, 250. Again, all-time competition best, 265 at USAPL Collegiate Jungle Clash back in May of last year. I know some guys who run meets like that. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about?
USAPL Collegiate Jungle Clash.
Oh,
That was you guys in April of last year. I know all those. You know, sometimes they can run together, right?
They run together for me sometimes, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially because we have meets back to back this weekend. My brain's kind of fried.
No doubt. Oh man, he roared his terrible roar, but I don't think he got that down command.
Yeah, I don't think he quite got the lockout to get the down command, and he's checking his hands. That has me a little concerned.
Yeah.
Because I did take a look at his hands because he showed me earlier today, and you could definitely see that his calluses weren't like probably 100% healed yet.
Yeah.
So
There are some who really benefit from getting this, and I talked to Ian a little bit about it in Flight B. Getting that bar down toward the fingertips as low as you can get it. Do you like that? Do you like it more in the meat of the palm?
I like it in the meat of the palm. I like it's almost like insurance, right?
It
to where,
can be.
where I start to slip, right, and I can buy me a couple extra seconds, right, to where it just kind of gives me a few extra seconds to hopefully finish the lift.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work out that way for me.
No doubt, because that gravity is going to pull down at all times. Tristan Howard, 265. The issue truly is the bar rolling. It just cheese grates your hand as that gravity pulls down.
Right.
It will always try to find that lowest point in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I and some others, if you know, like Dave Wilson of Brazos Valley Strength, I don't know if you know.
I've heard of him, yep.
But does a true fingertip grip, practices every single rep with that bar as low toward the fingertip as humanly possible, no matter whether that is a hook grip even or the mixed grip, and it works for some quite well. Brandon Jackson, kind of the opposite, looking towards the meat of the palm. And 265 smoke.
Looks a solid deadlift for Brandon. What does that put Brandon? I don't have the computer open here. What does that put him at dots for right now?
I'm looking at all of our best lifter standings here.
I think on the board you'd have to add it.
Let's see,
dots.
results here.
I think I have it on my phone.
No, I've got him now. So Jesse Norman is your current leader in dots, like you might imagine. Ben Beddick in second right now, and then Brandon in third. About 440.58. That dots score is one of those time-tested and most heavily or widely accepted measures of strength relative to body weight. Basically, it's an oversimplification, but
Yep.
man, a really high number there in that high 400s, especially 500. 500 is pretty much an international elite type of level, right? It's rare to see at a local level. And Jesse Norman, with just his first deadlift on the board here, is at 463 to lead the pack, as he expects himself to.
That looks
Holy
like an
smokes.
opener. That looks like an opener to me.
That looks like the second to last warm-up to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
So you make, of course, a big jump like that, 20 kilos, and instantly Jesse's dots now is at about 475. To the point, it's not any guarantee that anybody can catch him. It's likely that nobody can, with already just his second attempt put in. He goes into the table, he puts in another 15 jump, does Jesse, and so the best deadlift for him.
The dots that I have for Jesse for primetime is 480.30.
Okay.
For his qualification for primetime.
Yeah. My guess is he'll be able to go over that. So his all-time competition deadlift PR is 297.5. He's put in 300, so he knows that that's a PR pull. And it's very likely then, because the body weight's similar to where it always has been, that that's going to put him at that PR dots.
That'd be great.
And it's almost certain to be the heaviest deadlift pulled as well. Michael Flores, 210. Again, we can get some attempt changes, maybe, if it gets down there and people want to. Budged it. Not by a whole lot. Nope, he'll have to ditch it. That's Michael Flores' final attempt there. 210 coming up empty. James Quasarano. At 227.5, that's one of those milestones everybody knows because you go over 500 pounds. We've said it a few times on the day, but let's just get one more 500-pound pull. And when we leave the 5s behind and we get into the 6s, it gets a little bit more biblical, a little bit more epic. James has only minimum jumps of all of his successful lifts for his squat and his deadlift. I'm telling you, just technically, been one of our top performers on the day.
Absolutely.
Does have that very wide conventional stance where the arms and legs are closer together. You think it's supported for a moment on the legs?
Yeah, they're supposed to, favor in, for the lifter.
Of
It
course,
didn't quite look.
of course.
All of his deadlifts did look rather similar to me.
Sure.
So I don't think that any of them looked any more, we'll just say, supporty on the thigh, right?
Well said.
Than any of the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And so you think that influences judging is if you have deviation from one lift to the next and how you complete it, even if it's within the technical rules?
They're supposed to follow the technical rules, right?
Ideally.
But
cut the lights off, Sam says. Jacob Clemens, wait, empty the tank. He opened on 185. Oh.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
He said, shucks.
He sure did.
Yes.
Yeah. And if he didn't say shucks, that could have also got him red lighted. But
he also, I thought, considered passing out for a moment. Maybe thought, well, I do have a back spotter here. I could just, take a trust fall.
Right.
But
I thought for a minute there the bottom of his singlet was ripped, but that's just baby powder.
Oh. That could happen too if it's tight enough.
Right.
Alex Rodart, 5:01, and a little change to polish the total. Lean back and lock it.
That is a successful 227.5.
So, Robbie Taylor's gonna have one pull to overcome. Oh, pardon us. We're jumping the order here. This is actually Nathan Hamp first at 227.5. But when it does come next, Robbie Taylor will have one chance to jump over Alex Rodart for those 90 juniors. Nathan Hamp, 227.5. Coaching a couple of lifters into this competition, but also got to take care of himself. Would equal his pull from states of this past year, an 8th place finish among the open 110s. Now he's up to 125. Though still weighed in quite light. Little shake, but the rattle and the roll.
Still look pretty clean to me.
Yeah.
They don't call him Mr. Clean for nothing.
Nice.
You think I'm making fun of him? That's his Instagram name.
No, I believe that, right? And so is there a sort of fraternity of the, if you got a ball dome up here?
Right, yeah. I like Nate, so, there is that. And it could be that, like magnets, just attracting to each other.
Sure. Robbie Taylor on the 230 knows he's pulling for position here. You can see it, that placement. If he's successful, able to leap over Alex Rodart. Talk about your head-to-heads, your good old-fashioned standoffs. Robbie T, what you got from me? 230 keys, call it about 507 pounds. Oh, he might want to hang out there a moment.
He needs a second, I think.
He does.
But Gary there, trying to make sure that the lifter's safe as always.
Yeah, you go ahead and shout out your man again. I don't know how many people are fully aware.
I can't say enough good things about Gary. And I say it every time I get on here.
Yeah.
Right, is that the reason that our platform runs as smooth as it does most of the time is because we have Gary. Gary does a great job of trying to make sure that everyone's safe, is efficient, loaded correctly, and he takes pride in that. And it came all the way down from Traverse City.
Yeah, it's a hike. You're talking 3 hours or so here from there to Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Boy, Aiden Samzik has got a big old jump put in and 242.5 on the bar. What, again, are they feeding these teenagers? Couple tugs to set the grip, but slipped with just the right hand. His left might have been able to hold on,
Right,
too.
it looked like it, for sure. Let's take another look during the Ohippo replay.
Gladly.
See, he has that fingertip grip you were talking about.
Yeah, and it's funny because he did lose it from just those two fingers of the pointer and middle.
See, and in my mind, right, if he would have had it more in the meat of his hand, right, even when his grip starts to give out, it could have gave him, crucial seconds, to potentially. But, having the bar down in your fingertips does give you a better, strategic advantage to deadlift more.
The leverage to it, yeah.
So, I mean, it's kind of a give and take. Get you in that higher starting position.
Yeah. Ben Bedek will, believe it or not, be taking a lifetime PR here, 255. Man, his right leg is quaking, but he took it for all it was worth. He's got the PR secured.
Getting the pat from Coach Papp in there.
Oh, yeah. Listen, all of the Momentum crew, you might not maybe recognize that they're Pappin guys, but when they get out on the platform, there's a way that they perform, a way that they carry themselves. And it's stunning. It's impossible to miss at a certain point. If you happen to see Julia Woolman, who is making her debut today, she's 25 years old, and it looks like she's been doing this for decades and went 9 for 9 and lifetime PRs across everything. Pappin just does that. It's super, super impressive what his huge cohort does.
Let's see what Ryan can do with his 257.5 kilos.
And he's pulling quick.
He's very quick off the floor.
His setup takes no time at all, and then just to stunt, he goes
just gently sets it down.
A little eccentric.
With the finger guns and the belt flick. Let's take another look.
Yeah, you don't even need to see the top of the lift. You need to see everything that happens after that point. It's a library deadlift. It goes.
So, Frey, what's
the snorkel deal? Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Don't worry, I don't know where it came from either, but I know it's popular.
Hey,
I started seeing it at baseball games. I thought, okay, of all sports, does baseball really need the best celebration?
Yes. Who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Bunch of characters out here. Tristan Howard, 280. Big old number for Tristan. He squatted 265.
His belt was not latched.
Was it?
It was not.
Man.
I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to misquote myself. It does not look like his belt is latched.
Yeah, now that you mention it.
And he went to unsnap it, and
and went, huh?
Yeah. Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Been there.
Right.
Been there.
Tough to say you're getting a whole lot of support out of the belt as it just kind of rests on you.
Right.
3 letters for you, that IAP, intra-abdominal pressure.
There you go.
Just
Brandon
2
going for
more attempts.
The
and go ahead.
282.5.
He'll be followed up by Jesse Norman. Jesse looking to punctuate the day with a 300 kg even. Brandon Jackson, lean back, young man, come on.
Gary whispering sweet nothings into his ear.
Of course.
I'm not sure if he quite got that locked out.
No, I think he knew it.
Yeah.
Risky run with a big jump from your second to your third. Went for a 17.5, comes up just a little bit
that was
empty.
622.8 pounds.
Oh, I'm not telling you that I could pull it, because I am most certainly not that guy. But
hey, we all have that number that we've been chasing for a long time. My number happens to be 295. Is my deadlift number that
it's a nemesis, right?
It is my nemesis.
Yeah.
It has put me to sleep numerous occasions.
Well said. Jesse Norman looks to put this competition to bed, but you've got to get up and out of your seat and get loud for him first. Bear witness from Mr. Primetime, 300 kg even to polish the USA Powerlifting Summer Barbell Riot.
And Alexa, did you say that was a PR deadlift for him?
I sure did.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't hear you incorrectly.
No, you bet. That's the heaviest deadlift of his life performed in competition. He missed 295 at USA Pale State's primetime. That's not so long ago. That's November.
Right.
And to July.
That looked like that did not even that looked like you said like a heavy opener.
Yeah.
Or maybe even not a heavy opener. But that looked like, come prime time he could open at 300.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Somewhere around there,
That's,
depending on how
that's
the day
tough to
goes.
explain.
That-
It really
that-
is. I don't have an answer for how he did that.
That is phenomenal. So that does wrap up the competition for the day. I think we're gonna put on the hold screen, and then I think I'm gonna get somebody that you wanted later, and we're gonna do. I think we'll do a little interview if you're good for that.
Oh, yeah.
Works for you? All right. Can you put us on the hold screen? Sweet.
All right, folks, welcome to the post-game show. I'm Tanner White. He's the guy that runs the show. He's Ray Vandermeer, and we are joined by Coach Brendan Pappen of Momentum Powerlifting. Such a pleasure to have you on again. How are you?
Absolutely. I'm great, man. Just a solid meet all around. And
Just get a little closer to the mic if you could.
Yeah, you got it. Ray and Chloe put on a great meet. Every single meet I've been to so far, it's just, I always look forward to their meets.
Let me tell you something. We always look forward to your own lifters, Coach. All right. Tell me, first of all, about Julia Woolman, the debut that she had today. Holy smokes of the 70s. She looked like truly a veteran of, I just said to Ray, a veteran of decades.
Yeah, so first meet, and, again, with my newer lifters, I'm really harping the final block of prep. Like, I got to make sure depth's on point, the pauses are on point, lockouts are clean on deadlifts. And, again, you practice how you play. If you go to undeniable standards in training, it's going to make meet day so much easier. And, no, she performed phenomenally. Like, for a rookie debut, 9 for 9 day. Ultimately, the goal is like, let's go have fun, put up some good numbers, take some all-time PRs.
Right.
And again, we save a little room. We got states coming up. She has so much confidence rolling into states prep, and we're looking to empty the tank at states. We're going to go big.
Well, sometimes I think it's really important to kind of, get some good repetitions in there. Like, and when I say repetitions, I'm talking not just in the gym, but also because competing itself, right, is a skill. Yeah. I think, there are some people that probably compete too often, right? But I think competing itself, right, is a skill that you need to get reps in that as well. Because just because you can hit something in the gym, right, even if you are to true standards, doing that with everyone here and the lights and the whole atmosphere, I think that is an exercise in and of itself.
Absolutely, and everybody operates differently too. You got to figure out what makes that athlete tick. Do they need more height? Do they need more focus based?
Yep.
And, for a lifter like that, it's like, let's find that happy medium right away. Let's find that happy medium between hype arousal and just, execution. You don't want to have one too much or the other, and she was perfect. And as a coach, too, I want to make sure my athletes are well prepared for, it's different. Being out in front of an audience, being under the lights. It's not the same as competing or training at the gym. Like, competing is a different skill in itself.
Right. Because, you don't get to go when you want to go. You go when the platform is ready for you.
Right.
So, and, I thought today ran really quick, right, which is what I'm always hopeful for. Right, and that's not, the trope of, the power lifter that's, sitting down for 20 minutes, in between sets, that sort of thing.
And that's what's super nice. I've coached so long now, it's like, it's routine. When I'm in a meet handling a lifter, I know warm-up timings, attempt selections, and I have a pretty good eye for, okay, I can look at a lot of lifters and be like, they have 7.5 in the tank left. They have 10 kilos in the tank left. And taking those high hit, jumps, it's kind of a gamble, especially for a first meet. It's like, I'm taking what's there. I have very good confidence in this attempt. Load it up, and you know what? At the same time, you save 2.5 kilos, and you smoke your third attempt. You roll right back into training with so much confidence and momentum, as I like to call it.
Yeah, right.
So I presume then that's where the name kind of comes from, yeah?
Yeah, and you know what? I got kind of lucky at the time. I feel like momentum wasn't that cliche term yet.
Okay.
But I kind of came up with it, and right after COVID, that's when I started momentum and just ran with the name. I love the name, and the meaning behind it's everything. Like, we want to create momentum in training, all areas of life too. Just keep the momentum rolling. And that's what it's all about. And that's what you find in modern day powerlifting. It's literally all about generating momentum.
Right, for
I'm
sure.
so glad that you said beyond just the platform, beyond just lifting. You can learn an infinite number of things about yourself. You can develop yourself so much as a person through this pursuit of sport, not just a barbell sport, right? But truly, you are creating better and stronger, more resilient people.
For sure. And, that's one of my ultimate goals as a coach, too. I love the PRs. And, I think my favorite part is building those relationships and just kind of being there for people all throughout life. Like, sometimes I turn into a therapist.
Whether you want to or not.
Physical therapist.
Of course.
Mental therapist.
Yes.
But
Right.
again, I genuinely care about my clients, too. Just seeing them exceed in all aspects of life. Training, making training sustainable, enjoyable, making it complementary to their life.
Sure. So speaking of, succeeding in training, and this is, I probably asked you this before because I like to ask everybody because everyone does things just a little differently. What kind of training philosophy do you have? And I know that you may have different things that you do for different people, but generally, what kind of style of training do you have like your lifters do?
Yeah, so first off, I really like to find something sustainable for their lifestyle. I'm really big on lifestyle. People live different lives. Some people work outdoor jobs, physical labor. Some people are in school and they get to eat Chipotle before the gym every day, and they feel great every single training session. So
Right.
just finding
Some
that-
people have white collar jobs like broadcasting.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, he was
Shout out
talking about
Taylor
me at the
White.
first part where, you got to work outside physical, but
Yeah, man, and I got to cater to that too. I got to understand, and that's when it gets a little tricky and it makes it fun. How can I still make their training optimal around their life?
Sure.
If they're working a 12-hour shift outside, I'm gonna
Right.
stack a lighter session on a day. Save maybe more of the heavier sessions for the weekend when they're rested. They have that steam to really push.
right. So let's just say perfect scenario, right? It's a college kid that gets to eat Chipotle every day. Like, what does, your ideal training session look like for your lifting?
Yeah, and my approach is sustainability, like I always preach. I don't want somebody hitting this 3-hour grinder session. You just find with those people, they don't last in the sport.
Sure.
I want to find something that, hour to 2-hour sessions. Get in, get the work in, get out and recover.
Sure.
And I just find they last longer. I think, in my opinion, you make better progress that way too when you're optimizing recovery.
Yeah.
So I'm really big on that. Just tailoring how I'm making a split and how I'm designing these training sessions to make it not too long and strenuous, like breaking it up. And, we got to have those days that are a little tougher than others, time
Sure.
to time.
So like a typical day, do you have somebody? So like I've said it 100 times if I've said it once. I'm more of a conjugate guy myself personally, to where I would have a heavy lower day, squat or deadlift, and then I would have a heavy bench day, and then I would have a lighter squat day, and then a lighter bench day or speed work, whatever iteration you want to call it. And I know that some of the other coaches that, we've interviewed, they may have somebody, I think one guy said that he has them bench like 4 times a week or something, or something like that.
And
Like,
I'll crank some of my lifters up to 4 times a week if it really works well with them. And
sure.
Again, though, deep in the off season, I'm not afraid to go down to 3 times a week bench for some people.
Sure.
And when you have that 3 times a week, that lower frequency, you can push accessories a little bit harder. And I'm
Sure.
big on that. I don't drive a ton of comp sets.
Yep.
And again, lifter depends on the lifter too. If I have a lifter that really enjoys bodybuilding, like we're staying practice within the comp movements, and I'm having them be a savage on accessories.
Sure.
Load it
So,
up, work hard,
you know-
level up the accessories too.
I think because I listen to all the interviews back, even if I'm not there personally. I think you're the first coach that I've seen that we've interviewed, here, that had made the mention of the importance of accessories. For me personally, I feel like accessories help build the movement more than just about anything else. I mean, you need to have the practice of the movement itself. You're not gonna like not squat for 6 months, right, and then get a massive PR necessarily just because you did a bunch of accessories. You need to do both because it is a skill that you need to practice. So for say squat, right, as again, like I'm a conjugate guy, I'm sure the accessories that my coach came up with are much different than yours. What kind of accessories do you like to really build the squat?
I'd have to say my favorites: belt squat, hack squat, pendulum squat, leg presses, Bulgarian split squats. And again, building that arsenal. If I have a lifter that can do all these accessories, we can cycle through them throughout the year. If one gets kind of stale, let's say we've been doing pendulum squats for months on end, they're like, all right, coach, it's feeling a little stale right now. Okay, well, we're very good at leg press too. Let's push leg press for a little bit. We'll venture back to pendulum, and then by the time you get to that point, we're leveling up pendulum to another level too.
Right.
And
then so could you help me, because everyone seems to call something a little different. When you say pendulum squat, what do you mean when you say that?
yeah, so you have the Arsenal pendulum squat. It's very different than like your hack squat. It's more pendulum style, but it's just a different type of movement pattern.
Is that so? Like I trained at a gym that had we called it something inappropriate, but it was like a swing. And
I
you
can't
would, like,
believe that.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's kind of like a swing.
So where like you could jump off the platform and it was weighted, and we would put bands and crazy stuff on it. And so I'm not sure if like that's what you're calling the pendulum squat, or maybe I just have to look that up and see what that is for
Yeah,
myself.
and it depends on the gym. Not every gym has a pendulum squat.
Yeah.
So again, tailoring to where's this person training at.
Yeah.
Ben Bedeck trains at home. I have to be creative with him.
Sure.
You have to get creative with those accessories.
Yep.
But again, with accessories,
You can do a lot with a little.
For sure. I come from a bodybuilding background before I ever started powerlifting. And I always cycle back, like, let's push the accessories. And I tell my clients, no limits. A lot of the times we're pushing to like RP 8s to 9s on accessories. And I'm like, work hard. You overshoot accessories for the sake of working hard.
Right.
I'm all for it.
Right. Well, and here's the thing, right? I mean, no one has ever been like, man, I wish my legs weren't this big from doing all the accessories.
And I think that's the problem with some of these newer generation powerlifters. They come into the sport and they're all about RPE and they don't understand how to actually push to failure.
Have you listened to the interviews that I've done
Oh yeah.
and know that I don't like RPE? Is that why you said that?
Yeah, and you know, time and place. I think RPE is a very useful tool, but you have to make sure we're making progress over time too. Ideally with RPE, it turns into ability PRs, right? Let's say we're hitting, I don't know, 500 pounds for a triple. It was RP 9 in the past. All of a sudden, we're hitting it at RPE 6, RP 7 in the future. That's progress.
Yeah.
That's how you generate that momentum, and then
Right.
we're not burning out the neurological pattern of the comp movements. So
Right.
you're just rolling into the next block.
Right.
You're on fire already without even really having to empty the tank.
Right.
And it keeps lifters healthy.
Yeah,
Longevity.
and one of the accessories that you had mentioned that I'm a huge fan of, you know, as a guy that has competed multiply, especially, is the belt squat, because that allows you to load up your lower body without having to put all that load and pressure on the spine and kind of give you that, we'll just say, time off, and not just further compressing everything down and just smashing yourself to smithereens.
Absolutely. And the belt squat's a really useful tool in that sense because you're not getting that axial loading, and it can really save it for squats, deadlifts. There's some times where, especially some of my lighter females, they thrive off just high frequency lower body work. So having a third day be a belt squat, like we're not taxing the post, like the
whole
axial
posterior chain.
Yeah, we're not getting axial loading through that belt squat, but we're keeping those legs feeling poppy, and we're getting that constant stimulus.
Right, for sure.
So, and yeah, Ray, I come from, actually, funny enough, when I first started lifting, I started conjugate.
Really?
So I do implement some conjugate styles into the training.
And
like
hey, I know it's not for everybody, and it's not popular, in say USAPL, right?
Yeah.
But I just find it interesting, the different kind of modalities that but here's the thing, right? If it works, whatever.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, that's just it. That's why I just kind of try to figure out, like, what kind of different things that people try to use and utilize. But I am really happy to hear that you do try to prioritize and push athletes to do accessories.
For sure.
And then one other word that I don't think I normally hear in USAPL is GPP. Do you try to like push accessories? Because you had mentioned the higher reps, right? Do you do any specific like GPP training at all within your athletes, or?
I would say I do periodize it a little bit in that sense.
Sure.
Deeper in off season, we're pushing higher volume workloads on comp lifts, accessories. As we kind of get towards the tail end of prep, I do pull back on accessories a touch. Like we want to, sometimes you have those essential movement patterns, your RDLs, your squat accessories, your squatty accessories. It's like, if I pull those out completely, sometimes you lose a little bit of juice on the comp lifts.
Yeah.
If it's working and that movement pattern's really keeping your comp movement feeling strong, don't completely get rid of it. But at the same time, we're pushing higher intensities throughout like tail end of prep. They're just not gonna be able to push accessories quite as hard, but we still want to stay fresh in those movement patterns.
For sure.
So, but yeah, with the conjugate approach too, I still implement some sort of conjugate into my training from time to time. I call it just block conjugate. So some of the slight variations, a pause squat, a high bar squat. I will build the skill on like the secondary day, and we'll do base volume with it at first. If that movement pattern feels really good, maybe deep in the off season, we're gonna do a singles block with it. It changes the pace up and it gets rid of the monotony of always doing competition 3s, 2s, 1s.
Right.
All of a sudden, it's like, okay, I have my lifter doing a high bar squat. They hit an all-time PR single, and they're like, wow, I've never touched this weight high bar before.
Right.
We're still training the comp movement on a secondary day, and then we switch the script, we flip it back,
Right.
and all of a sudden, they're like, wow, my comp feels fresh. My comp squat's feeling dangerous.
Right.
Okay, let's level that up now. Keep the high bar on the secondary day again, and start pushing the comp squats. And just, it's all about keeping training fun too. That's how you last and make it as optimal as possible. But again, if it's enjoyable, people are going to work harder too.
Right. So, so it's funny you mentioned that, because one of my favorite parts about conjugate is I had literally a whiteboard when I trained at home that I had all my, very super hyper specific, PRs at. And it was always really nice to be, if I go back to something 3-4 months later, right, for a max effort day, and then just get like a crazy 30-pound PR, and
you see that progress based off that. My only thing with that is sometimes you dive into these extreme variations and you just don't have that motor pattern and skill practiced.
Yeah,
Versus
and
for you,
I,
you know,
I
all
am
of a
more
sudden-
than guilty of that.
Sure.
So,
And I think you're a little more susceptible to injury in that sense if you're not practicing that movement pattern. I think it increases injury rates a little bit.
sure.
But again, for your conjugate style, maybe on the secondary day, you're like, dude, I love pushing, I don't know, box squats or whatever else. Push it
Sure.
on the secondary day for a little bit.
Right.
Flip the script, do your conjugate singles the next block and level that up, push that hard.
Right.
And by
Yeah.
that point, you have that skill pattern mastered and you can really reap the benefits of those heavy
Right.
singles and conjugates.
So the conjugate argument, from the conjugate gurus is they want you to be strong in all positions, not necessarily just optimal position. Is their
I
argument?
love that. I do love that. And again, we do such a vast, variability of accessories. We're still getting stronger through all different movement patterns,
Right.
all different ranges of motion. And some of the warm-up stuff I do give clients too. Like we're moving through different planes of motion. And I think it just keeps you healthier, keeps
Right.
you limber. You'll see some of these high school lifters come out of high school and they played sports. They're like super durable because they're so strong in shifting, cutting, multiple planes of motion. They're durable. They're athletic. So still keeping these powerlifting athletes still athletic, being able to still run, being able to do a box squat. There's something to be said about being able to be explosive and create force quickly.
Yeah.
And I'm super biased on that. I played college football as well. And so I had a lot of this time under the bar way before I ever started powerlifting. I'm talking 10 plus years. I didn't know what powerlifting was, right? 4 or 5 years ago. And of course, you see, okay, then I see highlights on YouTube and I see like, oh, wait, what if you transferred all that into these one like hyper specific skills and you specialize that? But yes, rounded out athletes when they get to you, that's gonna make your job a lot easier.
For sure. And I got to say, Tanner, you're cooking in your training, man. Like it's been cool to see. I like the hook grip switch too, man.
My thumbs are shredded all to pieces. It has worked. I sheepishly admit that. And man, yeah, training is awesome. Raw is an incredible gym here. We are super, super thankful. Jeremy Muchler is quite literally one of the best gym owners. I've met a ton of them.
He's great.
He's unreal.
I think my only beef with him is I went to PT school in Kalamazoo, and as soon as I moved back to the east side of the state, he opens this awesome gym, gets comp equipment. I'm like, really, Jeremy, do you have to do this to me?
No.
But no, Jeremy's an awesome guy, and
Yeah.
I refer clients in the area to him all the time. Like,
Yeah.
if you're in the Kalamazoo area, go train at Raw Strength. It's a phenomenal community. You got some great lifters here, and that's what's going to take you to the next level. When you have that good training environment, you have like-minded people.
Yeah.
Tanner, Chris Noble, Lonzo.
Yeah.
They're dogs. They get after it. And when you train with sharks, you're going to become a shark.
Well, and the nice thing, and we had mentioned it earlier during the deadlifts, but I'll say it again here. The nice thing that I do like about Raw is that it's not just a powerlifting gym. Yes, they do have the combos, they have the bars, they have the comp plates, so you can practice how you compete, right? Which I think personally is really important. I mean, it's not the end all be all, but it does help. That way there's no surprises. But not only do they have that, they have tons of strongman equipment. And we had mentioned GPP before. I think, because you had mentioned trying to keep training fun. Me personally, maybe I'm just crazy. I think a lot of the strongman movements are really fun. And that is a great way to get your GPP work in, your general physical preparedness, or, just, not being, just
sure.
fat, not a shape, if you will. As I say that as a fat, not a shape guy. So I think that the strongman stuff is so fun for that. Doing the farmer carries, they have kegs here. They have tons of kegs here.
Stones.
And they have the stones, the
Stone run.
sandbags,
Yep.
the log. They have,
Axles and all.
they have all the strongman toys. I mean, because they do the strongman competitions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But so they have that. They have the bodybuilders. Tanner had mentioned they have the older crowd as well.
Olympic
But-
lifting is big here as well.
lifting, yeah. And then also, I noticed when we were setting up yesterday, they have a group of arm wrestlers here. They have like an arm wrestling club, and they have like the table that you compete on and everything.
That's sweet.
So like
Man, they got everything up here.
it's not like they're not in a niche. They're in all the niches of strength. And so it's kind of funny, right? You like to make a play on your words for, momentum, right? It's, he is the gym that is about just raw strength, if you will, not to make it too punny, but they encompass all levels of strength.
And I love that. I think being a gym owner these days, you need to have more than just one niche, like have everything, have powerlifting, bodybuilding, strongman, arm wrestling. Like it's cool. And you just get a wide variety of different individuals and it makes a really cool community.
Absolutely.
As if community wasn't, I mean, I don't know if we can punctuate it any better. Community is exactly why we do this sport, frankly. Numbers are awesome, weights are awesome in and of themselves, but the community is the most infectious and the most supportive part that we could ever take from it.
And that's the coolest part, man. It doesn't matter. You can be a world level lifter, you can be a brand new lifter. Like, they're going to give you that same support and hype you up in communities like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just kind of funny. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked there. So I'm just going to put this in there because I'm going to clip that out. Dane, if you could come over here real quick because we have it in person.
Mr. USAPL Michigan State Chair.
Wrestling me versus Dane, or?
No, I wasn't necessarily thinking that.
Yeah,
but Dane has on his shoulder, like the WWE superstar that he is. He has the belt that. Yeah.
Okay,
so he has the belt here for the winner of Primetime. And I don't know if you touched this belt or not. This is a real deal heavy belt. Yeah, and we'll just go ahead and pass that
Show
around.
and tell,
If we can get so that the winner of the Primetime at the Michigan State Championship will be getting this belt that they can wear. Now, unfortunately, if you're a guy my size, it does not quite fit around me.
You've tried?
I did try.
How
But
about,
you know,
like,
you
Delaney
can
Sousley?
do your best Ric Flair impression or Macho Man Randy Savage, whichever you would prefer. And just carry your belt around like that. If you indeed are the winner as you exit the place and in all your glory. So I just figured just because Dane had that on there, I just had to do that. I'm sorry for interrupting your interview for that.
Pardon the interruption, like ESPN.
Pardon the interruption, but I wanted to show off the shiny toy today's actually my first day of seeing it as well. So hence why I'm so excited about
It's
it.
heavy too, man.
Dude, it is legit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to ask Pappin? I know that you were really excited to try to get some good quality time with Coach Pappin here.
Yeah, I'd say quality. We'll round it out with 2 big meets upcoming. Talk to me about Powerlifting America Invitational here back at Raw Strength in September, and then USAPL States. Talk to me about the roster and what everybody's looking and thinking to do.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for the Powerlifting America Invitational. Like, I think that's gonna be a good chance to really blow that federation up too.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some big dogs there. I'm bringing a couple lifters there as well. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a really good opportunity. It's a great venue up here. I'm expecting to see something really cool with that one. And then when it comes to states, I am bringing an army this year. I think I'm bringing 15 athletes.
Holy
momentum
smokes.
Athletes.
Yeah.
So
Did you say 15?
15.
Okay, I
mean,
just want to make
after-
sure I heard you correctly.
After
Yeah.
last year's states, I'm like, man, how can you not want to do
You
this
want
now?
more.
Like,
Yeah.
So I'm
Be a
bringing
little
an army
greedy.
in. Again, a lot of these, midsummer meets, it's like, let's tune up, let's build confidence for states, and we're going to really empty the tank. We have a ton of momentum going into states. Today we went 27 for 27 on attempts.
Yeah.
For my clients.
Yep.
And it's like, we have a ton of confidence going into states now. I love that.
That's awesome. That's a great feeling to have too, right? Is to have that momentum, if you will, and confidence going into that big state meet that we put on.
As I preach, man, it's all about momentum. Like, it really
Right.
is. Keeping confidence high with the lifters, keeping it sustainable,
So-
enjoyable.
So speaking of confidence high, I thought I heard you saying that you may be, making a return. I know I seen a video of you out deadlifting
coming.
my best deadlift and hurt my feelings a little bit because I had mentioned to Tanner during deadlifts that I have a number that's been haunting me and literally putting me to sleep
You and me both, right?
at
Don't we all?
the 650 deadlift that I have tried at least 3 times and it has put me to sleep every time. What was that deadlift that you pulled in training?
I recently hit 650 in training.
You did hit
and
650.
that
I knew
like
it was
the
at
day
least
after-
what I want, but
Yep. It was right after nationals too. Like, I kind of went in, I felt smoked. I was like, I don't know what's gonna be there today, and warmed up, and I'm like, but the body feels okay. I'm kind of a little taxed mentally, but load
Right.
the bar up. It's my big singles week, and managed a 650 on a day I didn't feel great, and that's what it's all about. You don't always have to test the waters. Like, keep building. Take what's there, take that low-hanging fruit sometimes, and just keep leveling up. Then I dive back into rep work, and I smoked 596 for 4 last block. Deads feel dangerous again. I need to get over that 666 number. It's been a curse for me, kind of like
right.
650 has been for you, and it's
Right.
number of the
I
beast. I don't know if
understand.
it's my bad luck number,
Right,
but we
right.
got to get past that.
Absolutely.
Tell you what, man, you like football because Baker Mayfield once woke up and he said, "I woke up feeling dangerous." Boom.
Yes, absolutely. Got to feel dangerous every single train session too. Like, bring your best, come in prepared, work hard, and even, easier, lighter training sessions. I think this is where RPE can be very useful, Ray.
Yeah.
If you approach these lower RPE numbers like it's a 1 rep max and you smoke it,
Sure.
that's how you build momentum.
Right. Yeah. No, for sure. Awesome.
Well, I'm
Any-
satisfied, Ray. You can take it home.
Yeah. So is there anything else for you, Papin? Where can people find you if they want to get a hold of you? You do online coaching in person, right?
Yep. So online coaching, Momentum Powerlifting, and that's right on Instagram. You can find me at Papin Momentum on Instagram as well. And again, even if you have a question, if it's something like, I'm always willing to help people out. That's my favorite thing about this. It's the most fulfilling thing, helping people achieve their goals.
Right. And that's the thing that I love personally about like the powerlifting community in general. Even if, especially, the OGs, if you will, or big scary looking guys, right? They are, you get to talking to them, are some of the nicest. We had Ben Pauly in here today, right?
I know.
And I was surprised to see him here.
Yeah,
but
the USAPL meet. I was surprised.
well,
I was like, man, it's
you
good
and
to
me
see
both.
here,
You and
bro.
me both. But one of the friendliest guys, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you really get to talking to him, and always willing to help, has helped me personally. And that's the thing that I love is just being willing to help. And so you do online coaching, you do the in-person
Online coaching, yep. And then I do online rehab work too. If there's ever an injured lifter, like reach on out. That's my specialty. And I really try to bridge the gap between physical therapy and barbell sports. I think sometimes there's a disconnect, whereas like this is my niche. Like I'm so well equipped to like work with barbell athletes. I will get you better sooner than I'd argue amongst anybody. 'Cause
Sure.
I use the barbell movements as a form of rehab.
Yeah, right.
And getting some different rehab movements going, getting lifters to move better. It just translates and gets them back to doing what they love quickly.
Yeah, and then the other trend, if you will, that I've noticed a lot of coaches have been doing lately is like game day coaching. I believe Bywater mentioned it in the last interview that he had was like game day coaching.
Absolutely. I'm actually game day coaching somebody at the Umbra meet coming up, Powerlifting America. Somebody reached out, and I love that too, man. If I'm in the area, I'm always more than welcome to come out to these meets. I just love being in the environment too. The community is great. I know every single well-known person at these meets. It's just it's like a brotherhood.
Right, I get it. All right, well, hey, I think that's it. If you got anything else, Tanner, are you good?
I'm all set. See you at Umbra.
All right,
Absolutely. Looking
sounds
forward
good.
to it. Thanks for having me,
All right,
guys.
Thank you.